Back, he makes a one-handed catch against the bullpen. Oh, doctor.
The Toronto Blue Jays had reached the summit just 1 year ago. Now in their quest to return, they featured a new cast. Veteran blood, men who knew how to win. Men with reputations for coming up big in big games. Consummate professionals. As the season went on, they added the most feared leadoff hitter in the history of the game. This savvy leadership meshed with a 24-year-old 19-game winner and a man who flirted with 400 much of the year. They held off one challenge after another and reached their desired goal.
And a 1-2 pitch to it. Ground ball for Tony Fernandez. Alomar for one. Oru for two. Double play. That's the ball game. It's a 93-peat. The Blue Jays are champions of the American League East again.
In 1992, the Philadelphia Phillies finished dead last in the National League East. Now they were healthy. They were called throwbacks to another generation, a modern-day gas house gang. They had long hair, beards, they jumped out to a big lead, and they had fun.
You see anything growing yet? Oh, it's a huge difference. Take it down. Check out the...
But this cast of characters also had character, plus a leadoff man with MVP credentials. And they would go from worst to first in the course of 1 year.
Ground ball, it's fair ball. Croc to Paul. The Phillies are the 93 National League Eastern Division champions.
Two divergent teams with the same objective, to win the 1993 World Series. The road to the World Series would take Toronto through Chicago, and to guide us through the American League Championship Series, Toronto pitcher Dave Stewart.
Going into the ALCS, we felt pretty confident that, we'd have a real good opportunity to win against that ball club. We knew Jack McDowell was pitching the first game, which, he's no slouch, but we had good success against him. He pitched well for about 2 or 3 innings, and then, we started to chip away at him.
Runners at first and second and 2 out now, and Ed Sprague steps into the box. And he swings at the first pitch, down the right field line. Burks back to the warning track, passes his glove. This will get Olerud home, Molitor around, he will score, and on his way to third is Ed Sprague, 2-0 Blue Jays. Olerud goes, the pitch is hit high and deep in the left center field. Johnson back to the wall, and it's gone! Paul Molitor, 2-run homer to give the Blue Jays a 7-3 lead.
And a 7-3 victory. Then in Game 2, with the Blue Jays leading 3-1, Stewart, who was 6-0 in his LCS career, faced a bases-loaded, nobody out, 6th-inning situation.
Dave Stewart is at the 100-pitch mark right now. Bases loaded, nobody out.
At that point, if I let them score as many runs as they could have possibly scored, which would have been 4, then we're out of the ball game.
Into short center field, Devon White is there, and the runners will hold.
I knew that was a key situation in clutch time in the ball game.
Popped it up. Sprague for out number 2.
I haven't been that excited in probably years. It was really an exciting moment for me. That's why I wound up running the ball to first base.
3-2, 2 out, runners go. Up the middle, and Stewart makes the play, and will make the play at first himself, and works his way out of the inning.
I got back to the bench, everybody was standing up, high-fiving, and Molly had said that, there were a couple guys that, if they weren't careful, would have bumped their heads on the top of the dugout. So, you know, it was a lift for the team.
But when the series moved to Toronto, Chicago rallied behind Wilson Alvarez to win Game 3. Then captured Game 4 with 4 RBIs and a home run from Lance Johnson. On to Game 5, and a pressure-packed performance from Juan Guzman.
Pitch on the way, and a swing and a miss on a high fastball to get him. Guzman winds, a pitch, a swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Toronto 4, Chicago 1. Jackson, the tying run with 2 out in the top of the 7th. Guzman wins another battle.
Toronto won 5-3 to go up 3-2 in the series. It was time once again for Stewart.
Dave Stewart getting his mind set for his half of the first inning.
With most ball clubs, you know, I'm not afraid of them, but I respect them. And the White Sox ball club is a club that I have a lot of respect for. I think I carried more respect for them than they did for me in that situation, based on comments by Bo Jackson saying that he had seen my mother in a restaurant and said that they were gonna beat the mess out of me. But you know, when things like that happen, there's only one thing that's left to do, is just go out and prove what you know how to do.
What Dave Stewart knows how to do is win in the postseason, and he laid the foundation for his 8th ALCS victory without a loss and his 2nd MVP award.
Ward comes set. The pitch, a swing and a fly ball to right field. This is going to do it. Joe Carter's under it. He's got it, and the Blue Jays are going back to the World Series. They defeat the Chicago White Sox in Game 6 of the 1993 American League Championship Series.
The 2-time defending National League champion Atlanta Braves stood in the way of Philadelphia's quest for its first pennant in 10 years. Here's Phillies pitcher Curt Schilling.
Going into the postseason, it was the best team in baseball against a team that backed into the series. We didn't have a chance to beat that club. If you asked anybody but the guys in our clubhouse, it was a no-win situation for us. And we looked at it as, hey, we got nothing to lose. We're going to go out and we're going to get dirty and we're going to get bloody, and we're going to play as hard as we can for 7 games.
Wind up by Schilling, the 2-2 pitch. Third called strike. Struck him out. 5 straight strikeouts to open the game for Curt Schilling.
I was in a situation I'd never been in before. I was nervous. I was anxious. I had to take a lot of deep breaths out there, but it was a situation that I dreamed all my life about, and I don't think I could have ever dreamed up a scenario like it turned out to be.
Schilling pitched 8 strong innings, struck out 10, and left with a 3-2 lead. On to the 9th, and on came Mitch Williams, the Philly closer, with 43 saves this year. In to play third base, defensive specialist Kim Batiste.
The 1-1 pitch. Swing, ground ball to third. It might be 2. Wide throw by Batiste to right field. It's safe all around. And the Braves have runners at first and third. Nobody out here in the 9th inning.
The Phils would lose their 1-run lead, but they didn't lose faith in Batiste.
I, as well as everybody else on that club, felt for Kim, because we know how important Kim was to this club and is to this club as a role player. I said at the beginning of the 10th inning that Kim was going to get the game-winning hit, and I didn't even know he was coming to the plate.
So here's Batiste with Crockett second base and 1 out in the 10th. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, a hard ground ball. Base hit! Base hit! Down the left field line! Crook scores! Phils win! 4-3 on the RBI hit by Kim Batiste! This place is going wild!
The quotes in the paper the next day from the Braves were that maybe we showed a little bit too much emotion in winning that ball game, but you know, I think along with everyone else that, hey, this is the postseason. You dream your whole life about getting to this point, and to win a ball game in that matter, you know, it was just such an up and down moment that you couldn't help but be, you know, exuberant for him and for the club.
But in the next 2 games, Fred McGriff and the Braves bashed the exuberance right out of the Phillies, who were outscored 23-7 and lost both games convincingly. Trailing now 2-1 with 2 more in the chop shop of Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, no one really gave the Phillies much of a chance.
You know, no one said it, no one wanted to come out publicly, but being down 3-1 to the Atlanta Braves is almost like eliminating yourself. Our backs were against the wall being down 2-1 in their place, a club that hadn't lost 2 straight games in almost 2 months. So we knew what was at stake, and I think Danny Jackson pitched the guttiest game I'd have ever seen.
Jackson left in the 8th with a 2-1 lead and a hallowed place in Phillies history. He turned the game over to the up-and-down defense and the likewise up-and-down Mitch Williams.
2 men on base and 2 outs. Phil's lead by a run. 1 ball and no strikes to Lemke. Hands are on their feet now. Here's the stretch and the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a well-hit ball to left field. Thompson back. Leaps up and makes a great catch.
In the 9th, the spotlight turned to the defense once again, as Mitch giveth, and then Mitch and Batiste taketh away.
And the pitch. Gets the bunt down. Mitch Williams has it. Throws to third. Great grab by Batiste. Nixon is the runner at second base. Blauser at first, and Ron Gant the batter. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ground ball to second. Might be a double play. Morandini tags the bag. Double play. This game is over.
On to Game 5, where the Phillies turned to their commander-in-chief, Curt Schilling. Once again, Schilling was masterful, and the Philadelphia defense kept turning up in the most unexpected places. Until, that is, they moved to the bottom of the 9th. For with the Phillies leading 3-0, Batiste once again entered the game, and with a runner on first, he promptly made another error. The call went out for Williams, but which Mitch would we see? 4 batters, a sacrifice fly, and 3 singles later, the game was tied at 3. Atlanta was going wild, and the winning run was 90 feet away with just 1 out, and contact hitter Mark Lemke at the plate.
I wasn't watching. I had my head down in the clubhouse, and I heard the fans scream, and then I heard a collective sigh.
Line down the left field line. Foul ball.
And I heard Sean McDonough say, "Oh, just foul." And I thought, oh, God, we were inches away from possibly losing that series.
But Williams struck out Lemke and managed to escape the 9th. Then, in the 10th, Lenny Dykstra.
3-2 pitch, swing and a well-hit ball to deep center field. Nixon back, it's out of here. Home run, Lenny Dykstra. And the Phils have taken a 4-3 lead here in the 10th.
It was a lead that 40-year-old Larry Anderson would preserve to send the series back to Philly, with the Phils holding an improbable 3-2 lead.
Being up 3-2 going into our place, facing the 2 best pitchers in baseball over the last couple of years, we by no means thought it was over, but we knew we could beat them. And we came to the park that day, and we had a feeling and an air in the clubhouse that something special was going to happen.
Phils are 1 out away from the National League pennant. Now the stretch. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, struck him out. Phillies are the '93 National League champions. This wacky, wonderful bunch of throwbacks has won the National League pennant and go on to the World Series.
Presenting the 1993 World Series between the Philadelphia Phillies and the Toronto Blue Jays. With an unmasked sense of goodwill, the 90th World Series got underway in Toronto. The ball was in Curt Schilling's hands for Game 1, and the MVP of the NLCS was hoping to continue his postseason success. For Toronto, 14-game winner Juan Guzman took a 40-11 lifetime record into Game 1. But he ran into some first-inning trouble courtesy of the Phillies' leadoff hitter and spark plug, Lenny Dykstra.
The center fielder, number 4, Lenny Dykstra.
All right, get a little single here. Come on, Lenny! Dykstra is ahead in the count, 3-1. Dykstra stole 37 bases during the regular season. He was only thrown out 12 times, and he's running with the pitch, which is a ball. Borders throw, gets by Alomar, and is backed up by Fernandez. So Lenny Dykstra has the first stolen base of the World Series, and he's in scoring position with nobody out in the first.
1 out later, Dykstra's hustle paid dividends, thanks to the opposite field stroke of John Kruk.
Line to left center and sinking fast. That falls in for a hit. Dykstra around to score, and the Phillies lead 1-0 on an opposite field single by John Kruk.
Guzman's shaky start continued when he walked Dave Hollins to put runners on first and second. Next up, Darren Dalton.
Go, Bubba! Let's go, Bubba! Come on, Darren!
The 1-2 pitch. Lined into right for a hit. Carter kicked the ball in right. Kruk will be waved around by Bullock, and the Phillies lead 2-0.
A 2-0 Philadelphia lead for Schilling, one which lasted until the bottom of the second. For the Blue Jays had the top 3 hitters in the American League this year, not to mention Joe Carter, and they have a tendency to make some noise.
Up the middle, a base hit. That's the first Toronto hit.
Yeah!
Now John Olerud in on the hands, but a base hit. Soft line single in the left. Now Paul Molitor. Pitch in the dirt. It got through Dalton, and the runners will move up.
Second and third! Second and third!
And now the tying run is at second base for Toronto in the second. Well hit on the ground, backhanded by Duncan. And safe at first is Molitor. Carter scores the first Toronto run.
The Blue Jays would score once more on a fielder's choice to tie the game at 2. Each team added a run to make it 3-3. Then in the 5th, Roberto Alomar showed why he's being mentioned as a future Hall of Famer.
And that's a lob down the right field line, and a great catch by Alomar. The Gold Glover with a diving grab of the soft line drive over the head of Olerud. He was almost on the right field line when he made the catch.
That ball was real far away from me. And when I saw the ball, I thought I had no chance to catch it. But when I started running behind the ball, and I started kind of getting closer and closer, and I told myself, I have a chance. So I dove, and I caught the ball, and I say, wow, this is incredible play.
And a crucial one, as Mariano Duncan followed with a triple off the left field wall, then scored on a wild pitch to put the Phillies up 4-3. The slim Philadelphia margin would be challenged once again in the bottom of the 5th. Devon White had hit 15 home runs this year, but rarely did he ever stop to watch them leave the field.
A bullet to right. Into the second deck and right for Devon White. A mammoth home run to tie the game at 4.
You don't hit too many of those, and when you do, sometimes you like to admire it, and I guess a little Ricky Henderson rubbed off on me, you know, seeing Fred McGriffin, those guys finishing high, and I didn't show any emotion or anything, but inside it was, you know, a thrill.
As Devo whipped the crowd into a frenzy, Schilling quietly reflected on the pitch. With the score now tied at 4, Al Leiter made his first World Series appearance in the top of the 6th. The Phillies promptly threatened, and the Blue Jays had to call upon their blue ribbon defense.
Runners at first and second with 2 down. 4-4 the score in the 6th inning. Here's Duncan. Leiter has given up 2 hits and a walk in the inning. Duncan up the middle. Alomar, great play to keep it in the infield. He lost the handle, but Stalker was diving back into third head first.
I knew I had a shot to knock the ball down. I don't know if I could have got the ball and throw the guy out, but I knew I kind of have a chance to knock the ball down and stop the guy on third base. And I'm glad that I did, because it stopped them from scoring a run, and it stopped them for getting a big rally in that inning.
With the bases now loaded and 2 men out, Leiter faced the turning point of the game. His mission? Neutralize John Kruk.
Put him down, Al! Put him down!
3-2 pitch and the bases loaded, 2 outs. All the runners will be off with the Leiter delivery. The runners go, and Kruk strikes out.
On to the bottom of the sixth, where the American League's leading hitter came up with 1 out, and John Olerud showed that for all his consistency, he could also go deep.
He hits that one down the right field line and deep, hooking toward the pole. Home run! John Olerud gives the Blue Jays their first lead of the night. It's 5-4 Toronto.
The final score was 8-5 as the Blue Jays took the all-important 1-game lead. And for Al Leiter, what better way to remember this momentous game than backstage with his camera?
Al's first World Series win.
Mom.
Cheers, Al.
Cheers.
Just absolutely, this is it.
Oh, that's the game ball.
That's the game ball. The ball that struck out Kruk. Yes.
Crook.
You know Kruk? John Kruk?
Game one, World Series, got the win. Beautiful.
With 1 game in the bag, the focus shifted to Game 2, where Dave Stewart took the mound for the Blue Jays. For the Phillies, it was Terry Mulholland, the '93 All-Star Game starter, who was getting plenty of support from his #1 fan, his father, Terry Mulholland Sr.
No, my son's pitching for the Phillies.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right now?
Terry Mulholland. Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
I knew there was something.
With the first pitch, it was hard to tell who was more nervous, father or son.
Mulholland's first pitch skipped by Darren Dalton.
How nervous do you think he is? Huh?
It's safe to say that everyone's nerves got a little worse when Henderson walked to open the first. But Phillies catcher Darren Dalton calmed his teammates down with a gun.
He is running. The pitch is strike. The throw, a good one. And Henderson is out.
All right. All right.
Terry had managed to escape the first inning unscathed. And in the stands, the countdown was on.
24 more outs.
In the top of the third, Stewart ran into trouble. The Phillies had runners on first and second with nobody out, and John Kruk was looking to do some damage.
Come on, Crooker! Little bingo, baby!
That's sinking fast in right center, and it falls for a hit. Dykstra round to score the first run of the ball game. The Phillies lead 1-0.
For Toronto fans, a momentary setback, but the worst was still to come, beginning with Hollins.
Hollins to shallow center. Fernandez can't get it. And Duncan is in with the second Philadelphia run.
The Phils had taken a 2-0 lead for the second time in the series. And after Stewart retired Dalton, Jim Eisenreich stepped into the picture with a plan to make it more.
There was definitely a plan, and my plan was to not do what I'd been doing the last 2 months of the season, and that's not get the guy in from third with less than 2 outs. And so I was going to try to wait for a good pitch, and well, he got me 0-2 right away. I thought, well, just get it to the outfield, you know. Look for his forkball. That's what he's always thrown me in the past. Try to strike me out with it. He ended up throwing a fastball a little high and in, and I don't know how I turned on it, but I did.
Fly ball to right, well hit. Carter sprinting back. It's over his head and over the fence. A 3-run homer for Jim Eisenreich.
I clapped my hands coming around second, and I thought, geez, thanks. You know, that's the greatest thrill I've ever had, and that put us up 5-0. So that was a big plus for our game.
It wasn't until the bottom of the fourth that the Blue Jays staged a rally, with Molitor the catalyst. Next up, Joe Carter, in a long ball state of mind.
Carter, a high fly to left. Incaviglia at the wall. And he can't get it. A towering 2-run homer for Joe Carter that scraped the backside of the left field fence. And the Blue Jays are right back in it. It's 5-2.
1 out later, Roberto Alomar looked to close the gap even more with a drive to deep left center.
That's well hit to center. Dykstra on the run, still going. And he makes a terrific leaping catch.
Never a dime. Never a dime. Good play, Lenny.
The game moved into the 7th, with the Phils now leading 5-3. Up came Dykstra, whose knack for postseason success was becoming legendary. And against left-hander Tony Castillo, Lenny added just a bit more lore to his legend.
Dykstra. Home run into the Philadelphia bullpen.
Dykstra's 7th career postseason home run put the Phillies up now 6-3. But these Blue Jays weren't about to roost for the night. And in the bottom of the 8th, Paul Molitor once again struck the match.
Well hit, fair ball down the left field line. And Paul Molitor has a leadoff double.
Fregosi called on the wild thing, Mitch Williams, for his first appearance in a World Series. And even with a 3-run lead, the unpredictability of Williams had the Phillies fans chomping at the bit, not to mention their nails. And for good reason, for with 1 out and a 1-1 count on Olerud, Molitor took off.
They let Molitor go to third without paying any attention to him.
It was tough to watch or listen to, as Molitor would score on a sacrifice fly to cut the Phillies' lead to 6-4.
You gotta expect at least one more guy to grab those. Come on, Mitch.
That one more guy was Alomar, who had walked on a 3-2 pitch. Then with 2 strikes on Tony Fernandez, Alomar got a jump.
But he's running again. And no throw. Well, that's the second uncontested stolen base in the inning.
Usually with base runners, when they steal second, if they do it easily, they feel like they can get to third just as easily. And I just thought he might be running.
And now Williams steps off, and Alomar is out trying to steal third.
And that's a terrible play right there. Terrible.
It's a baseball axiom as old as the World Series. You simply don't get thrown out at third to end the inning. And no one felt worse than Alomar. On to the 9th inning, with the Phillies still leading 6-4. But Williams once again created trouble.
And ball 4 high. Williams walks the leadoff man on 4 pitches. He has faced 3 hitters in this outing and has walked 2 of them. And that brings the tying run to the plate for Toronto.
Representing the tying run, third baseman Ed Sprague, who in Game 2 of the '92 World Series had hit the game-winning home run.
A payoff pitch down to third. Batiste to second for 1. Back to first, not in time. And Kim Batiste came very close to another postseason error.
It was, of course, too much to take. But with 1 out now and a runner on first, Williams opened the eyes and ears of Philadelphia fans everywhere against Blue Jays catcher Pat Borders.
A double play ball. Duncan turns it. And the World Series is even at 1 win apiece. Mitch Williams picks up the save with the usual flair for the dramatic in the 9th.
For the victorious Phillies, post-game congratulations were in order for the father of the winning pitcher. And as if the win wasn't enough, there was also a gift from Terry for his dad.
I had the lineup card. I said, "Here, this is yours." I said, "This is yours to take home." That's his reminder of what it was like that night in Toronto.
Hi, babe.
Today is the 19th. This is the opening night at Veterans Stadium for Game 3. The games are tied up 1-1.
We're in Philadelphia.
And we're in the Philadelphia Marriott. This room, it's kind of small, but I'm kind of happy with it. We have a nice view. That's the Schuylkill River.
Philadelphia is the home of Tasty Cakes.
Home of Tasty Cakes. We got nice
Pretzels.
Couple of pretzels. Tasty Cakes.
And the city of brotherly love, they claim.
Yeah, but that's where Rocky runs up and down, right? Isn't that the museum?
Going straight ahead is the building.
Yo, that's the Rocky building right there.
What is that?
But the most popular landmark in Philadelphia this day was Veterans Stadium. And at the Vet, the talk of the town was Cito Gaston's decision to bench John Olerud, the American League's leading hitter, in favor of Molitor. It was Danny Jackson's first time back on the mound at Veterans Stadium since a late-night pennant celebration left him and the city pumped up.
Pump me up, Danny! Pump me up!
But the only thing pumping in the first inning were the Blue Jays' legs, as Ricky Henderson led off with a single, and Devon White followed with a walk. The fear of every Phillies fan was realized soon enough, as Molitor silenced any and all critics of Cito's decision to sit Olerud right off the bat.
Sinking fast in right center and in for a hit, and on the wet turf it scoots past Eisenreich to the wall. Henderson is in, Devon White is in, and Molitor has a triple.
Molitor helped Toronto take a 3-0 jump on the Phillies, the perfect formula for 19-game winner Pat Hentgen. But Hentgen ran into some first-inning trouble of his own as he faced Mariano Duncan after striking Dykstra out.
Base hit. That's what the Phillies want to do, get the crowd back into the game.
And Kruk put the spotlight back on Molitor at first.
Base hit past Molitor. Duncan on his way to third. Carter overran the ball, and Kruk moves into second.
It was second and third and one out, and I really needed a strikeout there because a sac fly or ground ball's going to, score a run. And, we got a 3-run lead, and I go out and get myself in a jam right in the bottom of the first. Worst thing you can do. But fortunately, I got 2 strikes on him right away, and then I made a good quality pitch up and in with a fastball, and he swung through it.
The 1-2 to Holland. Strike 3. He tied him up with the high inside fastball for the second out of the inning. Both have come via the strikeout.
The base hit scores 2 runs.
We drove in 105 runs during the regular season.
And I told myself with an open base, I'm going to throw a high fastball, and if he takes it, I'm going to walk him and go up to the next guy.
And many of the fans on their feet. The payoff pitch. He struck him out.
Oh, come on.
Having squandered a golden opportunity to score, the Phillies spent the rest of the night watching Molitor add to his Hall of Fame credentials.
That's well hit to left. Incaviglia watches it go. Home run, Paul Molitor. So playing first base agrees with Molitor. A 2-run triple in the first.
Molitor's heroics and Olerud's gracious understanding were the subplot to Toronto's 10-3 win. But with a 2-1 lead, Toronto also diffused any controversy over who's on first.
I just put my arm around John and said, hey, for whatever reason, we're in this situation, this predicament, and thankfully Plan A has worked. I said, your turn tomorrow. Let's make Plan B be just as successful.
Plan B had Molitor at third base for Game 4, with Olerud back in the lineup at first. But for Phillies starting pitcher Tommy Green, it didn't much matter who was playing, for it was obvious that things were not going to go his way.
He walks Molitor on 4 pitches, and the Blue Jays lead 1-0. Well hit, base hit. White is in. Carter will score. And the Blue Jays, for the second straight night, have taken a 3-0 lead in the first. A 2-run single by Tony Fernandez.
But a funny thing happened to the Phillies in the bottom of the first. They patiently waited out 4 walks against Toronto starter Todd Stottlemyre. That made it 3-1. And with the bases loaded and 2 men out, it brought Milt Thompson to the plate.
2-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded. 3-1 Toronto in the first. In the air to center, Devon White racing back at the wall, can't get it. Hollins has scored, Dalton is in, here comes Eisenreich. Thompson is at third and the Phillies lead.
The Phillies had answered, and the back-to-back salvos were indeed a harbinger of things to come. Still, any momentum Philadelphia might have gathered disappeared in the top of the second, when Tommy Green somehow walked Stottlemyre, who was making his first major league at-bat. The base paths were virgin territory for Stottlemyre, something that became painfully evident 2 outs later.
Chopped up the middle, base hit. Stottlemyre around second, and he'll try for third after hesitating. Stalker's relay, out at third.
This is the most aggressive base running by an inexperienced base runner that you will ever see. The tag is hard, but it appeared that he scraped his chin going over the bag.
As I was approaching second base, I was slowing down and on my way to stop at second base, but I looked out to center field and seen Lenny, and I thought he was breaking it down, didn't expect me to go, and next thing I know, I'm taking off, and my jacket ballooned up full of air, and I looked over my shoulder to see if he was throwing through or hitting the cutoff man, and when I seen him hit the cutoff man, I knew I was in trouble. So from there and into the slide, and everything went black, and I don't have any idea what happened after that. All I remember was Cito saying that, "Get lighter up," and I remember shaking my head saying, "No, I ain't coming out of the game."
Well, maybe he should have, as Todd, with a new look, returned the favor to Tommy Green. And although he did his best to keep his chin up, maybe Stottlemyre still wasn't all there. Lenny Dykstra, on the other hand, was.
Well hit down the right field line toward the pole. It is a home run. And in the case of the Phillies and his chin, Todd Stottlemyre can't do anything to stop the bleeding. 6-3 Philadelphia.
And belatedly, the bullpen is up. It looks like Al Leiter throwing down there, but in my opinion, it's too late.
We're not as deep in the bullpen as people think. I mean, we pretty much went with 12 pitchers all year, and now we're going with 10. So we are not that deep since Danny Cox pitched the night before, and I didn't want Al Leiter to pitch too long. So, we just had to suck it up and go back out there. I'm pretty sure that Jim Fagosi left Green in a little bit longer than he'd like to.
That was also true, as Green gave up 2 more runs in the third to make it a 6-5 Phillies lead. Fagosi summoned Roger Mason, who worked a bases-loaded 2-out dilemma against Devon White.
Base hit. Butler will have a chance to score the go-ahead run, and he will as the throw goes to second. A 2-run single for Devon White, and the Blue Jays reclaim the lead at 7-6.
It was now quite clear that no lead was safe as the two teams battled back and forth. The operative word here is battle, for that's precisely what this had become. On to the 5th, tied at 7.
A bunt and a good one. Molitor not in time.
Phillies catcher Darren Dalton.
Well hit down the right field line. Carter drifting toward the pole. Home run. A 2-run homer. The Phillies are back on top 9-7. And Eisenreich bunts the other way. A good bunt. Alomar can't make the play. Down the left field line. Milt Thompson has a hit. Eisenreich streaking toward third as Henderson plays it. He's waved around. Eisenreich will score. And the Phillies lead 10-7, a double for Milt Thompson. was a drizzle all night is now a very steady and significant rainfall. He's been on base all 3 times tonight and has scored 3 times. He walked, stole second, and scored in the first, and a 2-run homer in the second. Just missed a home run with a double off the wall and right in the fourth and scored again. And he hits one deep to right. Forget about it. Way out of here. What a night for Lenny Dykstra. His second home run. He's driven in 4. He scored 4 times. And the Phillies lead 12-7.
Each team struck again, and with the score 13-9 in the 7th, Gaston made a most unusual move to open the inning.
And how about this? Tony Castillo is batting for himself.
Cito Gaston, all of a sudden his emphasis has shifted over to getting someone out, figuring that if you can't get him out, it doesn't matter how many runs that are scored.
I think when Tony Castillo batted for himself there in the top of the 7th, and he was going to stay in the game, I think it was a situation where Cito wanted to save the bullpen. We thought that, we'll look more towards tomorrow.
And tomorrow was inching ever closer, as the Phillies and their fans could sense that this was their game. This was their night. On to the 8th, and Toronto was in dire straits. Larry Anderson, in his 2nd inning of work, got 1 out, then relinquished a walk to Olerud, following a single to Carter. The Blue Jays had life, and Paul Molitor.
And the Blue Jays are in double figures. It's 14-10.
Number 99, Lynch Williams.
Base hit. Mitch Williams' fiancee Irene. Three balls and 1 strike. Payoff pitch way outside, and the tying run is at first for Toronto. The go-ahead run will come to the plate, and Ed Sprague is going to bat for the pitcher. 0-2, strike 3.
A classic moment for Ricky Henderson. 14-11, bases loaded, 2 men out.
The 1-1. Line to center. Dykstra can't get it. 2-run score. And the Blue Jays are within a run. It's 14-13. Ricky Henderson has silenced his critics in the last 2 games. Those are his first 2 runs batted in this World Series.
The Blue Jays were on the verge of erasing their second 5-run deficit of the night. Now Devon White looked to finish off the miracle comeback. And in the shell-shocked Philadelphia stands, one last hope that Williams would prevail.
Little looper, long run for Dykstra in right center, can't get it. Borders around with the tying run. Henderson to the plate with the go-ahead run. 15-14 Toronto.
It took so long for that ball to come down. And as soon as the ball hit the turf and bounced past him, we knew we were ahead because Ricky was on first base. And when that happened, you're talking about emotions. You cannot describe what was going on in that dugout. We say, hey, we've got a chance to win this ball game.
A really good chance in the ninth, with Dwayne Ward on the mound, a closer who throws strikes, seeking to end a truly amazing game.
High fly to center. It'll stay in the park. Devon White makes the catch. And the Toronto Blue Jays have won the highest scoring game in postseason history.
An improbable comeback that gave Toronto the chance to win it all in Philly the next night. But first, a moment to put a remarkable World Series game in perspective.
Dave, have you ever seen anything as ugly as this?
It's ugly. It's a beautiful thing to me, man. Shit, we came back, won that game 15-14. That's a beautiful ball game, man. Maybe not a well-pitched game, but a beautiful game.
Is it possible, Mitch, that all this stuff about hiding behind towels and watching you through
Nothing is affecting me on the mound. That's all you people. It has nothing to do with the way I approach the game or the way I'm going to pitch. I don't care what anybody else does when I'm on the field. I go out there, I have a job to do, I try and do my job. If I don't do it, I'll come back tomorrow. But don't start trying to make excuses for me because I'm not looking for any.
As Philadelphia drowned its sorrows with painful recollections of what might have been, everyone was searching for answers to the longest and maybe the wackiest World Series game ever played.
It just wasn't a pretty game. I mean, not the way you picture a World Series to go. You know, you always dream of playing in a World Series, but then a game like that makes you wonder why.
The Phillies now trailed the series 3-1, and their last hope rested with the superhuman arm of Curt Schilling. But the team, its fans, and everyone else had to wonder just how long Schilling could go.
How do you plan to use Curt Schilling tonight? Are you going to let him go till his arm falls off?
Most likely.
But not only was Schilling being asked to risk life and limb, he also had to win. And catcher Darren Daulton did his best to keep his pitcher loose.
The more that I took the pressure off of Curt, you know, even before the game, you know, I came in and told a couple of our players today, you know, let's start riding Schill now, you know, just to let him know that the world's, all the weight of the world's not on his shoulders, even though it is.
Schilling's mission was to make like a Philadelphia pitcher of old. And with an early 2-0 lead, he did just that.
Alomar runs on a 3-2 pitch. It's strike 3 and a double play.
But Pat Borders singled to open the 8th, and Willie Cañate came on to pinch run. Fragosi's prophecy was coming true. He was sticking with Schilling till that arm did fall off, or at the very least, till he saw what happened against pinch hitter Rob Butler.
There's a base hit. Cañate streaking toward third, and he'll get there as the throw is cut off. And the Toronto Blue Jays have the tying run at first base with nobody out in the 8th inning. And now Ricky Henderson.
I think what Jim Fregosi is saying, that unless the Blue Jays take the lead, Curt, it's up to you. It's all yours.
Off the glove of Schilling. He'll try the plate. Cañate in the rundown. Daulton. Now Hollins applies the tag. Cañate is out, and Butler did not move to third. So it's first and second for Toronto, and now one out in the 8th inning.
Schilling then struck out White for the second out of the inning. He was 1 out away from completing his most courageous inning all year, but he still had to face the amazing Alomar.
2 outs, the situation still presents itself that if a hit is a run. I didn't have a lot left, but the crowd was on its feet, and it gave me, I think, the extra energy I needed to get through that at bat.
The next pitch will be the 30th of the 8th inning for Schilling. On the ground to second. Duncan throws him out. The Blue Jays leave 2 men on. They've stranded 6. We go to the bottom of the 8th. 2-0 Philadelphia.
Now there was no question. This was Schilling's game as the curtain opened on the 9th inning.
All I could think about was Carter, Olerud, Molitor. Those were the 3 guys I was going to have to get out, not having my best stuff. I knew that I was going to have to pitch the 9th inning, and when I went out there and the bullpen wasn't up, I knew it was my game to win or lose.
Still throwing in the 90s, Schilling was superb. With a pop-up and a ground out, Carter and Olerud fell by the wayside. The Blue Jays' last gasp was Molitor.
Line to center. Dykstra is there, and the Phillies win. A brilliant 5-hit shutout for Curt Schilling.
The memories of 32 hits and 29 runs were gone in an instant. This was a World Series game, and now the series was going back to Toronto, thanks to Schilling. Back to Skydome, where Toronto sought to clinch, for the first time, a World Series on Canadian soil.
It's going to be Dave Stewart tonight up against Terry Mulholland.
Blue Jays fans were mad about their team and had no beef whatsoever about winning it at home. And in Dave Stewart, they had just the man to pull it off. The Phillies countered with Mulholland, still struggling somewhat following a late season injury. And with 1 out in the first, Terry walked Devon White, a move that begged for trouble, with Molitor thinking just right.
Mulholland basically the first game pitched me almost every pitch he threw me was away. And I knew that with the runner on first, I had a big hole to shoot for on the right side. Thankfully, I got a little bit more than that.
Molitor to right center, well hit. Eisenreich on the run, looking up, it's off the wall and a hop. White speeding toward third. He'll come around to score. Molitor into third with a triple. And the Blue Jays lead 1-0.
It was a good way to start because we're coming off of a shutout. We want to put some runs on the board early for Stu to work with, and sure enough, Joe comes with a sac fly. We get the double from Olerud and a single from Alomar. Right back to another 3-run first inning, something we did a few times in the series.
A few too many times, if the Phillies had a say. But the 3-run first inning had electrified the Skydome crowd, and they had their 14-carat pitcher on the mound, who, by the way, was shutting the Phillies down. Stewart held a 4-1 lead into the bottom of the 5th, and as the Blue Jays came to bat, a prophetic chant arose from the fans for their designated hero.
Designated hitter number 19, Paul. Okay, Paul! MVP! MVP! MVP!
Molitor reducing the likelihood of a Game 7 somewhat with a tremendous blast into the second deck and left. They were chanting MVP very faintly in some sections of Skydome when he stepped in. That's a chant that might pick up some steam as Molitor takes his place in the dugout after his second home run of the World Series.
Mulholland was gone. 5 innings, 5 runs, and the Phillies' hopes were growing increasingly dim. Then in the 7th, Stewart faced the bottom of the Philadelphia order, and in one of the series' great at-bats, rookie Kevin Stocker took Stewart to the limit.
Stocker battling Stewart. Another 3-2 pitch is ball 4. Stocker was up there for 10 pitches. Stewart has now thrown 109, and the batter is Mickey Morandini. Line drive, base hit. Over the glove of Fernandez, cut off by Henderson. Stocker continues to third, and here come the Phillies. First and third, and nobody out.
He's got this uncanny ability to get himself out of jams.
it's uh-oh time for Blue Jays and their fans.
Uh-oh is right. For Dykstra had shown an equally uncanny ability to come up with a postseason home run, seemingly at will. And if ever there was a time to lift his team off the ground, it was now.
Well hit to right, way back, and that one is way out of here. Second deck home run for Lenny Dykstra. And all of a sudden, it's a one-run game, 5-4.
Dykstra's fourth home run of the series sent the spirits of Skydome plummeting to earth. What's more, it knocked Stewart from the game in favor of Danny Cox. But the Phillies were not done.
Duncan sinking past in center. The tying run is on for Philadelphia. Now the 2-2 with Duncan running his ball 3. The throw. Safe. Tying run at second. Full count on Holland. The payoff pitch. Up the middle, a base hit. Duncan waved around and he will score.
5-1 and now we're 5-all.
Surprises me. You have two left-handed batters following Dalton. If you're not going to use Leiter now, why is he throwing?
I guess you're just playing a hunch. Cox, he's familiar with those guys, and the last time he faced him, if I'm not mistaken, he struck out 3 of them. I just wanted to go with Cox and see what happened. It didn't work out.
Oh, he walked him. I don't believe it.
That puts the go-ahead run in scoring position. High chopper could be a big problem. It will be. Everybody's safe. Bases full of Phillies with 1 out.
The Blue Jays fans had seen enough, and so had Cito, who called on the left-hander Al Leiter to pitch to Thompson. But Fregosi had a move of his own and countered with Big Pete Incaviglia.
Leiter pitching on his 28th birthday. And Incaviglia drives one to center. Deep enough to bring the go-ahead run in for Philadelphia. Hollins comes to the plate to make it 6-5 Phillies.
On to the 8th, which proved equally intense for the Phillies. Anderson came in with 1 man on and loaded the bases with 2 men out. Now all he had to deal with was last year's series MVP, Pat Borders.
The 1-2 to Borders is a pop-up. Mickey Morandini wants it. And he makes the catch.
The unflagging spirit of Toronto fans was beginning to wane. But there was a bright spot to the 8th.
Well, at least we got top of the order up next inning.
The mini rally we had in the 8th inning was very good because it got us back to the top of the lineup. Had we not had that rally, then we probably would have been starting off with the number 7 hitter instead of starting off with the number 1 hitter.
Maybe not the best number 1 hitter in this series, but certainly the best of all time. And just as the Blue Jays went with their best, so did the Phillies counter with theirs.
We knew that something, I don't know what it was going to happen. And when you know it, the very first pitch, he winds up, he's not looking, and the umpire calls timeout. The catcher runs one way, Ricky runs the other way, the umpire's running this way, and Mitch is ready to throw the ball home. And we said, hey, something's going to happen. We're going to come back and win this ball game.
Ball 4. Williams walks Henderson on 4 pitches to open the 9th.
Oh, come on, Mitch! Come on, Mitch! Come on, do it!
The 3-2 pitch. In the air, left center field. Incaviglia makes the running catch.
That's one for us. That's one for us. There you go. Let's go. Come on, this is a big out, Mitch. Come on.
The biggest thing I was fighting was a natural thought process of hitting a 2-run home run. As in the schoolyards, when you're playing, you think about the home run that would win a World Series. And I knew if I hit a home run, we'd win the World Series. But that's not percentages. And so my biggest thing going up in that bat was don't look for that one pitch to hit out of the park. Look for a pitch to hit hard to keep the inning going.
Line into center, falling fast to hit. third of the night for Molitor. Henderson stops at second. So the tying run is at second. The run that would win the World Series is at first, and Joe Carter is the batter.
Oh, I got a headache.
When I came to the ballpark, I told the guys, I told Ricky and I told Stu and Darnell Coles and half the team, I said, I've got my saddle on. I said, hop on. I felt this is going to be the time.
Carter is 0 for his last 7. And he swung at ball 3. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
From my angle at first base, I could see that Dalton was only given one sign, which is kind of rare with a runner on second. I saw the changeup in the previous pitch, and Joe was out in front, and he swung at it. It was down from him. And then I saw that he was going to get a slider. And, I said, if he makes a mistake on this, Joe's got a chance to hit this ball good.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back and gone! Joe Carter with a 3-run homer. The winners and still world champions, the Toronto Blue Jays.
I saw Dave Henderson hit his home run against the Angels. Kirby Puckett hit his home run against the Braves. And to see how their reactions are, going to first base and everything, pumping fists in the air, that's what you live for in baseball. And I got that chance to kind of do one better. I mean, it was total, pure joy.
This is the moment. This is the day. This is the moment when I know I'm on my way. Every endeavor I have made ever is coming into play. It's here and now, today. This is the moment. This is the hour when I can open up tomorrow like a flower and put my hand to everything I plan to fulfill my grand design, see all my stars align. This is the moment, my final test. Destiny beckon, I never reckon second best. I won't look down, I must not fall. This is the moment, the sweetest moment of them all. This is the moment, damn all the odds. This day or never, I'll sit forever with the gods. When I look back, I will recall, moment for moment, this was the moment, the greatest moment of them
Here's a pitch on the way, a swing and a belt, left field, way back, Blue Jays win it! The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
The 2-2 pitch. Line drive to deep left. This ball is out of here. 3-run home run, Joe Carter. And the Toronto Blue Jays are the world champions of baseball for the 2nd straight year. A 3-run home run in the bottom of the 9th by Joe Carter, who's being mobbed at home plate.
Now the 2-2. Well hit down the left field line. Way back and gone! Joe Carter with a 3-run homer. The winners and still world champions, the Toronto Blue Jays.
Vic Eckert.
Professional golf is graced with a history of very special, charged moments of drama. And we've each witnessed at least one that had us surging with emotion, leaping from our seats. A player swings, guided by a fierce clarity under pressure. And it happens. A shot beyond expectation. A 1 in a million shot.
Hi, I'm Steve Melnick, and I'm pleased to be your host for this exciting survey of some of the finest shots in golf. Our goal was to gather the best of these shots for you. Our criterion was simple. We wanted the best, so we selected shots that turned the tide in competition, established a new record, marked the end of one era, the start of another. To further narrow the choices, we've chosen one shot for each club, generally from the 4 majors, with a few added surprises. So here they are, beginning with the driver, those 1 in a million shots. For our driver shot, we go to the U.S. Open at the Cherry Hills Golf Course in Denver. The year is 1960 when three men from three different eras in golf are matched. Ben Hogan, whose era is ending. Arnold Palmer, whose era it is. And a 20-year-old Jack Nicklaus, who is about to burst onto the scene. The final round begins that Sunday in June with Mike Suchak 2 strokes up on his nearest competitors, Boris, Finsterwall, and Barber. Hogan and Nicklaus are tied for third, 3 strokes off the pace, while Palmer is in 15th place, 7 strokes back. That day at lunch, Palmer tells a golf writer friend that with a 65, he could win. The writer tells him to forget it. You're out of it. The hell I am, Palmer replies. It's his tenacious competitor's instinct that makes this Arnold Palmer's day. And it's his drive on the first hole of the final round which takes his place as a 1 in a million shot. A drive so long, so accurate, so unexpected that no camera sees it land. The ball soars across the 346-yard par 4 and comes to rest an amazing 20 feet from the hole and a 2-putt for a birdie. This drive begins a patented Palmer charge from 7 strokes back to do what at least one golf writer said was impossible, to win. On the final hole, he makes his par, his 65, and a winning 280. His whole body expresses his joy at winning. On that day, he went from great player to legend when his crushing drive on the first hole of the final round began his fiery path to one of the most amazing finishes in any golf tournament ever. Of all the courses I can think of as a setting for a dramatic tournament, Pebble Beach stands out. Not only visually stunning, it is a challenging and dangerous course. And what better setting could there be for a 1 in a million shot? At the 1972 U.S. Open, the spectators are packing Pebble Beach in anticipation of an exciting competition. Jack Nicklaus, already a legend at 32, is at the center of this story, a slimmed and long-haired golden bear at the height of his prowess. With the 1972 Masters under his belt, people are saying, and he is thinking, Grand Slam. Nicklaus, at even par after 3 rounds, holds a slim 1-stroke lead over defending champion Lee Trevino and Bruce Crampton, who are tied at 217. Palmer is just 2 strokes back at 218. And for the final round, on top of fast greens, rugged terrain, heavy rough, and everything else that makes Pebble Beach so dangerous, on this day, the winds are blowing gale force off the Pacific. In these conditions, only Nicklaus holds his own. By the time he reaches the 17th, he leads by 3. The 17th is justly famous, an appropriate hole for a 1 in a million shot, a killer par 3 of 218 yards. With the ocean threatening on the left and beyond, the kidney-shaped green, bunkers everywhere, and today the wind rips across the fairway. Almost in defiance of the wind, he takes his 1-iron, and when a par would do, he goes right for the flagstick. It cuts through the wind, actually hits the flagstick, and stops within inches of the hole. It makes for an outstanding birdie to win his 13th major championship. From the tee, we move into the fairway and back in time to the second Masters for perhaps the most famous fairway wood shot of all, Gene Sarazen's 4-wood on a cold day in April in 1935. No photo or film exists of this unbelievable shot. In fact, Sarazen was considered out of the running. Well into the fourth round, Craig Wood is the clear leader, playing several holes ahead of Sarazen and his partner Hagen. Sarazen is playing well, but by the 15th hole, he needs to play the final 4 holes in 3 under par just to tie the leader, Craig Wood. And Wood is already feeling like a winner. The 15th is 485 yards long, a par 5 hole. The fairway slopes downhill from the landing area with the green 30 feet below the tee level. The green is 15 feet above the water, helping make the second shot a precarious one. Sarazen has hit his tee shot 250 yards straight down the middle of the fairway. Sarazen selects his 4-wood in steps into golf history. His shot from 230 yards lands on the apron and rolls right into the cup for a double eagle, pulling him even with Wood through this one stroke. Sarazen was later to say, at most, the shot had 24 witnesses. In fact, the green was so far away that only the shouts of the small group of spectators let Sarazen know something sensational had happened. He pars out to tie Wood, who is so shaken, one writer describes him as looking like a man who had won the sweepstakes, then lost the ticket on the way to the window. Sarazen clinches his win in the playoff.
Well, I'm just delighted to come back here after 50 years. I don't recognize many of my old colleagues. They're up there on the first tee waiting for me, Hagen, Jones, and Armour. They're saying, hurry up, Sarazen, hurry up. But you got a long wait.
A full 38 years later, Sarazen, age 71, is at Troon Golf Course in Scotland in the 1973 British Open. It's exactly 50 years after he failed to qualify for the 1923 Open. Sarazen, in his trademark knickers, stands on the 8th tee in the 3rd round. The 126-yard par 3 is called the postage stamp because of its tiny green surrounded by deep bunkers, a hole so treacherous that Arnold Palmer made a quadruple bogey 7 in the 2nd round. Sarazen selects a 5-iron, and with an old master he's still very much alive, he plays for the green. And aces the hole. What else is there to say? It's not only a great display of golfing ability across a lifetime, it's a moment filled with emotion for Sarazen and all who watched this 1 in a million shot. The emotional charge I feel in watching the greatest golf shots comes not only because of the skill in the shot itself, but because of the context. What I know about the golfer, about who he is against, where he is in the game, and where he needs to be on the next shot. Take the 1975 British Open, when a young Tom Watson broke through for his first British Open win with a truly great 2-iron shot onto the 18th green of the playoff for a clinching birdie. That shot could well be called a 1 in a million shot. Except 8 years later, at Royal Birkdale in England, Watson hits a shot he is to call the best 2-iron of my life to win his 5th British Open. Watson arrives at the 18th with a 1-stroke lead, needing a par to win. Watson's drive flies out 260 yards to split the fairway, but 213 yards remain. The 18th at Birkdale is known for allowing little margin for error. It's a tough 473-yard par 4, the huge stretch of its fairway peppered with menacing bunkers, the green encircled with them. He selects his 2-iron. The ball flies to the green, true to the hole, and stops within 15 feet of the flagstick. A masterful shot that reflects his steely self-discipline as much as his skill.
His two-putt for the finish safely captures for an ecstatic Watson his 5th British Open title, and he does it with the 3rd lowest total ever, a 9-under par score of 275. It's an odd Masters right from the start in 1968. Palmer misses a cut, and Nicklaus can't seem to put it together, and Player loses his lead entirely in the 4th round. During this 4th round, the Argentinian Roberto DiVincenzo roars to the lead with an eagle and several birdies, but Bob Goalby stays right behind. Goalby, an ex-football player from the University of Illinois and Rookie of the Year 10 years back, is playing the best golf of his career, a full 10 under par as he begins the 15th hole. While up ahead, starting at 17, DiVincenzo is an amazing 11 under par. It is on the 15th hole that Goalby's most decisive shot is played, the same 15th where Sarrazin had double-eagled. The Firethorn is now a long 520-yard par 5, the green protected by the water before it. Goalby plays a strong drive at 15, but still has over 200 yards to the flagstick. Selecting his 3-iron, he smashes out the most critical shot in the tournament for him. The ball stops 8 feet from the flagstick. Coincidentally, at the same time that DiVincenzo makes birdie on 17, Goalby holds his putt at the 15th for an eagle. They are tied at 12 under par, then end with a tie at 11 under par 277 with matching 66s on their 4th round. But in a twist of fate, Goalby wins. DiVincenzo's playing partner, Tommy Aaron, has mistakenly marked a birdie 3 as a par 4 on the 17th. But DiVincenzo has already signed the card. The rules of golf say the score must stand as posted. Despite the unfortunate irony in the way he has won, Goalby has played superlative golf. His final score of 277 is the 4th lowest in the Masters history, a score made possible by a shot into the 15th green, a shot which ranks among the great 3-iron shots in the final holes of any tournament. This 4-iron shot is something different. It's a single stroke taken in a tournament that this golfer didn't even win. A single stroke worth $1 million. It's 1987 at the Hertz Bay Hill Classic in Orlando, Florida. At the 17th hole, a troublesome 193-yard par 3, made especially intimidating by the water stretched out in front and the bunkers at greenside. Here since 1985, a hole-in-one during the final round has been worth $1 million, $500,000 to the player who holds out, and $500,000 to charity. It may seem like a safe bet, but not today. "36-year-old Don Pooley does it. The 10-year veteran and 1985 Barton Trophy winner wins the largest prize in golf history with a single swing. A 1 in a million shot worth $1 million, and $500,000 is donated toward the construction of the Arnold Palmer Children's Hospital in Orlando. No show on 1 in a million shots would be complete without mention of 20-year-old amateur Francis Ouimet, who created golf history on a dreary, wet September day at the 1913 U.S. Open. Imagine him as he plays in 1913, this unknown amateur who astounds spectators
by keeping pace just behind the so-called unbeatable British team of Harry Vardon and Ted Ray until the decisive 17th hole of the final round. The 17th at the Country Club at Brookline is a 365-yard dogleg left par 4. Vardon drives into the fairway bunker on that dogleg, losing his advantage, while Ouimet coolly drives down the middle. He needs a birdie to tie.
And then it happens. Ouimet uses his jigger, akin to today's 4-iron, and from 150 yards away puts the ball just 20 feet past the hole. With that shot, he sets himself up for the birdie, which completes an amazing feat, a tie with both Vardon and Ray.
Ouimet goes on to par 18 and then win the playoff. The crowds go wild with excitement. And golf makes headlines for the very first time.
So often, tournaments are won or lost on the last hole. You have to know that the pressure is enormous. The entire tournament comes down to just one hole.
That's a situation for Jerry Pate in 1976 in the final round of the U.S. Open at the Atlanta Athletic Club. The tall, blonde, 22-year-old rookie has surprised everyone by moving up from behind in the final round for a one-stroke lead approaching the 18th. And everyone knows a rookie can't win the Open. The 18th hole of the Atlanta Athletic Club is a hole that has produced its share of bogeys and double bogeys. It's a dogleg left par 4 of 446 yards with a green guarded by water in front and a bunker to the left. Deep rough lines the fairway to the right with water down the entire left-hand side. And it's in the famous open rough that Pate lands with 190 yards left to reach the green. John Mahaffey, who has led for most of the Open and now finds himself one stroke back, is in the same rough. Unless Mahaffey performs a miracle, Pate only needs a par on this hole to win. But Mahaffey's hopes die in the water. Everyone wonders, will Pate end up there as well? With a crowd of 30,000 watching him, Pate selects his 5-iron, a bold choice considering the distance and the rough. But Pate sees what no one else sees. His ball is sitting up in the grass, and he has a slight flower lie. The ball soars over the water, holds the green, and gracefully stops about 2 feet from the flagstick. It is one of those rare and unmistakable moments in golf, a 1 in a million shot, and the crowd responds wildly with excitement. He holds his putt for birdie and the title. At 22 years old, he is the youngest to win the Open since Jack Nicklaus in 1962. His 68 gives him a 3-under par score of 277. Or, as Jerry Pate himself said, all I did was hit a shot 2 feet from the hole and win the U.S. Open.
One of the things that makes watching a shot like Jerry Pate's 5-iron out of the rough so great is our emotional involvement with our fellow golfer out there. We share a bit of his troubles and triumphs. But perhaps no other golfer of our time captured the hearts of fans as Arnold Palmer did in his prime. So we return to the charismatic Palmer in his greatest year, 1960, for our 6-iron shot.
In 1960, Arnold Palmer is a hot young golfer coming into the Masters, having already won 4 tournaments. And despite a touch of the flu, he is still playing well. But so is Ken Venturi. Venturi has finished the tournament and is leading with a 5-under par score of 283. He tensely waits for Palmer, who's 4 under with 9 holes to play. To tie Venturi, Palmer needs to play the last 9, 1 under par to tie, 2 under to win. But after some anxious saves just to make pars, with 2 holes left, he's still 1 stroke back. At the 17th, he sinks a 35-foot birdie putt. Palmer is now tied with Venturi. The 18th, once again, is the deciding hole. The 18th at Augusta is a 420-yard par 4, dogleg right, with a bunker guarding the front of the long upward slope of the green. Palmer's drive splits the middle of the fairway. As he prepares to hit his approach shot, he knows he needs birdie to win. He plays an incredible 6-iron shot, which lands 6 feet from the cup. He holds the putt for his birdie. The meaning seems to take a moment to register, then suddenly it does. He has won his second Masters. And the shot that made it possible was that magnificent 6-iron to the 18th. When the pressure was greatest, so was Palmer's focus. Moving back 5 years from Palmer's spectacular performance in the 1960 Masters, we arrive in 1955 in one of the pivotal tournaments in the career of Ben Hogan, one of the greatest golfers ever. In 1955, Hogan is poised to win his 5th U.S. Open at Olympic in San Francisco. But on the final day, an unknown municipal course pro from Iowa, Jack Fleck, confounds all expectations by keeping pace with Hogan into the final round. Hogan, playing ahead of Fleck, finishes with a 70 to thunderous applause from the crowd. It seems certain he's won. A radio announcer has even called Hogan the winner. Young Fleck is the only one left on the course with any chance of winning, and that seems highly unlikely. But Fleck puts on a superb display of shot-making under pressure on the final holes. He makes 2 improbable birdies and stands on the 18th tee, needing 1 more birdie to tie Hogan. The 18th hole at Olympic is a 337-yard par 4, and Fleck's first shot has landed just off the fairway in the rough, with 110 yards to go to the green. As 10,000 watch, Fleck selects a 7-iron. A Ben Hogan model 7-iron, in fact. The outcome of the tournament rides largely with this shot. The ball just clears the bunker and halts. Birdie range, 7 feet to the right of the hole. It is the shot of a lifetime for Fleck. On that difficult sloping green, he holds the putt for a birdie, a 67, and he ties Hogan. Fleck continues to play incredible golf in the playoff and wins. But it's the great 7-iron shot to set up the birdie to tie that is Jack Fleck's legacy and his 1 in a million shot. While we searched far and wide and canvassed golf writers, historians, and pros, we could not find an 8-iron shot that qualified as a 1 in a million shot. But we do have an incredible one for the 9-iron, and it is to South African Gary Player that the honors for the most superb 9-iron shot must be given at the 1972 PGA Championship at Oakland Hills in Birmingham, Michigan. Hogan had called Oakland Hills a monster, and it seems everyone in this tournament is getting caught in its teeth. At one time during the final round, 5 golfers share the lead. Player takes the lead, but by the 16th hole, Player is tied by Jim Jamieson. If the course is a monster, the 16th ranks among the most notorious on the course. A 408-yard par 4 with a huge dogleg right and high trees blocking the direct route. Then over 100 yards of menacing water between those trees and the green. Player pushes his drive into the soggy rough directly behind the tall weeping willow, leaving him 150 yards from the green, totally blind to the flagstick and with a long water hazard threatening ahead. He chooses a 9-iron for this one critical shot, the gamble, for rather than to attempt to fade the shot around the tree, he decides, despite the water ahead, he is going up and over the tree and the water. Astonishingly, the ball stops 3 feet from the hole. He easily makes his putt for birdie. This fantastic display of will and technique gives him a lead of 2 strokes, a margin he keeps to win. The PGA title becomes his 6th major title. But the heart of that victory rests with his great nerve and skill on that recovery shot, as exciting a shot as has been seen at any major championship. The next series of shots are ones I replay in my mind whenever I'm making a difficult approach shot. They remind me that around the green is where the seemingly impossible becomes most possible. The first of these shots is with the wedge. In 1953, George May's World Championship of Golf draws some of the top players of its time to the Tam O'Shanter Golf Course near Chicago. This year's $50,000 purse makes it, by far, the largest purse in the world of golf, an enormous sum for the times. And this tournament has an added place in history, television. For the last 18 holes, it is golf's first television spectacular. By the end of the final round, the contest is between Lou Worsham, winner of the 1947 U.S. Open, and Chandler Harper, the tall Virginian, winner of the PGA Championship in 1950. Coming up to the 18th, a long 410-yard par 4, Worsham is 1 stroke behind Harper. Harper's beautiful 9-iron shot lets him birdie 18 to go 9 under par at 279. 1 stroke up. His win seems assured. Worsham needs the impossible. His 280-yard drive places him in good position, but is it good enough? There's a full 130 yards to go, and he needs birdie to tie. He selects his wedge. The ball flies for the hole like a magnet and magically disappears. An eagle, too, and the win. Millions watch on television as in 1 stroke,
Lou Worsham posts a 10 under par 278 to snatch victory in the $25,000 first prize from Harper. For Worsham, it marks the peak of his career. Being in a bunker on the 18th hole in the final round of a major championship is not where you want to be, but it makes for some spectacular golf. We start with one of the great historic shots in women's professional golf at the 1964 Women's Open at the San Diego Country Club. 29-year-old Mickey Wright is playing in her hometown. Wright has been the dominant woman player for nearly 10 years and one of the greatest women professional golfers ever. But on the final day, Ruth Jessen has been battling Wright the whole way. And Jessen, with 6 wins already this year, is in position to win. Finishing up ahead of Wright, Jessen readies for her final putt. The pressure is on Wright now. She comes to the final hole needing birdie to win and a par to tie. The 18th at San Diego is a 420-yard par 4. Wright's second shot ends up in the right-hand bunker. Worse, the lie is terrible. The ball lying sharply downhill in the sand with the pin 35 yards away. Her chances at the title can end here. She swings and the ball floats up in a cloud of sand to come down 5 feet from the cup. A perfect explosion shot from a most difficult lie. She holds out for a tie with Jessen and goes on to win the playoff for a record-breaking 4 Open championships, a record which still stands to this day. Her sand shot that day from a discouraging downhill lie, badly in need of a par to tie, remains one of the great pressure shots in golf. Surely for emotional intensity, few shots in golf history can match that of our second sand shot on the 18th, Bob Tway's recovery shot in the 1986 PGA Championship. It happened in Toledo, Ohio, at Inverness, a fearsome course. In previous tournaments, it had not yielded a single subpar score. By the final hole of the final round, Greg Norman and Bob Tway are dead even at 7 under par, Tway having stripped a 4-stroke lead from Norman over the past 8 holes. The air is charged with tension. The final hole at Inverness is a 354-yard par 4 with a bunker guarding the fast-paced green. Tway may already have lost as his approach shot finds the greenside bunker, 25 feet from the pin. The green slopes away from him, and on this sunny, dry day, that slope is running very, very fast. The ball rolls down the sloping green. It breaks toward the cup and right in for a birdie. Tway jumps up and down in joy and amazement. Norman chips 10 feet past the hole, and the tournament is Tway's. And what an unbelievable way to win. As Tway explained that day, I was just trying to get it close.
Sometimes I see an incredible shot, a 1 in a million shot, and yet somehow, because the player is so good, I had a feeling he was going to do it all along. And the excitement comes from seeing a great golfer prove yet again he's in a class all his own. Such was the case in the U.S. Open again at Pebble Beach. The year is 1982, and it is one of the most dramatic Opens ever. The key players are Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson in their third duel for an Open title. Nicklaus has won the previous two. In the final round, Nicklaus has shot 69 for 4 under par. Now he waits for Watson to finish. Watson bogeys 16 to go 4 under par. As he stands at 17 with 2 holes to play, he needs 1 birdie and 1 par to win. The 17th is a par 3, 218-yard hole with thick rough on the left, the very hole where Nicklaus hit his spectacular 1-iron in 1972. But today it's in the rough where Watson's tee shot lands, 20 feet above the flagstick. Nicklaus watches tensely on the sideline. Watson examines his lie, then tells his caddy, Bruce Edwards, he plans to make the shot. The chip pops up and runs toward the flagstick and in for a birdie. It's an incredible moment. At the 18th, Watson's birdie brings victory in a childhood dream, his first U.S. Open title. Watson said of his chip, that shot at 17 meant more to me than any golf shot I ever made. Golf is filled with charged moments, unexpected shots, last-minute reversals. Here's one of the most memorable reversals I've ever seen. It's the 1987 Masters, and Greg Norman is in a sudden death playoff with Larry Mize, born and raised in Augusta, Georgia. I was there covering the playoff at the 11th green, and to this day, I'm not sure I believe what I saw. On the second playoff hole, Mize hits his approach shot well off the right side of the green. Norman plays to the fringe, only 40 feet from the flagstick, while Mize is 140 feet away. It is a stunning ending. Larry Mize, age 26, a local boy, winner of only 1 previous tournament, has beaten the man many consider the best player in the world to win the Masters. Let's look again, because I love this shot. There's an electric tension to the final putts of a close tournament. Enormous sums and the honor of the win can all come to rest on a matter of mere inches. Some of the most exciting pressure putting seen in the final holes of any major tournament occurred during the 1961 PGA Championship at Olympia Fields Golf Course. By the 16th hole of the fourth round, the tournament seems firmly in the hands of tall, lanky Don January. 31 years old, winner of 5 tour titles. January has a 4-stroke lead over little Jerry Barber, 5 foot 5 inches and 45 years old, winner of 6 tour titles. At the 16th, Barber comes alive to challenge January with an outstanding display of putting under pressure. His 20-foot eagle putt on the 16th cuts January's lead to 2. On the 17th, he saves a poor tee shot with a spectacular 40-foot putt for par. But January is still 2 strokes in the lead. The 18th has become the decisive hole. The 18th hole at Olympia is a 436-yard par 4 with sand on the left of the fairway and a very difficult green. January's approach lands in the sand on the left. Barber comes down over 50 feet from the cup. Barber faces a difficult twisting putt on the 18th and all the pressure of knowing that this is his only hope of tying to make this putt. The ball winds along the breaks of that long putt, and it happens. It's in for a birdie. He's done it. The crowd breaks the silence with its cheers. January takes 3 from the sand for a bogey. Barber's great putting display has taken him from behind on the final holes to tie at 277, 3 under par. Barber fires a 67 for victory in the playoff, 1 stroke ahead of January. But the peak moment was surely the seemingly impossible putt on the 18th, where Barber's playing personified grace under pressure. His decisive stroke gained him his place in golf's history. The greatness in the shots you've seen lies only in part in the superb skill of the players. There's that other intangible part which has to do with what must go on inside just before these shots. Imagine yourself there. Imagine the enormous pressures of a major tournament all come crashing together in intensity on the final holes, transcending those pressures, to exceed expectations, to produce a shot that becomes a part of golf's continuing history is what makes these all rank high among golf's most dramatic moments, among golf's 1 in a million shots.
For you sports fans, here are some of the video programs guaranteed to have you cheering for your favorites. Once you step on that basketball court, there shouldn't be nothing going through your mind, or you shouldn't be trying to think about anything other than play your best, give 100%. But in my situation, it's my life. I got to win.
Mastering the game of basketball takes dedication, concentration, guidance, and practice. Come with us as we present one of today's superstars of the game, Larry Bird, along with one of the all-time great coaches, Red Auerbach. They will give you some special insights into the game and show you how you can make the most of your own skills and talents.
Today, I consider myself the luckiest man on the face of the earth.
From Babe Ruth to Mickey Mantle, you have box seats for this treasure chest of New York Yankees history. Relive the 10 greatest moments in Yankee history.
The 10 greatest moments in Yankees history.
Learn golf techniques from the pros. Your score will improve when you practice these tips. Mastering the Basics, a guide for the woman golfer. This is the perfect gift for any golf enthusiast. Here's a 3-volume series designed to improve young players' skills in soccer. The Graduated Soccer Method, Fundamentals and Technique.
Hello, I'm Bob Toski. Like all professional players, when I pitch the ball, I'm able to get down in 2 strokes most of the time. How about you? How often do you get down in 2 strokes for a birdie, or a par, or even a bogey? Probably not very often. To help you become more professional in the important pitching department of the game is a man that can pitch the ball with the best of them. Here's Davis Love, Golf Digest School's head instructor.
Thanks, Bob. Our lesson on pitch shots today will cover 4 topics. Definition, what a pitch shot is. Equipment, the best clubs to get the job done and how they work. Shot technique and execution, how to hold the club, hang it, and swing it. And finally, tips and drills, the things that will make more winners out of your pitch shots. You've probably got a sign on your locker room wall that says, fix your ball mark. But if you go to Scotland, that same sign will say, fix your pitch mark, describing any shot that flies high enough or spins enough to mark the green when it lands. That's what a pitch shot is. Not one shot, but a whole family of shots. And here are 2 of them that will give you an idea of the range of shots we're dealing with. Here's that short one by Tom Watson at Pebble Beach. And here's a long one by Isao Aoki at the Hawaiian Open. That gives us an idea of the size of the family, all the way from just less than a full swing with a pitching wedge down to a sand wedge just off the edge of the green. Let's take a look at the shot shapes you're going to be able to play if you apply the techniques we're about to show you. What you see illustrated here are the 3 key elements of the pitch shot: trajectory, distance, and roll. Notice that the lower the trajectory, the greater the roll, and the higher the trajectory, the less roll we get. Next time you go out to practice your pitching, use that chart as a reminder of the variety of shots that you need to work on, and to help you create your own visual image of the shot before you even swing the club. Every good player creates that visual image, and let's watch one of the best, Bob Toski. We'll be discussing the parts of Bob Toski's swing in a moment. Right now, I just want you to look at the whole thing to get a feeling for the flow and the motion of one of the great swings that can produce, on call, the 3 essential elements of the pitch shot: trajectory, distance, and roll. We'll have more on those in a moment, too, but right now, all I want you to do is sense that motion. Next, we're going to talk about the tools you need to make those winning pitch shots. Trajectory, distance, and roll. Control them, and you'll be one happy golfer. And here are the two basic clubs that we recommend you carry in your bag, and here's why. The first club I recommend you use when you're playing the pitch shots is the pitching wedge. The pitching wedge has got the same relationship to your 9-iron that the 9 has to the 8. In other words, the pitching wedge with a full swing is going to carry the ball about 8 yards shorter than your 9-iron would. With this club, when you swing the club into the ground, the bottom of the club is designed to let the club slide or skid forward. It's not going to dig into the ground and stop, nor is it going to bounce back up into the air. This is going to produce a lower flying trajectory. The ball will not stop as quickly on the green, but it will roll forward as it lands. With this golf club, I expect you to play shots in the range of 100 down to maybe 60 yards. When you get closer to the green than 60 yards, we're going to change clubs, and we're going to take the sand wedge instead of the pitching wedge. And I do mean sand wedge. A lot of you think that the sand wedge is for use only in the bunker, but it's a lot more versatile golf club than that. This is the club that's going to help you play those high-flying shots that need to stop very quickly on the green. And the reason they'll stop faster is that we've now got 56 degrees of loft. We've added 4 more degrees of loft to help the ball get higher in the air. Second thing that's different about this golf club is the head of the club is a lot heavier, and most of the weight of this golf club is underneath the center of gravity, below the point where the club's going to run into the golf ball. With that weight underneath the golf ball, your swing speed is going to create additional height rather than more length. So there's 2 reasons we're going to use this for the shorter shots. Third thing I like about the sand wedge for your short pitches is the fact that the bottom of this club will bounce when it runs into the ground. It is going to bruise the ground and then bounce back up again and help loft that ball even faster into the air, if you know how to use it. Now that we understand the 2 clubs that we're going to use to play pitch shots, let's get into the execution of the shot. And before we swing the golf club, we've got to learn how to hold the golf club correctly, because the quality of your golf swing will never exceed the quality of your grip. So let's carefully go through the procedure for holding the club correctly. Number 1, with the club face aimed squarely to the target, we would like to position our left hand to the club so that there would be 2 knuckles in view as you look through your hand to the golf ball. In fact, this 2-knuckle grip is so important that I'm going to mark the knuckles on the back of my left hand with a magic marker so you can see exactly what we're talking about. And I'd actually advise you to do that yourself. I hope you wear a glove, because if you don't, you're losing some control by not having that extra edge that it gives you. And with the glove marked correctly, you can see I've marked the first and the second knuckles on the back of my left hand. And now I'm going to hold the golf club in the fingers of my left hand and position the hand so that I can see the first and the second knuckles as I look directly at the golf ball. Can't cheat. Can't take a weak grip and lean over here and find those knuckles. We've got to hold it correctly, have your head hanging in the center of your stance, looking directly at the ball, and see knuckle 1 and knuckle 2. The next thing we're going to do to check the quality of that left-hand grip is to see if we can lift the club head in the air without moving the arm. If I can bring the club up with the fingers of my left hand till the shaft is almost parallel to the ground, that means I've held that club correctly. Look how hard it is for me if I turn my left hand too far to the left, I can barely lift the club off the ground. If I turn the left hand too far to the right, same problem. No hinge at the base of the thumb. But with the proper grip position, with 2 knuckles showing and with the left thumb just to the right of the top of the grip, now I have not only the ability to lift the club in the air, I've got enough strength and force right here at the base of that left thumb to have perfect control in the left hand. Now, if we've got this left hand grip position, it's actually even possible to play a shot just with my left hand alone. That's how much control you'll have when you hold it correctly in the left hand. But we've got a right hand too, and we've got to get that right hand on the club correctly as well. And the right hand grip position should be one in which the palm of the hand itself is facing perfectly toward the target. If the right hand is facing it all skyward, that grip position would then close the club face coming in and hit the ball low and to the left. If the right hand were turned too far over on top, that would open the face of the club too much going back and cause the ball to go off to the right. This right hand grip position is so important that I'm going to use a pencil to help you see just exactly what happens when you hold the club incorrectly first. Like I said, if the right hand's turned too far to the right, and now you can see the pencil pointing well off to the right, that grip position is incorrect. That's going to hit a low shot to the left. If I turn my hand over to the point that the pencil is now pointing well off to the left, that's going to make the club face run into the ball with the face open, and the ball will go weakly off to the right. If I can put the club enough in the fingers of my right hand that I get the pencil running parallel to the grip of the club, that parallel position indicates that the palm of my right hand is just exactly where it should be, looking right at the target. The other checkpoint that I want you to look for is this one right here. If, after I've addressed the golf ball and taken my grip, if I just gently take my thumbs away from the golf club and expose my fingers, you'll see that the fingertips of my left hand are perfectly positioned on the right-hand side of the grip. The fingertips of my right hand are perfectly positioned on the left-hand side of the grip. That finger position and that finger control is what's going to help us control the face of the club when we get into the swing motion. Here's an easy way to see if you're hanging the club correctly. Once you've taken your setup, drop your right hand off the golf club. If your right hand, when it falls away from the club, swings directly to the right, so that all you'd have to do to put it back on the club is move it right in here, then your setup is correct. If by some chance you're sitting back too much on your heels, then if the right hand falls away, it's going to come back to your body. That's the danger signal that the posture is not correct. If you went too far the other direction and had your head hanging too far out over the ball, now if you drop your right hand off the club, that hand and arm will fall away from you, again indicating that the setup hasn't been made correctly. Make sure that you're hanging the club behind the ball with those freely extended arms, and check that setup by letting the right hand fall away and get to the point that it'll move only to the right, so that it's easy for that right hand and arm to be placed back on the club with the correct grip position. Now we're ready to swing the club freely to and fro. All we have to do from this setup is use our fingers to set the club head in motion. I can feel the club swinging freely from my fingertips. I can feel the arms being stretched as the club swings back and forth. I'm in perfect balance. I'm ready now with this setup to start playing some quality pitch shots. To hit a perfect golf shot, would you want the head of your golf club to feel as light as this feather or as heavy as this sledgehammer? If you guess the sledgehammer, you're right on course, because having enough flexibility in your hands and arms for the club head to feel as if it were as heavy as a sledgehammer is one of the principles of good golf shots. We want the arms hanging freely, we want the hands and arms swinging freely, and they can only do that if they're relaxed and supple enough that the weight of the club head feels very, very heavy. But I'm going to get rid of this sledgehammer right now because it's too heavy to hit any golf shots with, and start talking about how we are going to initiate the motion of the golf swing. We've held it correctly. We're hanging it correctly to the golf ball. Now our job is to set that club head in motion. And we're going to do that with our fingertips. It is through the fingers that we influence the behavior of that club face. And it is through the fingers that we are going to create the motion of the club head that will create not only the directional control, but the distance control that we need for good pitch shots. I want you to watch as I swing this club head back and forth, and I'm going to attempt to create a swinging motion that is so rhythmic and so even that right now you can't tell whether I'm a left-handed or a right-handed golfer. If we can get that symmetry in our golf swing, then we can control the distance the ball goes with uncanny accuracy. Swinging the club to and fro, not a motion that is slow back and quick through, or not a fast backswing and then slowing down, but swinging the club to and fro. I suggest that you stand in front of a mirror and get that club head swinging back and forth until you can see how evenly the club is moving in both directions. When you've got this down, the next step is to start at the practice tee, trying to brush the grass in exactly the same spot as you go in each direction. Watch this pot of grass I've got the club resting on and see if I can accurately get that same piece of grass as I swing the club both ways. With this preparation, I'll be able to play a golf shot and clip the ball off that grass with the same accuracy. After doing that, I'm going to try to clip the ball off the grass, but keep swinging back and forth to maintain the flexibility and rhythm. Let me do that one more time for you, because this is an exercise that I suggest you all use to help you get the feeling of the rhythm and gracefulness that you want in all of these pitch shots. That gives you the feeling of the perfect swinging motion. We're not hitting the golf ball, we're swinging the club head and letting the club head move the golf ball. Here's an exercise that will help both your posture and your arm flexibility. What I'm going to try to do is play a golf shot, but instead of letting the club head rest on the ground behind the ball, I'm going to leave it suspended behind the ball but up in the air above the ball. Now, if I stay flexible enough, in swing, those flexible arms will be stretched enough for the club to strike the back of the golf ball. If my arms got tighter through impact, they would actually get shorter and I would top the ball badly. Let's try it and see if it works. I'm leaving the club suspended above the back of the ball. Now I'm going to make a normal golf swing and let the flexibility of the arms be extended by the weight of the club head. That really felt good, and I could actually feel the arms getting longer through the bottom of that golf swing. Let's try it again, because this principle is really important to you. If my club head is stretching the arms, that's helping the club continue to accelerate down and through the ball, which is going to impart more backspin on the golf ball. Doing the opposite, pulling away from the ground, tightening and shortening the arms, will decelerate the club head and put less backspin as well as keep the ball from going as far. So let's try it again. Hang the club above the ball, feel the weight of the club head, swing it freely, stretch through the ball. Now, I don't think you ought to play this shot every time on the golf course, but you definitely should hit practice shots doing this until you get really good at it. And then, when you go out to play, what you can do is start your setup with the club above the ball, and then just before you swing, extend the arms just enough to rest the club gently on the ground behind the ball. Now you've achieved the correct setup with long and relaxed arms instead of finishing putting the club to the ground by slumping forward from the body. This is disaster. From this position, I can only do one of two things: run into the ground early or pull up and back and top the shot badly. So let's use this exercise to advantage and help you play better pitch shots. We can control the height of our pitch shots by the positioning of our golf ball related to our body. The farther we put the ball to the rear of our stance, to the right, the lower the trajectory of the shot will be. The farther we put the ball forward in our stance, the quicker the ball will climb into the air and the higher it will travel. We're going to use this chair to try to demonstrate the results of different ball positions. And what I'm going to try to do is play one shot underneath the seat of the chair, the second one through the back of the chair, and then try to get the third one over the top of the chair, all with this pitching wedge, by doing nothing but changing the position of the ball related to my body. Let's start with seeing if I can get the first ball to go underneath the chair, right between this rung and the seat of the chair. To do so, I'm going to get the ball well back in my stance. You can see that it's actually to the right of my right foot. My hands are forward of the ball, my weight's leaning left, and from this position, I should be able to keep the ball right underneath the seat and go underneath the chair. Now, with the next one, I'm going to try to change the trajectory so that it goes between the seat and the back of the chair. That means that the ball position has got to move forward or toward the target. The ball is farther forward now than it was before, allowing the loft of the club to point a little bit more to the sky, and from right here I should be able to get it right in that slot. There you go. Now I've got one more left to do. From the same position, I've got to get the ball to climb over the back of the chair. That means the ball position has got to go well forward of my body. With the ball up here, I've got a chance to have enough loft on the club that when I swing the club through it, the ball will climb right over the back of the chair. Now, we're not trying to trick you here. We're trying to show you a good, solid piece of technical information that'll help you improve your short shots around the greens. When you want the ball to fly low or close to the ground, position it back in your stance. Don't let convention get in the way of exploring ball positions that are even to the right of your right foot, because these ball positions can produce low-flying shots. Don't be afraid to move it forward and allow yourself to get the loft on the golf club that will allow you to get the ball in the air in a hurry and stop quickly. Now, the distance the ball travels is going to be a function of only one variable, the length of our backswing. If I swing the club back this far and let go, it'll be moving at a certain speed at the bottom. If I swing it back farther, the club head will be traveling faster as it goes through the ball. So the length of the backswing controls the length of the golf shot. If I only swing the club back to here, the ball's going to travel a short distance. Add length to the backswing, and I add length to the golf shot. If I keep increasing the length of the backswing, that backswing length in turn will create a longer shot without any additional effort. And that's what we're trying to do, is create the distance that we want without having to create extra effort. I hope that the flow of motion that you're watching is identical on all of these shots, that the only variable that you see is the length of the motion. So let the length of the backswing control the distance the ball goes, and you've got distance under control. The final step in mastering the pitch shot is to learn to control the face of your golf club well enough to make your ball run, walk, or sit. Let me explain by playing a few shots for you. First, if I want the ball to run when it lands on the green, I'm going to make two changes in my setup. First, moving the ball toward the rear of my stance, more toward my right foot. And secondly, closing the face of the club slightly. With these two changes, the ball will run farther when it lands on the green. Now on this one, I would like for the ball to travel higher through the air and not roll as far when it lands on the green. So the changes will be to move the ball forward, more underneath the center of my swing, and instead of the face being closed, it's going to be placed squarely behind the golf ball. With the square club face and the centered ball position, I'll get more height on this shot and less roll. And now we're going to try to get this ball to really get up in the air. The extra height that I'm going to get here will come from a ball position that's well forward in my stance, up by my left foot, and a club face position that's very open. From this setup, we'll get lots of height and very little roll. Learning to play these three shots will help cut strokes off your score. Now let's take another look at Bob Toski's swing. As Bob prepares to play this shot, notice how he feels the club through his fingers, feels the ground through his feet, and identifies the target with his eyes, visualizing the perfect result even before he plays the shot. Now all is left for him to do is pull the trigger. Here's some tips for success that you can have some fun with on the practice tee. And it is important to practice these shots on the range before you try them on the golf course. But I think you can have some fun with doing things like increasing the height of your trajectory by standing closer to the ball than normal, crowding up in there until your arms are pointing almost straight down. From this position, the club will swing more abruptly up into the air, and as it swings down, loft the ball higher without much length to the shot. The important thing here is to make sure that even though you've gotten closer to it, you're still measured off, tall enough in the chest and head that the club can hang naturally, just touching the ground. There it is again, straight up and down, and a lot of height. When we just hold the club, hang it, and swing it, we get the loft that the club head produces without any tricks. But if we want extra height, we take the normal swinging motion and use our wrist to get the club head up in the air faster, both on the backswing and the forward swing. The higher the club head gets and the sooner it gets up, the higher the ball will travel. So for extra height, try getting the club head up faster in the backswing and back up faster in the forward swing. Normal swing, normal height for the loft of the club you're using. Extra height from the club head moving upward quicker by an earlier wrist cock, both on the backswing and the forward swing. Here it is one more time. Club head up, club head back up, extra height. The opposite is also true. If we keep the club head low as it swings back and forth, we'll help keep the ball low as well. Club head down, ball down. So if instead of my normal swing arc, if I keep the club low on both sides of the ball will travel lower. These little tips can help you learn how the face of the club affects the height of the golf shot and how we can create the specialty shots that you need when you're sometimes in trouble. Club head low, ball low. Club head high, ball high. Whatever you do, don't sell practice short. It's informative, it's forgiving, and it can be fun. Practice what you've learned today. Good swing technique with the proper club, the correct grip, the right posture, and that wonderful feel of the weight of the club head swinging through the ball. You'll be a winning pitcher for a long, long time. Back to you, Bob.
Davis, that was terrific. We now have a complete understanding of what the pitch shot is and the wide variety you have available in this family of shots. You know, we've seen the three key elements: trajectory, distance, and roll. And we've learned how to control them by carrying a pitching wedge and a sandwich in our bag. And now we know how to hold, hang, and swing it. You know, it's one of the most fun shots in the game of golf, especially when you get it close to the hole. Follow these principles, work on them, and you'll be playing like a pro. Run down there close, honey. Close. Oh, it's all right. Hit the flag. Hello, I'm Bob Toskey, and you have just seen one of the most underrated shots in golf, the chip shot. Most golfers have to execute one on over half the holes that they play in an 18-hole round, which means you could be losing from 6 to 10 strokes to par on your Saturday's round of golf. I'm sure today's lesson will change that. Here's a man that has holed more chips than putts and has some interesting and valuable instruction on chipping the ball. Listen carefully to a great teacher of the short game, Jack Lumpkin.
Thanks, Bob. The first thing I'd like to do is define chipping. Chipping is a stroke between putting and pitching. It's a low trajectory shot played near the green with very little airtime and mostly roll. Your purpose is to get your ball as close to the hole as possible so that you have an opportunity to one putt. We'll be using more than one type of chipping stroke, basically an off-green stroke with just your simple putting stroke, no wrist action using a more lofted club, And we'll be using what we call our basic chip, where there will be some hand and wrist action, but not nearly as much as some of you might expect, because the closer to the green and the better the lie, very little wrist action is needed. We've divided our lesson today into 4 categories: fundamentals, ball control, shot decisions, and practice and drills. Let's get started. The first fundamental I want to discuss with you today is how to hold the club. The first fundamental, hold it. I like the word hold rather than grip, because grip to too many people means a vice-like pressure which strangles the golf club and keeps it from moving. I would like for you to hold the golf club with some life. I place my hands on in my normal full swing position with the golf club across the base of the palm and the base of the fingers in my left hand. When I put my right hand on, I take, again, my full swing form of my right hand, simply slip it on the club. If you don't have control of this end of the club, you have no chance of controlling the club face. How you position your hands determines how the club face will arrive at the ball. Your only communication to the golf ball is with the club face, and how you hold it sets up that relationship to your body. The second one would be to hang the golf club. In order to get the golf club hanging, you need to bend forward from the hips so that your arms can hang in front of your body. Notice that I've choked down on the golf club. I am holding it, and now, because of the proper posture position, the club is hanging behind the golf ball. It is literally hanging in the air. From this position, it isn't difficult to build a swing. So holding it helps join you to the club. Hanging it puts the club in a position from which it can swing. The third fundamental, locate. Locate and aim. We'll use this prop to help demonstrate my swing center. Your swing center is a point halfway between your shoulders, about even with the top button on your shirt, right at the end of where your arms join your shoulders. This point is the true center of the arc. The swing being an arc, and all arcs having a center. If you could imagine this hula hoop being a giant hula hoop that went totally around my body. The farther away I stood from the ball, the flatter the swing would get. The closer I stood, the more on line the swing would get, yet still creating an arc. So what I'm going to do is stand relatively close to the golf ball. I'm going to locate my swing center forward of the ball so that the ball is struck before the club reaches the bottommost part of its arc. If I put the center of this hula hoop slightly forward of the ball, you can see that the rim of the hula hoop would catch the ball slightly on the downswing. That's the location that I want you to play your chips to ensure a downward contact of the ball with the club. Certainly, while you're doing this, make certain that you aim the club face and position your body so that you can swing along the target line. I want you to measure from your swing center to the bottom of the arc. When you're hitting golf shots, we've already established that the swing is in an arc. If my swing center is forward, it touches the ground at only one point, and that is forward of the ball. If you would imagine this as the swing shape, the club would strike the ball before striking the ground. That's the only place where the club will touch the ground, is in front of the ball. Now, it's important when you address the golf ball that your club be slightly off the ground here, because if you notice on this hula hoop, it is not touching the ground. So that is the proper address position, slightly at grass top high, so that it can strike the ground here. I'll demonstrate. With my swing center forward, if I hold the club properly, it would measure to the ground right there. If I placed it behind the ball, it is slightly off the ground. From this position, I am properly measured. If I rest this club on the ground, I am overreached, and when I swing, my club will tend to go into the ground before it hits the ball. So make sure, if anything, you feel like you are slightly short of the ground. That does not mean that I want you a long ways away. Accomplish that by standing tall and shortening your grip so that you are properly measured to the bottom of the arc. Your next fundamental is to rehearse it. It's really interesting when you watch tour players play in a tournament. They don't make a practice swing every time they have a 185 or 90-yard shot into the green. But when you see them playing short shots around the green, each one of those is different. It's not a full shot. When they're playing this shot, they make several rehearsal swings to try to get the feel for the speed of the motion, but also to check the things that we've already talked about. Checking how you're holding it and how you've located an aim, and certainly how you have got your arms hanging and how you are measuring. If I make a practice swing where my club strikes the wrong place, that's not a very good rehearsal, and I'll make minor adjustments until I make the kind of club ground contact I need. Once I've done that, I'm ready to play the shot. And that brings us to our next fundamental. Simply repeat your rehearsal. So, rehearse it, repeat it. In summary, how you hold it, how you hang it, how you locate and aim, and how you measure determines the kind of golf shot you're going to make. Your rehearsal should give you a feel for the motion and allow you to check your previous fundamentals. And last but not least, repeat your rehearsal. If you're happy with your rehearsal swing, it should be good enough to send your ball to the cup. Now let's watch Bob Toskey, and let's look at his fundamentals. Bob is holding his club. He has a light grip pressure to allow some wrist freedom, but enough firmness in his arms to provide some stability. He's carefully rehearsing his motion and obtaining the needed feel for the distance of the shot. As he addresses his ball, he is carefully measuring to the bottom of the arc. The club's held slightly off the ground, just at grass top height. Bob takes one last look and then simply repeats his rehearsal while playing the shot. To become good at chipping, you must learn ball control. In learning ball control, you need to be able to predict the direction, the distance, and the trajectory that you send your golf ball. Let's start with direction. To send my ball toward the target, I need square ball-club contact so that I strike it right in the center of the club. I need my club face looking down the target line, and I need the club traveling along the target line at impact. I'll play one off of this board just to demonstrate. If I can strike that ball with the club squarely against the back of the ball, looking and traveling along that board, I can send it right to the target. To do that, I must hold it properly. I must aim and align myself and locate so that I can swing along the target line. The elements of direction control: square ball club contact with the club striking squarely against the back of the ball, the club face looking down the target line at impact, and the club traveling along the target line. How you hold it and how you aim and how you set yourself up allows you to accomplish good direction control. For distance control, I depend on the length and speed of my motion. For example, if I were tossing balls If I were tossing to this closer flag right here, I wouldn't need nearly as much swing of my arms to get my ball to go there. That would do quite nicely. On the other hand, if I were going to the more distance target, I would need a much longer arm swing so that I could create a longer shot. For distance, make sure that your motion is unhurried. You don't want a small swing and a lot of force. You would like to apply your force smoothly. So if I were playing a shot to the same targets, I would make sure I rehearsed the amount of motion I needed so that I could apply the force smoothly to the ball. And to the longer target, my swing would be longer so that I could make still smooth application of power. In learning to control the trajectory, how you locate next to your golf ball, as well as your club selection, has a great deal to do with the height your ball goes. For example, I could take this 8-iron and play a low shot by simply playing it back in my stance so that it was behind my swing center. From this position, my club would strike it on the downswing and would have less loft at impact. This would send the ball on a nice low trajectory, creating more roll. If I desired to hit a little higher 8-iron shot, or maybe if I had a very good lie where I didn't need to hit down on my ball as much, I could play the ball a little more center, right underneath my swing center. This would create a little more of a sweeping blow and would send the ball a little bit more up in the air, causing it to roll less. Certainly, if I needed to hit it low, I could take a less lofted club, such as this 6-iron. And if I had a nice lie, make a slightly downward blow and send it in there quite low and let it roll nicely. But if my lie worsened to the point where I needed to strike more down on the ball for solid contact, this 6-iron would not be very effective, because when I play the ball too far back and hits down, I have too little loft to get it out of that lie. So I might even need to go to a more lofted club, like a pitching wedge, to play from that lie, so that I could strike nicely down on it. The ball will get a little higher because of the loft of the club, and then will run very much like the 8-iron did. So the lie and the situation dictates to a great extent your club selection and your trajectory. In controlling your ball, if you won't roll, you can always use your putter or your off-green putting stroke. But if you want to play a shot to a deeper pin in the green, you might want to use your regular, or what I call the basic chipping stroke, where the swing is about the same length on both sides of the ball, and maybe a slight bit of hand and wrist action gets in, but it is not a wristy stroke. Looks something like this. If you desired to make your ball stop a little bit quicker, you could play what we might call a strike and hold shot. Using the same club, you could set yourself in a position and firm up your wrist slightly so the club swung down and was held in a square position right after impact. This creates a little bit of a pinching action and causes the ball to stop and kind of skid and then release. Very, very good shot when you're trying to create a little bit of spin. Then if you desired to make your ball roll using the same club, you could simply allow the toe of the club to run past the heel. That puts a minimum of spin on the ball, and the ball starts rolling right away. But obviously, the simplest way to make your ball behave differently is to simply take a different club. If you want more roll, take a 6-iron. If you want less roll, take a pitching wedge. Club selection is one of the factors you always have available in ball control. Now let's look at how we can make some smart shot decisions. In making good shot decisions, the first thing I do is I arrive with several clubs. The three things that I have to consider is first the lie of the golf ball. The lie of the ball dictates greatly what I can and cannot do. If the lie is sitting bad, a lot of my decisions are made for me, and all I can do is strike down to make solid contact. But in this case, the lie is sitting good, and that lets me do anything I might like to do here. The second thing I look at is the situation. What actually is between my golf ball and the hole, as well as any hazards that might be around. In this case, I have a shot of about 50 feet that I need to keep in the air about halfway. The edge of the green is here, and I would like to land it comfortably on the green, so I need to keep my ball in the air for maybe 20 feet or more, and then let it roll the rest of the distance. To do that, first thing I'm going to do is examine a pitching wedge and make a couple of practice swings and see how comfortable I feel with that shot. Because if I feel comfortable with it, I think that's the best shot. And that brings us to the last consideration. I have to believe in the shot I'm going to play. I have to feel capable of playing this shot. A little firm-wristed chip with a pitching wedge should give me the ball flight I need. And let's see what happens. I have a very good lie. I'm in a little bit of heavy grass, but the ball is sitting nice and clean. I really only need to keep my ball in the air about 8 feet, and then I have a green that's fairly smooth and level and then rises to the cup. It's a very simple shot, and that's a good thing to keep in mind. Keep it simple whenever possible. Never play a difficult shot when a very simple shot will work. So I'm going to use a 6-iron in very few moving parts and just play a very straightforward chip that lands on the green and rolls up to the cup. Well, that ball's really sitting down. From there, I'm going to have to take a more lofted club still, my sand wedge, and I'm going to need to get that golf club swinging more up and down. That's going to require me to stand a little closer to the ball. So I'm choking well down on the club, and I'm going to open the face just slightly so that if the club does tend to close, as high grass usually creates, the ball will still come out straight. One of the biggest problems most people have, I'm only 3 feet from the green. They feel like they have to get every ball 3 feet from the green down in 2. If I have a situation like that, I would feel like if I could get that one down in 2 3 or 4 times out of 10, that would be terrific. So I'm going to simply trust my stroke and take what I can get and hope that I have something inside of 10 or 15 feet so that I have a chance to get my one putt. I'll still assume the chipping position with the ball back and the weight in the hands and the swing center forward. My stroke will be a little longer and certainly more downward. I'd be very happy with that. The situation here is I have a little too much grass to decide to putt through. If someone came along with a mower right now and cut this down like green, obviously I'd use my putter. So I would like to putt this ball. But since this grass is here, I'm going to elect to putt it with a lofted club. Since I don't have very much green to work with, I'm going to use an 8-iron. And I'm going to employ a putting stroke. I'm going to just change it slightly because I want the position to be such that the ball is caught slightly on the downswing. So I'm going to lean my swing center slightly left, have my hands and weight forward, but use absolutely no wrist action, the same as in my putting stroke. This will create a ball that goes in the air, lands on the green, then rolls very much like a putt. Let's watch Bob making a shot decision. As he walks onto the green, he feels the texture and firmness of the surface. With little or no elevation change, Bob visualizes where his ball should land and makes his shot decision. He decides that an 8-iron with a more sweeping stroke should give him the best ball control. Let's watch Bob rehearse his motion and play the shot. Nice shot, Bob. A good drill for direction is placing a 2x4, something about 3 feet long, right beside your ball. Stand it on edge, aim it directly down your target line, and place a golf ball within a few inches of the board. Make a few swings, and when you feel your swing path going along the board, yet still making the slight arc that we talked about earlier, then you have the swing path you need. A very good drill for swing path. Now, one of the things that will really help your stroke would be practicing with your left arm only. If you take your left hand and just take your normal grip, you can then make some swings with your left arm only. And after you can strike the ground in about the same place in front of you, go ahead and move up to the ball and strike a few balls with your left arm only. It'll be difficult in the beginning, but after a little while, you'll get where you're very proficient with your left arm, and this is one of the best possible drills for chipping because it allows the hand to lead the shot through impact. An excellent drill. A good drill for learning to strike down on your ball and creating a descending blow is to place several golf balls about 8 or 10 inches behind your ball and then create a setup with your swing center forward, your hands and weight ahead of the golf ball so that your club, when swung naturally, will clear those balls on the backswing and the downswing. If you can get your golf club to do this, you have no trouble making a descending blow. And remember, toss some balls at the hole in practice. This is an extremely good drill for distance control, the amount of motion you need, and it's great for your imagination. When you can start landing the ball where you want it to, tossing it, it isn't hard for you to start learning to do that with the golf club. So practice tossing balls to get the feel for the distance and where to land your golf ball. A good practice drill when you're close to the green and there's really no change in the elevation, you've got a flat collar around the green, place your golf bag. When you put your golf bag maybe 3 feet in front of you, you're simulating changing elevations. Just make sure that you take a lofted club, like maybe your pitching wedge, assume your chipping position, and make sure your club is striking the ball on the downswing. Rehearse it and test it out, and then try it. Very good practice when you don't have the ideal practice situation. Not many of us can chip to a spot, but all of us can learn to chip to an area. After chipping a few balls, if you're hitting them consistently, look at the area where your ball is landing. Then place some tees on the ground in a box shape for your target area. Now that's where your ball ought to land if it's going to get near the hole. Then go ahead and go into your normal stroke and watch where the ball lands. Balls that land the same place with the same club going on the same trajectory end up in the same area. A great practice drill. A good distance drill that will also help develop feel and touch is to take 5 balls and line them up. You don't even need a flag. Your plan is to make each ball go past the preceding ball without going off the green. If you can get all 5 of these balls lined up across the green, satisfying these demands, your distance feel is starting to develop. In closing, let's review what we've learned in today's lesson. Good fundamentals that will help us develop good stroke technique, ball control, and our goals, solid contact, and controlling direction, distance, and trajectory of our balls. We talked about the degree of difficulty and how we shouldn't beat up on ourselves if we don't get it down in 2 every time. Even the tour stars don't average 2 for a year. We learned how to make smart shot decisions, dealing with different lies and different situations. We also talked about practice and drills and how you can turn these into fun. It's where you develop your stroke technique that helps you make a number. If you have good fundamentals, you'll learn to control the ball. You'll be able to make the sound shot decisions you need. And if you're willing to practice, you'll get better. Your scores will go lower, your expectation levels will be higher, and you'll be a winner when the chips are down. Thank you for being with us. Bob?
Run down there close, hon. Run down there close. Good. Jack, that was really special. And that's a lesson really dedicated to saving par, getting the ball close enough for one putt. We learned the important fundamentals, how to hold it, hang it, locate, name it, measure it, rehearse it, and then repeat it with the swing itself. Jack's given us some wonderful drills and some practice routines that are fun and effective. Work on them. There's a lot of Nassaus in your future if you do.
I'm Jan Stevenson, and thanks for joining me. You know, anybody can really enjoy golf, whether your style is power or finesse and accuracy. So today, we're going to use these and other principles to sharpen your game. We'll be working with 3 women, Jane Higginson, Jill Devine, and Hisako Miura. Their styles and levels of play vary, which gives us a good opportunity to improve their game as well as yours. As we move through each phase of this videotape, the segment titles are written on the screen, and a different color background appears. This way, later when you want to work on a specific area or brush up, which believe me is often, just fast forward or push the search button to locate the appropriate segment and corresponding color. There are 7 segments covered. The color codes for each section are as follows. First, club selection will be white. Second, warm-up will be yellow. Third, the tee shot will be green. Fourth, the fairway shot will be turquoise. Fifth, the hazards will be red. Sixth, pitching and chipping will be lilac. And 7th, putting will be pink. Like any sport, you want proper equipment, so we'll start by selecting clubs that are comfortable and the right ball. Then we'll warm up before tackling that first tee. Work on your grip, stance, and swing, plus cover which clubs to use off the tee. And then, depending on where you land in the fairway, you'll learn to handle the middle woods and irons. And just when you think you can't hit a bad shot, up jumps the devil. The hazards, bunkers, water, the rough, and sand traps. These I know well. Then we'll cover the short irons for pitching and chipping. And finally, putting. This is where you can really shave strokes off your game. Club selection. Decisions, decisions. Whether you go to a pro shop at a golf course or a sporting goods store, you'll find excellent equipment tailored to your game. Here are some tips on club selection. When having your clubs measured for your true custom fit, be sure you're measured from your fingertips to the ground and not according to your height. For men, swing weight should be somewhere around D0, and for women, somewhere between C2 and C6. A man 6 foot tall should have a standard lie and loft, and a woman, let's say 5'5", should have about a 2 degrees flat and a standard loft. Another important consideration in determining the selection of equipment is choosing the right grip size. If a woman wears a ladies' large golf club, she needs her grip size to be 1/32 oversized standard women's. With a regular glove, a regular grip, and with a small glove, 1/32 undersized women's standard. Men, on the other hand, with a small men's golf glove, will need 1/32 undersized men's standard. A medium golf glove will take a medium grip, and a large glove will take a 1/32 oversized grip. Before you go shopping for your clubs, you might want to jot down some notes from this tape so that you can ask the right questions. Here's another tip. The right ball makes a big difference too. There are 2 types of balls. One is a 2-piece blend, and the other is a soft wound balata ball. The 2-piece ball is popular with amateurs because it's hard to cut and it runs a lot more. The balata ball is softer and easier to spin, but it's also easier to cut. This type is more popular with the professionals. Well, that's it. Keep in mind that your equipment choices should be tailored to your specific needs. And don't hesitate to ask your local golf pro or an experienced golfer to help you select the right equipment. The warm-up. Warming up on the driving range. A very important part of the game, and it's very overlooked. You know, you wouldn't ever go play any kind of exercise or sport and not warm up, and yet I see it in golf all the time. I play with so many people that arrive 5 minutes before our tee time and play 9 holes and say, you know, it takes me 9 holes to warm up. All it takes is 10 minutes, and it can make all the difference in the world, not just in your game, but so that there are no injuries. You're out there for 5 hours, and it takes 10 minutes to warm up those muscles. Now, the way to do it, there's a certain little method, and it's really quite easy. I start with a pitching wedge. I don't hit a full shot. I hit a little kind of 3/4 shot, go down the shaft, just to get comfortable with my grip, my stance, kind of get to know my clubs again. I make a small swing, and from there I go to like a 9-iron. And I'll take a 9-iron and go 9-iron, 7-iron, 5-iron, 3-iron. And maybe tomorrow I'll go 8, 6, and 4. Because sometimes you get into the habit of playing with a favorite club. So make sure that you don't practice with the same clubs all the time. And also, this is not practice, it's warm-up. If you want to work on your swing, do it after you've played or after you've warmed up. Don't worry where the ball goes. That way, I hear people say all the time, I left all my best shots on the driving range. That's not what you're doing. You're warming up. You shouldn't even really be paying any attention to where the ball's going. You're just loosening up your muscles. In fact, I don't even take a full swing till I get into my long irons. If you want to stretch out your muscles, take it a little bit slow. Start with a 9-iron, work your way up, and then when you get to your long irons, then start making a good shoulder turn. You don't want to injure anything. It's very important in golf. You know, your back gets torqued in one direction so much that you want to be very careful that you don't hurt it. Now, when you do get to your woods and your driver, just make sure you stretch out your upper arms and your back just a little bit. In fact, you'll see lots of times on the first tee, the professionals are always kind of stretching with their back with their driver. You know, you can let it go just a little bit in the back where your shoulder cuffs are. Make sure that you stretch it just a little bit. Makes all the difference in the world. The other thing is, don't go to the driving range before you play and start with your driver. Always finish with your driver and then go to the first tee. In fact, if you putt after you've hit balls before you go to the first tee, you'll stiffen up worse than even if you hadn't have warmed up. So putt first, then loosen up with your wedge, and always go from the driving range to the first tee. If you're going to hit off with a driver in the first tee, finish with a driver. If you're going to tee off on the first tee with a 3-wood, finish with a 3-wood. You'd be surprised the difference this makes to your golf game. Now I'm going to finish with the driver and then go to the first tee. I have one little secret. I only hit 3 or 4 drivers on the driving range before I go, but I always like to finish on a good one. So let's hope this is it. That way I have a good positive thought going to that first tee. You'd be surprised the difference it makes. The tee shot. Finesse is the key to your golf game. Oh, sure, it's a great feeling to bust one every now and then, but that takes quite a lot of power to master, and a lot of slices, shanks, and lost balls in between. What we're looking for is sound fundamentals and consistency. The rest will fall into place. Hitting a golf ball correctly takes a number of physical elements working together to build your own personal rhythm and tempo, and it starts with finding the right spot on the tee. And make sure it's a flat area. Now that we're on the tee, let's go ahead with our basic fundamentals and talk about the grip. There are 3 different kinds of grips. The baseball grip, which is pretty obvious. It's just 2 hands, just like you would with the baseball. And that really isn't incorrect, but it's not very popular. Then there's what's called the interlocking grip, and that is when you interlocked your right little finger with your left forefinger. The interlocking grip doesn't serve any real purpose, except it does help the hands work as one. Again, this doesn't really do anything, but the most important and the most orthodox is what's called the Waden grip. And this is the one that I have and 99% of professionals have. And what it is you're going to take the pad of your left hand is going to sit right there on the butt of the grip, and it will go across the knuckle of your left forefinger. So when you close it, there is formed a V between your thumb and your forefinger, and this line should point somewhere between your right shoulder and your chin. Now your right hand, there's a little indentation in your right hand. That sits right on top of your left thumb. Now you hold it more with your thumb and your right forefinger for 2 reasons. You hear a lot of people say you want to keep your golf grip in one piece. So I hold on with the last 3 fingers of my left hand and these 2 of my right hand. And what that does, it makes them hold as one because you only have 2 fingers of your right hand and 3 of your left. The other reason is when you get to the top of your backswing, if you're holding on with these 3 fingers, you can let these 2 go and you can still keep that position. Holding on here eliminates a common problem of what's called re-gripping on the way down. And you can hold on with these and let these go and you can still have a good shot. Now a lot of people have a death grip with these fingers, and that's incorrect because you can waver at the top of your swing. So make sure that you hold on with these 3 fingers of your left hand. And again, at the top of your swing, make sure you're holding on with these 2 fingers of your right hand, because this can keep it on line. If you don't get on top here and hold on with these 2, it is going to go laid off or across the line. So make sure you hold on with these 2 fingers of your right hand and the last 3 of your left. And that's the only thing to it. Again, there's a V formed with your right hand. And again, this should be parallel to your left. If you open your left hand and open your right hand, they will be parallel. So make sure you check all of these points. And again, that V should point somewhere between your right shoulder and your chin. Now that's what's called a strong grip. And more people, even men pros, are getting more and more of a strong grip, which means that everything points more to their right shoulder. It's a much more powerful position. It gets your wrists in a position where they can release much easier and, of course, create that power that we're all looking for. So let's go ahead and check those basic fundamentals again. Always hold on with the last 3 fingers of your left hand. Make sure that the V is pointing somewhere between your right shoulder and your chin. Again, hold this indentation over your left thumb. Close it down and hold on with your thumb and your right forefinger. Keep hold of those two, and it all should form as one. Make sure the top of your swing, when you go back, that you're holding on with the last 3 fingers and the first 2 of your right hand. That's all there is to it. Now that we have the grip, let's go to alignment. If you can't line up correctly, then you can't hit the ball straight. I try to keep my feet together because I see so many amateurs walk into the ball and set up by looking at where they want to hit it first. And then they set their club. And when you do this, it automatically sets your body in a position that's comfortable, but really isn't lined up correctly. So the way that a lot of professionals do it, and the way that I do it, is I get my feet pretty much together. And then I set my club first. That way my body isn't overtaking where I want it to line up. Now I set my club, I have a line on my club, and I point that right through where I want the ball to go. Now I create, after that, an imaginary line through that ball, all the way to my target. Now from there, all I do is widen my stance, set my hips and my shoulders parallel to that line. Now that's the most important thing. People think that your feet, your hips, and your shoulders should point to your target, which would mean that instead of being parallel to that imaginary line, they would be aimed right, which is what is called closed, and that would create the ball to have a right to left spin on the ball. So make sure that there's a parallel line through your ball and that your feet, hips and shoulders are parallel to that line that you want your ball to go. So in actual fact, if you stood behind my feet, if you laid a club across my feet, it should be actually left of my target because it is slightly left of that parallel line. There's 2 parallel lines drawn straight to your target. Now another way you'll see a lot of professionals when they're up on the practice tee is they set a club like I have over here because there's another parallel line, and they try to make their body and the line that's going from the ball all in a parallel line. So that's all you do, and that's how you can check it. You can set a club down there to make sure that, again, the line that you want the ball to go on is going to be parallel to that club. And your feet, your hips, and your shoulders will also be parallel, so they'll be slightly aimed a little left. And that's all there is to that, too. Let's check our ball position. Remember, in alignment, you should set your club first. Then widen your stance, and everything should be parallel. Now, to get the correct ball position, this parallel line creates a perpendicular line, and it should be 2 inches on the inside of your left heel. And it should stay uniformly this through every shot. Some people think that it should change all the time, and it shouldn't. The only thing that changes is the width of your stance. Now remember that. That's very important. Keep the same ball position, 2 inches on the inside of your left heel. Now to get comfortable with your body in addressing the ball, people think that they should bend from the waist. That's incorrect. The way to get comfortable, widen your stance, feel like you're sitting on a tall stool. Bend your knees. Now your knees must be bent because, like in everything, skiing or in golf, they must act as shock absorbers for your swing. So make sure that they're bent comfortably. You're sitting on a tall stool. Now you do not bend from the waist. You bend from the hips. And you create a straight line with your back. Now all of this can be checked. Make sure, again, your ball position, it's 2 inches on the inside of your left heel with a perpendicular line through the ball. Your knees are comfortably bent, your back is straight, and you're bending from the hips. That's all there is to that. Let's cover the short details of the backswing. Very important part of the swing is it's a wind-up where you're going to create all of your power. I try to think of several things. One, the first 12 inches I take it back on a straight line, and then all I do from there is turn my shoulders. At the top of my backswing, my back should be facing the target. And always check that. You want to make sure that you've made a big shoulder turn. The other thing to watch is that you should have 95% of your weight on your right foot. Now, most amateurs do it the other way. At the top of their backswing, 95% of their weight is on their left side, which is what's called a reverse weight shift. So the way to check that, when you take it back on your backswing, you should be able to take it back and actually lift your left foot off the ground. There should only be 5% to keep your balance right there. So I can actually take it back, lift my left foot off the ground and still hit it. Once you have yourself set up at the backswing, all you have to do from here is key your downswing and follow through. I have people ask me all the time, what do you think of on your downswing? It is less than half a second from the top of your backswing till you hit impact, so there's nothing that you can really think of. So what I try to do is get it started on the right track. I try to get, now that my weight is 95% on my right side, get my weight as quickly as I can from my right side to my left side. So I try to feel like my right knee touches my left knee as quickly as possible. What that does, it causes a fulcrum effect. The bottom half of my body goes ahead, my upper half will stay behind the ball. From there, all I do is move my weight through and follow through. At the very top of your backswing, follow through, your weight should be all on the outside of your left heel, and the right toe should be just on the ground for balance. Again, 95% of your weight should be on your left side. In fact, if you wanted to check that, you'll see people like Gary Player use their weight so well, their lower half of the body, that when they create power, they actually walk forwards. It's okay as long as you don't walk backwards. If you walk forwards, then your weight's going the right direction. A lot of amateurs have the problem with the reverse weight shift as they get their weight to the left side on the way back, and they fall backwards on the way through. And that's very powerless from there. So make sure, again, your weight gets onto the top of your backswing on your right side, and as you follow through, it's all the way over onto the outside of your left side. Let's go over the important things one more time. Set your club first. Set your feet, hips, and shoulders parallel to the line that you want the ball to go. Take it straight back the first 12 inches. Then begin a wrist cock at waist high. Take a full shoulder turn, making sure your back is to the target. At the top of the backswing, your weight should be mostly on your right side. Now key your downswing by pushing off with your right foot onto the left side. Hold your follow through and make sure that all your weight is on the left side. Okay, now let's see Jill hit one. Good shot. Well, Jill, you're doing a lot of things right. Your grip is very good, and you've got a good weight transfer on the way back. Two things, though. One, I want you to try to keep your left arm straight on your way back. The reason that this does, it creates a huge arc. The further you can get this club head away from the ball, the more power you're going to get.
Oh, okay.
And the second thing is, don't keep your head down.
I always thought that I was supposed to keep my head down.
I know, I hear that all the time, and that's wrong. You really shouldn't keep your head down, because if you follow through correctly, your head should follow through, just like it says. So I want you to hold your follow through and let's see if it's better.
Okay.
And try to keep your left arm straight on the way back.
Okay.
Jill's left arm is a little straighter, but it needs to be even more so. Take a look at mine. Jill still has a tendency to keep her head down, and that hinders her weight transfer. Watch in my follow through how my head has moved because of my weight transfer. Okay, now it's Jane's turn. Okay, I want you to set up again like you're going to hit the ball.
Okay.
Now remember I said that you should only have a hand's width between your hands and your body, so I want you to keep your hands there comfortably.
Okay, I should move forward then too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bend your knees, bend comfortably, and then keep your hands about a hand's width.
Okay.
The other thing is that you're standing a little bit too steady on your feet. You've got them bent well, but there's no weight transfer.
I see.
So what I want you to do is try to move your weight from your right side, and the right knee point towards your left knee. Your left knee point, yes, and then on the way through, your right knee point towards your left knee.
Okay.
Good. You get a weight transfer and get some power.
Okay.
Jane breaks her hands too quickly on her takeaway, whereas mine is long and low. Her left knee points to the ball instead of to her right side, as mine is. At the top of her swing, there is not enough shoulder turn. The back should be to the target, as mine is. On the way down, she keeps her weight too much on her right side, whereas mine is all the way over onto my left heel. Now let's check out what we've learned. This is a handy section of the tape to come back to often, just to check your fundamentals. fairway shot. Fairway shots. This part of the game is probably the hardest for amateurs because they never take enough club. They always allow for the perfect hit. And even the professionals don't do that. I always take a little bit extra and swing smooth because I want to be putting for my birdie, not chipping. Remember, a green is about 30 yards long, which is about 3 clubs. Once you determine how far you can hit a club, let's take a 5-iron for instance. I hit a 5-iron about 155 yards. Then just add or subtract 10 yards per club. A 4-iron, 165, and a 6-iron, 145, and so on. Instead of allowing to hit the perfect shot to the middle of the green, try to play to the back of the green. It's very difficult to hit the ball over the green, and you're always giving yourself plenty of room for error so that you can be putting for your birdie. The other thing with second shots, sometimes you get a bad lie. On the tee, you know exactly what kind of lie you're going to have, but over here, you're rolling the dice. I have just rolled into a divot, so how do I get out of it? The worst thing you do when you're in a divot is try to help it out. Always do the opposite. I'm in a divot, so I make another divot. I want the ball to go high, I go down on the ball. So what I'm going to do with this one, I'm in a bad lie. Everything else is the same, the setup, the grip. All I'm going to do is take plenty of club, make sure I have plenty of club to get to the green, swing smooth, hit the ball first, and hit down on the ball. Don't try to pick it out of the bad lie. And it comes out just the same as the good lie. When you find yourself in the situation where your ball is buried in long grass in the rough, there are several things you should change in your swing. Normally with a normal golf swing, you would take it back long and low. And in doing this, coming back to the ball, you'd mat a lot of long grass between the club and the ball, which would turn the club face shut, and the ball would come out heavy, low, and left. To eliminate that, you take the club, which is square, and you open the club face. You re-grip. You take your stance. You aim left or open. Now the secret from here is to break your hands very sharply away from the ball. And what that does is it's going to create a sharp angle of attack between the club head and the ball, eliminating all that long grass. So again, break your hands very quickly and aim a touch left. And the ball will come out high and straight. With the long iron out of grass such as this, a tough shot. You can hit the 3-iron the same way as I've explained with the shorter iron. People ask me all the time, how far away should I stand for a long iron? It's exactly the same with every club. The club dictates how far away you stand with the correct posture. You should always have comfortably a hand's width between the end of your club and your body. So always check that with all of your clubs. Everything else is basically the same. My secret in long grass with a long iron, it's really hard to get it up in the air because it's such a straight face. There's a big club face that has to go through that long grass. The secret, 5 wood. With the 5 wood, you have a much smaller surface at the base. This can slide through that long grass. Much easier, the ball pops up higher, and you have no problem holding it on the green. So try a 5 wood next time you get in long grass like this, and watch how easy it gets out. Open the club face again, set your stance left, and break your hand sharply. And it comes out perfect. Here we have a severe downhill lie, a very difficult shot. The tendency is for the ball to slide off low and to the right. To eliminate that, aim yourself a little bit left of your target, play the ball further back in your stance, open the club face just a little bit. Now from here, most people want to slide their hip and then try to help the ball up, which means they hit it fat or slightly behind the ball. To eliminate that, make sure you break your hand sharply, follow the contour of the hill. My secret is I try to keep my lower half stationary, and I'm going to break my hands sharply and follow the contour of the hill and keep the club head on the ball as long as possible. That's all there is to this. Let's look at it again from another angle. Place your body parallel to the downslope. The key is to remain as still as possible and stay down and through the shot. Watch how the club follows the ball. This is a severe uphill lie. The tendency with these, if you play the ball normally in your stance, is to hit into the hill. How do you stop that? All I do is play the ball further forward in my stance, and I follow the contour of the hill. I'm going to go back low with the hill. It's going to shoot the ball up high, but because I've played the ball further forward in my stance, the club is going to be on the upswing of the arc. The center of the arc will be about here, so it's on the upswing. There'll be a little more release, so the ball's going to shoot left, but you will not hit into the hill. So all you do is play it further forward in your stance and aim right. And the shot is easy from there. Let's look at this one again also. Take a longer club anytime you're playing uphill. Balance is very important here. Be sure to transfer your weight to the left side on the way through the shot. Follow through and finish with your hands high. Let's see how Jill's swing compares to mine on an uphill lie. The lines show that Jill's knees, hips, and shoulders go against the hill, as my knees, hips, and shoulders go with or parallel to the lay of the land. Because of this, Jill's club head breaks away from the ground too sharply, while my club follows the contour. As a result, Jill's head and upper body move up and forward at the top of her backswing, while my head stays still and behind the ball. Are you having a little trouble deciding?
Yes, I am. I can't decide if I should use my 3-iron or my 5-wood.
Well, this is a hard situation because long irons are hard to hit. They're intimidating. You've got a very straight-faced club, and it's a bigger club head. You haven't got a very good lie, so I would take the 5-wood because it's a little bit easier to get through the bad lie, and with fairway woods, you can swing smoothly.
Okay.
So let's try the 5-wood.
Okay, I'll try that.
When you're having trouble deciding, always take the easier shot or the longer club. Very good. Now see how the 5-wood went ahead and carried a little higher and stopped? The long iron would have gone in lower.
Right.
A ball below your feet, a very difficult fairway shot. The tendency is to fall forward on the shot. Now some people say that you should line it up on the toe so that when you fall forward, you can get it into the middle of the club. The problem with that is, how do you know how much you're going to fall? My secret? I sit back a little bit on my heels. Now in doing that, I'm going to flex my knees and keep that position. I take a little bit extra club because I don't have the balance that I would normally have to transfer my weight. That's all you do is sit back in your stance and play the shot normally. The ball above your feet like this, tough shot. The tendency is to fall off the hill. Remember to flex your knees and keep the weight on the balls of your feet. Go down the shaft about an inch. Aim right of your target. Take a little bit extra club because it's hard to swing like this. And swing smooth. The hazards. Intimidation of water hazards, a common problem with amateurs. The secret is to concentrate on the positive and not the negative. Don't think of what you want to avoid. Pick a certain spot and try to hit that spot. Forget the hazard is there. You play the shot as normal. I have about a 65-yard shot. I want to land the ball comfortably on the green. So I want to hit this about 10 yards on the green. Now the secret from here is not to try to help the ball over the water. Don't get anxious and look what the ball is doing. Feel confident. Pick that spot, concentrate only on that spot and not on the water. Remember, a positive thought, not a negative one. Somehow, I knew it would find its way in here. Getting into trouble spots on a golf course is just part of the game. Instead of letting your lie overwhelm you, keep one thing in mind. Your job is to get out the best possible way. The most important part of a bunker shot is the sand wedge. Every other shot in the bag, it really doesn't matter what club you use, it's personal preference, even your driver and your putter. But with a sand wedge, it has to be designed a certain way. Make sure with your sand wedge, this leading edge is lower than this back edge, or what's called the flange. This flange should always be higher than the leading edge because this flange is what's going to hit the sand. I have about an inch flange on this, so I am about 1.5 inches behind the ball. You take whatever size your flange is and add ½ an inch for room for error. That's all there is to it. Now with a bunker shot, remember you're in a hazard, so you cannot ground your club. You want to get in comfortably in the sand, settle yourself, bend your knees so there'll be no movement with your legs, only a knee shock absorber type movement. You're going to open the club face so that you're going to cut the ball out and the ball's going to go in the air. Now from here, remember because you have about an inch flange, you have to aim 1.5 inches behind the ball. So select a spot about 1.5 inches behind the ball. Now what I'm going to do, because we're practicing, is draw a spot where I want my club to enter. Remember, the back edge is going to enter here. Now I pick 1.5 inches behind the ball, I open the club face, I set my feet, my hips, and my shoulders slightly left of my target or open so that I can create a left to right cut spin. Now because you're going to come down on a spot 1.5 inches behind the ball, you have to lift it up quick. So on the way back, you want to take it outside the line and sharply up. You want to break your hands. Do not look at the golf ball. Look at the spot that you want to hit. You bring it up sharply and outside and hit the spot. Again, you can always check where, because I drew that line, where your club entered the sand. The two things that are great about bunkers, if you hit it a touch too close to the ball, it's going to create more backspin, so the ball will stop quicker. And if you hit a little bit behind where you're aiming, it'll create a little bit of overspin. That's why you hear so many times pros say that it is actually easier out of the sand than chipping, because there's a little bit of room for error. So if you're not frightened of the sand, you'll be surprised how easy it is. Okay, Jill, remember the first thing when you're in a bunker or hazard, you must not ground your club. That's a one-stroke penalty, so always keep your club just above the ground. I want you to plant your feet just a little more because you don't want to lose your balance. Okay. And you're going to break your hands a little sharper because if you do a normal swing, you're going to be coming in low and you might catch sand first. Remember, with a bunker shot, the sand wedge, this edge is going to hit first. So if you're coming in low, it might catch the ball and you'll hit it thin. So make sure that you break your hands a little sharper on the way back, get yourself a little more planted in the sand, and don't ground the club face.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Here, let's try this again. Okay. There we go. Plant your feet. Good. Now just break your hands a little quick on the way back. There, oh, good shot. Okay, all you have to do when you hit a bunker shot is remember to aim about 1 inch behind the ball. What you did was, in every other golf shot, you look at the ball and you want to hit the ball first. But in this shot, you must hit behind the ball. So what I want you to do is pick a spot right here. I usually, when I'm practicing, draw a line so I can see if my club entered that sand at that spot. So you want to pick about there. You never look at the golf ball, and you hit right down that spot. So make sure you break your hands quickly, and with the club, try to hit there.
Okay, so you spot that instead of the ball.
Exactly. Okay? You never want to try and pick it out of the sand. You always hit down because it's almost like a shovel effect. This hits the sand first, and then it goes underneath the ball. And the ball, this throws it up like a little shovel. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, with the bunker shot, remember, I'm going to draw a line about 2 inches behind the ball where I want my club to enter the sand. This is just for practice. Do not do this in the tournament because you're not allowed to ground your club in a hazard. Remember that. Open the club face, which means that this is square, so I'm going to open the club face and then re-grip it again. Do not start with it square and then try to open it up and keep that grip. Make sure you open the club face and then re-grip it the way we've already discussed in gripping. Now that you have the club face open, make sure that your body is open, which means that your feet, your hips, and your shoulders are aimed left of your target for 2 reasons. 1, to get your body out of the way so you can hit the shot, and 2 is to create a left to right spin on the ball. Okay, after we've set up for an open stance, we're going to break our hands very sharply and come down the spot that we're aiming at. So you're going to break your hands and take it outside the line and hit the spot. That's all you do. You do not ever look at the golf ball in the bunker. Look at that spot that you want to hit. Remember to plant your feet. Everything is open. You're going to take it up sharply and hit behind the ball where you're aiming at. Now you can see after you've hit the shot when you're practicing that you can check to see that the club actually entered the sand where you had it aimed, and that was the back flange edge. Now the great thing about bunkers is that it's much more forgiving than a chip shot. If you hit it a touch too thin or close to the ball will actually have more backspin, so it'll save you. And the other way, if you hit a touch behind where you're aiming, it will have a little bit of overspin. That's why you hear so many pros say that it is actually easier in the bunker than chipping. Pitching and chipping. Short-range pitching is an art in itself. With this shot, I think the most important thing to remember is to pick the right club. I have about a 50-foot chip shot right here. And the thing that's important is every shot you play is the same. It's just what club. You have to pick a club that's going to carry safely onto the green. So I want to pick something that's going to hit 6 feet on the green and then go ahead and run to the hole. Remember with pitching, select a club that will carry you safely onto the green and then run the rest of the way to the hole. For example, I hit a 6-iron. If I'm close to the green, I just have to carry it 6 feet on the green and run. Or an 8-iron, or a pitching wedge as I am now. The reason you don't pitch the shot into the air is that it's much easier to judge something. For example, if you rolled it to the hole rather than have to throw it and carry it and then judge what it would do. So that's why all pros always pitch and run this shot. Now I have a pitching wedge right now and I want to hit it about 6 feet on the green and then hit it to the hole, let it run. It'll do the rest itself. Now how do you swing this way? All you do, every swing is the same. You take it slightly inside the line on the way back. My stance and my hips are slightly open or a little bit left of the target so that there's no restriction so I can go through to the hole. I take it slightly on the inside back. I feel like my right knee just kicks in a little so that I don't stop and hit the shot fat. And that's what I see a lot of amateurs doing. They stand too flat-footed and then they try to help it. You want to just kick it a little bit with your right foot to get yourself moving forward. Keep your hands ahead. Now I try to hold this position here. I do not want the club to turn over and give it some overspin. I want to keep control of the club. So what I do is I take it slightly on the inside and the way back, so just a touch inside, and I come through to the hole and hold the shot. So all it is you take it inside and hold the shot. Keep your hands ahead. It's going to hit the green and roll on. That's all there is to it. Okay, see how you hit a little bit behind that ball? It's because your hands were a little bit behind the ball. Now, if you keep your hands ahead, that way you'd catch the ball first, and it would keep the overspin. And I would like you to go down the shaft just a little bit on the grip so that you have more control. You want to have the shot spinning off with overspin rather than sometimes it has a backswing. So make sure you go down the shaft, keep the club face square.
Okay, I'll try that.
Okay. Yes, and see how that turns over? Yeah. That's much better. Remember, select the club that can comfortably carry you onto the green and then roll to the hole. Aim your feet and your hips slightly left of your target, which is what's called open. Take it slightly inside and the way back. Hold your follow through so that the club stays straight at the hole. Remember, the more you can concentrate on this part of the game, the better it's going to be for your game. Putting. Putting, the most important part of the game. Let's start with the grip. This is the first time you're going to change the grip. This is what's called a right-hand putting grip. And if you're right-handed, this is what you should do. You should hold on mostly with your right hand. The only reason your left hand is on is to guide the putter. It doesn't do any of the actual stroke. In fact, you can putt as well with your right hand as with both hands. And if you practice this, you'll be surprised how well you can putt. You can make sure that you do keep your right hand in there and that your left hand is just on to keep a little bit of a guideline. You'll be surprised how well you can putt with your right hand. You'll see often pros practice this way to make sure that their right hand is in play. Now the right hand goes on there with the right thumb straight down the shaft. And now all you do is slide the left thumb underneath the right pad of your thumb. And I always try to feel like my left finger and my wrist are one piece all the way down. Now that we have the correct grip, let's go to ball position. Line the club up first. When you take your stance, the ball should be slightly forward of the center of your stance. The reason you do this is so that your hands are about the center of your thigh, your left thigh. And when you take it back, because you're coming on the upswing, you're going to create overspin. Sometimes you'll see professionals, their balls go towards the hole, and once they hit the cup, they dive in. And it seems like a lot of amateurs, when their ball hits the cup, it goes the other way because they're putting backspin on the ball from having it too far back in their stance. If you have it forward in your stance, then you create an overspin that's coming up, and once it hits something, it will dive towards it. So when it hits the hole, it'll go in, hopefully. Let's try that. Now that you have everything ahead, you keep your hands ahead. Now the two most important things after that, keeping your head still. This is one time when you do keep your head down and still, because your body and your shoulders are swinging around your head, and it's very important. In fact, to check that, your eyes should be over the ball. Now they don't have to be directly over the ball as long as they're on the line that the ball is on. The way to check that is when you get yourself ready, you can take a coin or something right between your eyes or a golf ball and drop it. And it should drop right behind that line. Now you keep your head there at all times, and you swing around that. Now there's a new theory on putting. The old putting theory used to be wristy, and the amateurs still do that. 95% of the professionals do not, because when you're putting with your wrists, it's what's called breaking down, which means that the putter passes your hands before or at impact. Now when you do that, it's too hard to control. Once we have the correct ball position and your head is still, now we can go on to stroke. There are two theories on stroke, wrist putting and what's called shoulder putting. Wrist putting is very old-fashioned and none of the professionals use it anymore. So obviously it doesn't work very well. The reason being is that it's called breaking down, which means your club head passes your wrists before it gets to impact. And that's too hard to control and repeat every time. When you're under pressure, if you break your wrists, like I'm going to demonstrate now, it can go left or right, and it's very difficult to judge speed. Speed is very important in putting. So the way the professionals do it is they lock their wrists. The way I do it, I try to get a line down from my left forearm all the way down, and I even carry it through onto my left forefinger. And a lot of professionals do this. That line should never break. Now you can create a little angle here with your right arm or your right wrist, which also helps. Now all I do from there is lock everything. I keep my head still, and I putt with my forearms. The only thing that moves are my forearms. That creates overspin, and the ball, and the ball goes straight in the hole. Now remember, do not let the club head pass your hands before or at impact. That is the most important thing. And now all you have to do from here is accelerate. Keep your forearms together and accelerate. You know, there's very little instruction on putting, and it's really the big difference between an amateur and a professional. The amateurs break down and are wrist putters, and that's very bad, especially under pressure. So keep your forearms locked and then just swing from there. Now with acceleration, I always feel like I try to make sure that every putt accelerates the same. A putt should go 14 inches past the hole. Now that we have the perfect stroke, all we have to concentrate now is speed. Now how you judge your speed is that they should have acceleration. So I always take it back so that my acceleration is the same every time with every putt. And the way you do that is, all you do is control it with your backswing, or your backstroke. Your speed is controlled by how far you take it back. Your acceleration is the same every time. I see so many people with a long putt take it back the same distance and try to help it, and with a short putt, they take it back too far and decelerate. The most important thing is the acceleration must be the same every time. The next step is learning to read the break. This takes a lot of imagination and practice. First of all, I imagine running water to determine which way it's going to break. Then I go to that low side and see how much it's going to break. If you go to the high side, it diminishes the perspective of how much it's going to break. Then I get down low to the ball, and I see my line. I try to imagine every putt going 12 inches by the hole. If you try to get the ball to die into the hole, it breaks too much. So try to keep your putts uniform. This putt looks like it breaks about 1.5 inches left to right. So I'm going to pick a spot somewhere up near the hole that's about 1 inch left of my hole. Here, I'm going to pick at this piece of grass. I'm going to aim there. I'm going to try to roll the ball 12 inches by that spot. Now from there, you do not focus again on the hole. You keep looking at that spot. If you look at the hole, you will push your shot to the hole. So keep looking at that piece of grass or anything that you've picked to aim at, but do not look at the hole. Let's let Hisako putt one. Okay, that's a good stroke. Two things that I think you should do is don't lock your elbows so tight. because it's too hard to, this is a field shot. So relax your elbows just a little bit, bend them a little bit, and if you're still too far away from the ball, then bend your knees and bend over a little more. But make sure these are a little bit relaxed, and because you're holding on so tight, you're pressing down into the grass. This is a very common problem. It happens with a lot of amateurs because they get so scared and so nervous and they hold on firmly with a lot of shots. But when you're putting, actually I try to hold the putter just off the grass a little bit because when it gets down in the grass, the first movement is almost jerky trying to get it out. So just hold it lightly. Jack Nicklaus does this. He never grounds the putter. He holds it just above the grass so that you actually have it held in your hands. Okay, now you need to bend over more this way. Yes, that's it. Okay, keep the putter above the grass. That's good. See how it doesn't have that jerky feeling back? And don't ever have a death grip because this is where a touch is very important. So you need to have a nice, light, but still firm hold of the club.
Okay.
Okay? Okay. Let's go over this one more time. Hold the putter with your right hand. Slide the left in just for guidelines. Set your head over the ball and keep it very still. Set your stance slightly ahead of center of the stance for the ball. Keep your hands ahead. You're going to lock your wrists and putt with your forearms and accelerate through the ball. Remember, you control your acceleration and your speed with the length of your backswing. Keep your head very still. Do not break your wrists. Okay, now that we've learned the basics, let's put it all together and play golf. I've asked my caddy, Rick, to join us. What do we have here?
370-yard elevated right to left par 4. Pins on the left 10. It's not bunkered. It's 200 yards to carry that bunker on the right.
Okay, so I can still carry it even though it's uphill.
Correct.
And I don't need to hit left to right.
No, hit it right to left.
Okay. Even though it's uphill, I think I can carry it right to left, you think? Yeah. Okay, now don't forget to tee it up a little bit higher because you're going uphill. And remember to extend back more and kick your right foot in and stay with it. Oh, it's going left of where I wanted it to go. I obviously didn't kick my right foot in fast enough. I decided to come in from the left side. With Jill, her left foot is moving too much right before she takes it back. She has a good backswing, but her head is still down at a follow-through. Jane does not have enough weight transfer, and she's falling back on her follow-through. Hisako is too flat-footed. She does not have enough weight going onto her right side, and again, this has no power. This is a par 4, 358 yards uphill. There's a fairway bunker over to the right with about a 210-yard carry from the tee. Jill drove hers 180 yards and has 178 left. Jane drove hers 140 yards and has 218 left to the pin. Hisako drove hers 158 yards and has 200 yards left to the hole. I drove mine 240 yards and I have 118 yards left to the pin. Jill is leaning too much into the uphill slope here and it's causing her ball to go to the right. Hisako is too concerned with the uphill slope. She's trying to help the ball up the hill. Her ball is going too low. Did you see what the balls were doing? Anybody's balls bouncing?
Yeah, they bounce about 5 yards to the left, so we want to fly this ball about 5 short and 5 right.
Okay. I'm a little bit uphill right here, so... Was it almost a club uphill, do you think?
Yeah, about 8 to 10 yards.
Okay, and I'm uphill side hill, so the ball's going to move about 5 yards right to left off this lie. So I need to aim a touch right. If I aim it just on that right edge, the left edge of that bunker, is that going to be the right one?
That's perfect. That is perfect.
What's that wind doing up there?
You have a little cross breeze left to right, and you have 110 to the front and 118 to the pin.
Okay, so I need to, for one club uphill, a 9 should get me there, huh?
I think it's perfect.
Should carry with about a 5 yards run?
Right.
Okay. I need to birdie this hole, a short hole like this, driven it in perfect position. Don't forget, follow the contour of the hill. Take it back slow and lower than normal. That's the right line. Let's see if it gets the right bounce. Oh, great bounce. Tournament bounce there. Jane has 90 yards left to the hole. Hisako has 80, and Jill has 60 yards. Jane's backswing is a little long for this shot. It's a common problem, and it's causing a deceleration. Hisako does not transfer enough weight on her backswing, and she's leaning into the hill a little bit too much on her follow-through. But she hit a great shot. Good shot. Jill makes a good swing, and she's hit a good shot. I can't believe that shot bounced that much left. I thought I hit it close.
I did too. It bounced more than I thought it would.
Yeah. There's a lot more severe hill there than it looks, too. Need this putt. Check that grain out at the hole. Which way is it going?
It's coming off this mound, west, this way.
The heel really comes into play right about here, that last 6 feet. How much break do you see from there? 8 inches enough?
I don't think so, Jan. I think you need a foot here.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is going to come off that hill right there. And it'll die much more if it's coming at the right speed.
Yeah, totally speed pot.
All right, we need I think I'll just go ahead and play the 12. I need this putt because I was counting on a birdie on the short hole. Now let's see, what can I aim at? About 12 inches left. Oh, good, there's a little divot mark. I'll aim right at there. Now I'm going to have to hit this a touch softer to let it die into the hole for that break. Go. Ah, get here. All right. Hisako makes a tough putt. Now Jane needs this for her 2-putt. And Jill needs this 1 to 2-putt also. Thanks, that was a lot of fun.
Thank you. Great shot.
Thanks, Hisako. You know, a great thing about golf, you don't need the cheers of the crowd for it to be fun, and you don't have to be at the same ability to enjoy the camaraderie and the challenge of the game. I enjoyed sharing my love of the game with you. Remember, keep practicing, keep playing, and good luck.
Hello, I'm Nick Faldo. I'd like to welcome you to this program, which I hope will improve your golf and also your enjoyment of the game. My Open Championship victory in 1987 was the greatest achievement in my golfing career. It was the realization of a dream, but it wasn't achieved without a great deal of hard work, commitment, and belief. Over the previous 2 years working with my coach, David Ledbetter, I had changed my swing completely in an effort to make myself a more consistent player. David and I spent many hours on the practice ground, working on my swing. This program will enable you to learn our philosophy and see how we approach a round of golf. We traveled to southern Spain, to Valderrama, where we played the Volvo Masters, the last event on our European tour.
There we go. Good set of sticks.
But let's start at the beginning. And as we all know, good golf starts with a good grip.
With David's help, all we're simply trying to do is unite the hands on the club, keeping the club face square. Now, as you see, David's drawn a few lines on his glove here to give you a better indication exactly where we're trying to put the hands.
As you can see, the left hand is pretty much a palm grip. It lies diagonally across the palm. This is indicated by these two lines here on the glove, and it's placed across the palm and through the first finger. Now, as Nick wraps his hand around here, we'll notice that the V formed by the thumb and the forefinger, the line indicated here, points very much towards his right shoulder. So very important to get that left hand position correctly on the club. As you can see with these lines, what these indicate are that Nick can see two knuckles on his left hand. Very important for the club golfer to have at least two knuckles showing on this left hand.
Yeah, I think initially, a couple of years ago, my grip was a little bit too weak.
Right.
And this, by moving it to the left, as you can see, my thumb is directly on top. And this causes poor takeaway and bad rotation of the arm. So it's important to feel that you're just a little right of center, nice, comfortable position there. Then we apply the right hand.
Right. Now, the right hand is pretty much a finger grip. And as you can see, as we place the right hand on here, it lies across the base of the fingers here. The shaft lies right across the base, wrapping the right hand on top there. You can notice the thumb of the left hand fits pretty much into the pad, the meaty pad of the right hand here. If we can just open this, we can see it lies right under the thumb joint here. And as Nick places his hands on the club there, there's a little gap, if we can notice, between the first finger and the second finger. This little gap is important because it helps to join the thumb and the finger together. This just keeps the pressure consistent, and now as we can see, the hands are a unit on the club.
Yeah, I personally feel I try to keep an even pressure all through my fingers. And most, as I said, very important, keep it nice and relaxed so you can have this movement all the time through your swing. You've got to have freedom. You don't want to be rigid. There we go, nice and relaxed.
So really, to summarize, we'll see if the hands are set correctly on the club face will then be squared impact. There is a choice that we have as far as where we place the little finger of the right hand. Now, the most common grip, as Nick grips it, is what we term the overlapping or the Varden grip, where the little finger just sits on top of the index finger. This is most commonly used by most players on the tour. But there also is the other grip, the interlocking grip, which, say, Jack Nicklaus uses. And this, generally speaking, is used for people with very small hands. We recommend that for maybe juniors or ladies. And then there's the third grip, which is not very common these days, which is the two-handed or baseball grip, as they term it in America, where the right hand just sits beneath the left hand. Basically, we're trying to get the hands working as a unit. So I think the most comfortable grip is the one where the little finger just sits on top there and it just rides piggyback.
We want to stress that it's so important to spend a little bit of time on your grip. It may feel very uncomfortable to start with. If you could just go out and hit a few balls each day, 20 balls, not worrying where they go, get your grip in the right position, then the feel will come. And if you can do this, it's going to help your game tremendously. Having now got your grip right, the next step we've got to take is getting your stance, alignment, and posture correct. Now, the simplest way we can sort of explain this is to imagine your alignment as a railway track. And the outside rail is your target line going through the ball to your target, which we've indicated with an umbrella to make life a little easier for the camera. And you are going to stand parallel on the inside track. So the alignment is not actually pointed at the target, but is parallel to your target line. So let me just check this first. So it's now running what I would imagine to be a little bit left to target, but only fractionally, which is going to get you now in the right position. This is the easiest way you can work on this on the practice ground. Put the club down, and now we've got the base to work on, which is can get our body in the right position. Let's work from the feet up. We want a nice square stance, about shoulder width apart. We don't be too narrow, because obviously it's going to cause a lot of swaying. And the important thing with your toes and the feet are, if you were to stand naturally, you'd be square. So to make life easier on the follow through, we want to turn out the left foot just a fraction to give you the freedom to let this knee work. And again, we don't want to, on the backswing, we don't want to restrict the turn of the right knee, so we just let that open just a little bit. Right, now we've got our feet positioned, let's go on to our body alignment. And the most important thing what we're trying to do is get every part parallel to our target line here. So we start with our knees. We want these level. But then probably the most important area is your hips. You see how I want these in line, which is going to really pull the shoulders into the correct position. Quite often people worry a great deal about their shoulder position, but in fact, if your hips are slightly out of line, you can see how they're pulling slightly left. That's going to automatically pull my shoulder line, again now pointing left. Obviously the other way, if we're a little bit shut, the hips are pointing to the right of target, automatically going to pull the shoulders online. It's impossible to not move these two or move these two independently. So we've now got our body, as you can see, aligned correctly. Our weight distribution is nice and even between the feet. Now what I want you to try and do to get the right body posture is to just stand tall and then flex your knees, so in a nice comfortable position. And what we're trying to do is get the weight evenly down through the knees and into the balls of the feet here. So as a guide, as I look down, I've lost the vision of my laces and that sort of thing. I don't want to go too far where I can't even see my shoes. I'm here, nice comfortable position. Now the next important thing is tipping the waist forward. Now if we go too much from the waist, we create a rounded back, which is a stoop position, very difficult to turn. So where we actually want to bend from is from the hips again, keeping the small of our back nice and straight. We can then tip ourselves forward there into a nice comfortable position where the arms hang nice and freely. Another little guide, if you're about a hand's width away from your left leg there, you've got your hands in a nice position. So there we go. There's the basics. David will now run through probably some of my old faults, I think.
Well, very simply, Nick used to have too much weight back on his heels here and very open with the hips there. So what we did, obviously, was propped him up to a position where the right foot was very square, so we've pointed that out a little bit there. It's much easier to get your body turning in both directions if you have your feet pointed out. So what we simply did was actually get the weight further forward in Nick's stance, more towards the balls of his feet. Got his behind stuck out a little bit. You can see his back is nice and straight. If you just grip the club there, Nick, see his back is nice and straight. His chin is out too. You don't want to get your chin too low, because this allows your shoulders to turn freely by having the chin up. And very important, which most club golfers should really try to follow this point, the arms need to be relaxed. We cannot overstress that. Yeah. The arms need to be relaxed. You don't want to have any tension in your arms. Now we're going to move into the takeaway, as it's commonly referred to, or the move away as I refer to it. Very important in getting the club moving away to make sure that things move together. Remember, we're setting things up for the rest of the swing. The golf swing is basically a chain reaction, so everything happens from here. So in moving the club away here, you'll notice how Nick moves everything away together. His middle, his navel, and the club move in one piece away together there. For the first few feet, you'll notice how everything turns together. His chest is now turning, and basically his navel is still pointing at the golf club. Now, it appears that the club face is actually open, but in actual fact, it has just simply moved with his turn. You'll notice if he turns and faces the golf club right now, you'll see that the club face in actual fact is in the same position as it was at address. So remember, staying nice and relaxed here, the body moves the club away. Rather than the hands and arms initiating everything, we try to get the body moving the club.
There we go, yes. We get him here, and all we're trying to do with the weight, as David said, is resist here. We don't want any lateral movement. We don't want any swaying at all here. What we're trying to do is actually turn and let the weight feel as if it's coming backwards behind us here. Now, a simple tip to make this a lot easier for you is to put the grip of the club right into your belly button there. Now, if you cheat on it and just use your hands and arms, you can see it comes right away. So what we want you to do is turn the stomach there, pulling it into one position. And as you can see, the club is perfectly square. I can put the club back down on the ground, and I could retake my stance here, square. So we're not trying to roll it or fan it or take it shut in any way. We're using the body to pull it there into the right position.
This also, in getting the club moving, we can see the right shoulder has started to move behind Nick. The right hip has started to move, and certainly the weight has started to initiate its movement to the right side. One of the problems that Nick used to have in his golf swing was moving the club away purely with his hands and getting the club face very shut, and also moving the weight to the outside of his right foot. So very important to move everything away together, so if Nick turns now and faces the golf club, he's basically in the same position as he was at address. Okay, so if we can get Nick to move the club away to the first stage of the backswing. Now we're in a position really where the club continues. Simply what happens from here, the right shoulder turns, the right elbow folds, and the right wrist really hinges. So now you can see at this point here, we've got the wrist almost fully cocked when the left arm is parallel to the ground. Now as Nick continues his right shoulder turning, the weight moves into the right side, the back is facing the target, and he has wound up the big back muscles here, really coiling himself, ready to come back to the ball.
One great practice drill David gave me was what I would call a preset position, where after I've taken my address, I preset this wrist cock. So the club is parallel with the line and also parallel with the ground, so I have completed the wrist cock. I don't want to be here or too far down. Set it completely. Now simply all I do is turn my right shoulder behind me, but resisting with my right knee. I don't want anything else to fold back with it. So pulling back with the right shoulder. As you can see, I've completed the backswing in a perfect position. Just quickly run through that again. Set the wrists so they stay in front of me, there. Parallel and on line. Now just turn the right shoulder into that position. I've resisted here, and the other very important factor is I've kept my spine straight, so it keeps me in a very good position. Maybe, David, you want to run through a couple of little things on that as well?
Yes, I think it'd be very important to mention here, you can notice at the top of Nick's swing there, this is one of the myths of the golf swing that we'd like to uncover. A lot of people try to concentrate on a straight or stiff left arm. Now you can see Nick's left arm is fairly straight, but it is not stiff. There's no tension here. So that's something that you want to really try to work on, is relaxing the left arm, because remember, if you get your arms too far away from your body, you're putting all the emphasis on your hands and your arms. And the other thing really to mention is the fact that Nick has maintained his spine angle that he had at address there. You can see the angle at his waist there is exactly the same as it was at address. There's no lifting or raise or dropping of that angle. So as a result of that, his shoulders have turned on a relatively flat plane. This is one of the things that we've changed in Nick's golf swing. He used to have a very tilted shoulder turn. Now he has a much flatter shoulder turn and is able to get the club in a much more consistent position at the top.
This is something you can do practicing. You can take a 9-iron and just work on this setting action, turning the shoulders. And I want to tell you, knowing that you're getting the backswing in the correct position every time is great for your confidence.
I think it's probably an opportune time now, Nick, to talk just a little bit about the plane, because I think a lot of people get mixed up with what is the plane or what is not the plane.
That's right. We don't really want to say just because you're tall you swing upright, and just because you're a smaller person you swing flat. You are swinging simply on the posture you've created and how your shoulders turn, and that's going to put you onto the plane. Well,
exactly.
You put
correct.
that in the ground and we'll show everybody.
Well, simply what I'm going to do here is put the shaft in the ground pretty much parallel to Nick's shaft at address there. We'll just check that. That's pretty much correct there. Now you'll notice as Nick moves the club away here, as he sets the club, you will notice that the club is pretty much parallel to that shaft there. That's a reference point that we're using. Remember, too, that the plane going back is not the same as the plane coming down. So this is purely a reference point. As Nick continues on here, he reaches his top position there, and he is what I would refer to as on plane. Simply, if we can bring the club back again, Nick, certainly if we swung the club out here, that would be off plane. And if we swung the club around this position, that will be off plane. So simply a very easy reference point is when we set the club is that shaft is pretty much parallel to the original shaft line.
Yeah, as I said, with the taller and shorter players, even if I could bring myself down a foot more, because I'm standing further away from the ball, if I got myself in the right body position, I'm turning, and again, you see, I'm still on the same plane, as you can see by the shafts, and a pretty similar top of the backswing position, even though I brought myself down a foot further. So, in a way, this proves the fact that just because you're a small player, everybody says you've got to swing around yourself, or if you're tall, you've all got to go up. Certainly not. We feel that you've got to get, because you're standing this side of the ball, and you're just turning, you're going to pop yourself on plane.
Now, what we've done up to this point is really set Nick up for the art of actually hitting the golf ball. Now, if Nick could just take the club to the top there, it is a very difficult job to try to piece your downswing together. Things happen so quickly. In any event, what actually happens, as the golf club is going back, some part of the body is actually going forward. So there really isn't a distinction between backswing and downswing, as a lot of people like to make out. But what we will do is to show you and describe to you what does happen, and through a few drills there, you'll be able to feel what takes place in your downswing. So Nick, at this point, certainly has completed his backswing. Now, I'm going to just shorten Nick's swing just a little bit, because to put this in sort of real terms, as Nick is completing, his lower body will be starting to move forward in the opposite direction. In other words, the weight is starting to move to the left side here. And this is initiated with the lower body, the left knee starts its movement forward. And as you can see, what happens here, the hands and arms drop down to a point where they get to about a hip height position. From here on, Nick's body will then rotate through towards the target. You can see his impact position here. His weight now is into his left side. It's going around behind his left heel, pretty much the same way as it was going back. The downswing you can think of as a mirror image of the backswing. Now from here, as Nick clears his left side out of the way, his right side now comes through into a position where he finishes up in balance there, his weight fully into his left side and him facing the target. You can see here Nick's hips are facing the target, and his weight is now virtually 100% into his left side, and he's in a nice balanced position.
For the slightly more advanced players, what actually happens at the top with the arms to create this leverage and this power that we get, as everything is pulling, as David was saying, as I start to get to the top, I'm pulling here. Also what happens is you get a re-rotation of the arms. They're actually pulling back this way, which drops the club onto this slightly flatter plane, which enables you to maintain this wrist set that we talked about, and you can pull the club as hard as you like now into this position. The right side has retained back a little bit. We're not trying to leap forward with the legs. The right side is staying passive. To this position here, I've managed to pull the club down. Now I'm in a perfect position here. The club has come from inside. I can now release the body and holding through as the arms rotate into impact, square into impact, and I can squeeze the ball away, and then I let this left side fold. Very much as the right side is folded on the backswing, I let the left side fold on the way through, which keeps the club head moving through as quickly as possible into that balanced finish.
We have a little drill here that Nick will show you with the beach ball.
Put it another way. Yeah, as I quickly explained about the arm rotation, this ball will hopefully show it a little easier with how the colours will change. As I take it away, my arms are rotating round a little bit. You see how the
there, and as I go up into that position. And as I start down, you can see how this is pulling back in a re-rotation before it then starts to return back into the shot, into impact. And then it will rotate through again, which is proving, as you've seen, that the same color in the same place, that I'm starting off in a square position, I'm square at the top, and I'm square coming back down, and then back into impact, square position. And as you can see it going through, I'm square. I'm not trying to roll things over. As you can see, the color is now facing down. I'm turning there, back down into impact, and around into a square position, and which is also going to keep this right wrist in the same position all the way through the swing. Up to the top, back into impact, and then round to the follow-through. Again, simply all I'm trying to do is create some leverage in my knees and then with my hips. I turn my shoulders fully, but then I start to resist my leg action here, my hips here. As I'm almost reaching the full 90-degree turn, you can see that the lower half of the body is now pulling, is pushing this way. You actually get the impression that I'm pulling this way, out to the right of the target, and that will then in turn drop the right shoulder into the correct position, so that the club turns on plane, but then to get back onto plane, I get this sort of lifting action. The left shoulder's got to come up. It mustn't stay down, otherwise we get this over-the-top action. We pull in up, which is dropping the club down in this position, and then I'm free to go through. It's very important that we get the body to pull the arms into position rather than trying to put the arms into a position by simply learning to turn. Another one is the club across your chest, the same thing, turning here and then turning through. By doing this, the arms have got to follow. It's impossible for them to go in any other direction. There we go.
You'll find that the actual inertia of the golf club keeps the club on the right track there. We see so many golfers obviously trying to get to the top of the swing there and trying to hit the ball from the top there, as opposed to using the body correctly and really letting the ball get in the way of the swing, as opposed to trying to hit at the ball.
Another little drill we've got, which is quite difficult for some of the players, we'll find, but we use a towel and we place it under our armpits, so it restricts the arms from wandering all over the place on the backswing. It enables us to stay together here. Now, I recommend for the not so advanced golfers that you do this without a ball to start with, and just get the feeling of a light pressure, obviously, which is needed to hold the towel up. If your arms come away from the body, you're going to drop the towel. So we keep that there, and I just want you to get the feeling of turning, which will help everything turn together. And you can go all the way up. I've got a 9-iron here. That's all I recommend you use. And just turn just 3/4 of the way up and then through. And you can see what it is doing on the follow through, how it's tucking me in. There. Now for the slightly more adventurous, you can try and hit some shots with this. Just with a 9-iron, nothing more than that. All I'm trying to do is get the feeling of the club starting away and through. And I'm keeping my arms together. It makes everything happen in one unit. Obviously, if it comes away going back, I'll drop the towel. Or vice versa going through. If the left side doesn't stay together as you pull round, if the left side goes away, you're going to drop it there. So we'll show you again. Turn everything together. Turn that stomach and through. Nice and gentle. We're not trying to hit the club full distance. We're just trying to use this as a feel.
Well, Nick, I think we've covered every aspect of the golf swing this morning, and I think it's very important for the viewers to realize that although we've split the swing up into pieces, that they've now got to put it together again in one nice smooth package. So why don't you go ahead and hit a few shots for us, and we'll see how this is done.
Great.
We'll see the overall rhythm and flow of Nick's golf swing. And although he has worked individually on the pieces, he has now put it all together so he can go out and play with the golf swing. Everything looks very natural. In the beginning, I think when you're making changes in your golf swing, I think you'll find it'll feel very uncomfortable and very unnatural. But after a while, these things start to fall into place. See how well balanced Nick is in his swing. Notice how when he finishes with all his weight into his left side, is able to maintain that position too. You find many golfers, when they finish their golf swing, are really not able to hold the position for any length of time at all.
Well, David likes it. Let's take it to the golf course and see what happens. Right, we're now out on the golf course, and the first club out of the bag is the driver. We're on the 10th tee at Valderrama, which will be the 10th hole in the Volvo Masters, which we play each year at the end of the season. We've chosen this hole because it's a good shape hole, and we've got some bunkers in the distance there which we can use to indicate how I line up. Now, one thing that we didn't touch on the range was really the ball position, because this varies tremendously with each club that we use, and also the variety of shots that we wish to play. So now we're on the golf course, we're going to spend a little bit more time showing you that. And with the driver, what we're trying to do, once we've set ourselves up parallel to our target again, our ball position is going to fall somewhere around our left heel to left instep. It's a personal thing. Obviously, some people try to hit the ball a little higher or whatever. The driver, of course, you're trying to hit on the upswing now, so that's why we have a little bit further forward than normal. And again, as we discussed, our posture and our alignment, I'm going to align myself down the left side of the fairway, but my target is somewhere towards the middle to the right-hand side as the hole shapes around the corner. Another thing, which is probably one of the most important things that all good players do, is they have a pre-shot routine. And I, like many others, we start from behind the ball, and we picture the shot that we're trying to hit, and we visualize the shape and everything, and then more important, we pick out a target in the distance that's going to keep us on track and gives us a good guideline. Right, so I'll go through the steps that I use. I stand behind the ball, and simply my target is now down the right-hand side of the bunker. So once I then step away from this, I'm now started into my pre-shot routine. So I've pictured the target. I put my club head down exactly where I want the ball to go. Down the right-hand side of that trap, I take my stance, so I'm nice and comfortable. So I'm perfectly happy that I'm ready to go. Now all I need is a little bit of motion to get the club to move away, and I need one swing thought in the backswing, so I usually think of my hips to get those turning correctly, and here we go. There we go, and it all went pretty good. As you can see, I've kept my follow through. I'm never trying to force the drive. I try to keep the same swing pattern, same rhythm, and hit a good shot.
Well, Nick, we were confronted with a par 5 here, which requires a fairway wood. We've got about 230 yards to go uphill. So certainly I think it's very important for golfers to look at the lie before they take out the club. I think if the lie is very tight, they might want to use a more lofted fairway wood, but you've got a very good lie there, so I think a 3 wood's an excellent choice. So let's set up to the ball there and see how we're going to go about that.
Okay.
First thing, as we can see, the ball is positioned very much like a tee shot, because we are trying to sweep the ball. We're not trying to hit down on it. And also there is a fair amount of weight, probably maybe 60-40, placed on the right side there. This helps us to hit up on the ball without literally trying to scoop it in the air. Now, very important, the rhythm and balance in the golf swing here. And as you'll see when Nick makes the swing here, he'll really work hard on maintaining good rhythm and good tempo.
Okay, I'll go through my pre-shot routine again, lining up, picking my target just left of the pin, and setting myself right on that target. Move the weight back a little bit, nice and comfortable, and here we go.
Tempo is all important. Maintain your balance and swing to a complete follow-through.
Now we come to the long irons, which is the nemesis of many club golfers. In actual fact, they're not as difficult as most people make them out to be. You'll see when Nick makes a few practice swings here, how he'll really try to maintain his balance and his rhythm. Most people try to help the ball up in the air because of the little loft on the club. So if you can just let the club do the work and really make sure you have good balance, you won't have too much of a problem.
Okay, I'll have one practice swing here, saying exactly what David has said. I try to keep my head nice and still, and I want a good, powerful follow-through. I don't want to be deaccelerating or trying to help it up. I want to be accelerating through the ball. Right, let's see if we can hit one. For a shot like this, I've got a slight breeze coming off the left, so my first thoughts would be I would try and hold it up against that. So I want to have a slightly inside path. So I want to make sure I'm slightly inside and then through. So obviously for that, I'm going to have to stay very still on the shot and stay with the shot. Turn fully and release out to the right a little bit. Thanks, Jack.
Long irons are harder to strike than fairway woods, so it is vital to stay down and believe that the loft of the club will get the ball airborne.
Well, Nick, I think we're into the part of the game that most amateurs need a lot of help on, the pitching part. And, you know, somewhere between the sort of 40 and 80-yard shot is where many golfers need a lot of help. I think really they have a lot of fear about these shots where it really is fairly simple. It's a matter, I think, really of understanding the technique to a point where they make a normal golf swing and understand how far they've got to hit it.
That's right. I think we reduced the body movement considerably. We're just going to work with our hands and arms here, even to the extent of grounding our right foot to keep the body still. And the one secret that we like to use is we try to hold the club off a little bit, i.e. we're keeping the club head behind the hands. The hands are working faster than the club head all the way through. As we said, we've got to be aggressive with these shots and not quit on it, not try and help it up, but hit firmly through.
Exactly. Why don't you hit a few, Nick, and let's see what we've got.
All right, well, we're on the fourth hole of Valderrama here. This is a great example of a pitch, a difficult one, over water with bunkers and everything. So we've got to be positive and firm with this. And as we said, I line up the club on my target, on the pin. I stand a little bit open, but I'm nice and firm. Weight a little bit on the front foot, the left side there. And as I said before, I'm going to pull it through and hold it there through impact. Keep my head down all the time. There we go, nice crisp shot. We've now moved back 20 yards. The shot remains very much the same. All we want to do now is extend the stroke a little bit more. Same weight on the left side and everything. I'm using a sand wedge for this shot, which I recommend to all of you. And all I want you to do is get back in this same position. Now, one thing I want you to try and remember is to feel the distance. Is whatever distance you take the club back, I'm going to use about a half swing for this, that I want to go through equally the same. This will keep your rhythm exactly the same through the swing, stop you from being too short and jerky going through. So I want it halfway back, halfway through. Let's try one. I just want to emphasize the arm action by keeping the body still. Relax your arms and almost make them feel heavy. I'm going to go halfway back, halfway through. Perfect. Right, we've come back to 80 yards now. I should think this is about the full length of most of you can hit a wedge. And really, I'm going to use what I would call a small, full swing. It's going to be a nice, gentle, full swing. I don't want to force it. Obviously now, my body's starting to turn. I don't want to resist quite so much as a hands and arm action. I'm trying to let the whole thing swing. And as I said before, the 60-yard shot, take it all the way back and all the way through. Probably the most important thing here is to stay balanced. Line it up and a nice, full, easy swing. As you can see, I haven't taken much of a divot at all. I'm not trying to hit down on it excessively. All I'm trying to get right is my tempo. Nice, full swing, back and through. If you're having problems in getting 80 yards, go to your pitching wedge. I think you'll find that a lot easier. I'll hit one more for you. Right, we're moving on to the lob shot now. Now we have two balls here and two totally different situations. As you can see from the lie, I have one nice and fluffy lie just on the edge of the rough, and I have one very tight lie. Now this is going to require two totally different shots, even though I'm trying to achieve the same thing. From the fluffy lie, the club we're trying to move the club under the ball nice and slowly, so that we're using just the loft of the club to loft it up. We're going to need a slightly longer swing, and we're using really just the weight of the ball to lift it up, and that will let it land softly. On a tighter lie, we're going to need a much faster hand action, a little bit more wrists, so we want to get under the ball, and we're trying to nip it out of this tight lie, so we've got to be accelerating through the ball and hit a nice crisp shot. The tight lie is going to require a much faster hand action, hitting down on the ball, taking a divot, setting the club and going through quite firmly and quite quickly. Again, I want my weight on my left side, club face a little bit open. I'm going to set the club and then pull it through quite quickly, taking that divot. Let's try one. Keeping your head still all the time. Okay, a little bit firm on that one, but I'll show you the softer lie now when the ball's sitting up. We're going to use the bounce of the club to go under the ball, and that's going to lift the ball up into the air. So it's almost, even though we're quite close to green, we're playing like that 40-yard lob shot, the pitch shot rather. We're going to hit through the ball quite soft, a much softer hands and arms action. Because the club face is open considerably, we have to take quite a long swing because we're losing that length. We're trying to send the ball up and then land softly. So again, weight forward and quite a long, slow swing.
As you can see, there is very little wrist action. All I'm trying to do is slide the club head under the ball and make sure you follow through. The 6th green at Valderrama is a beautiful par 3. This is an ideal spot to show you some chipping and bunker shots around the green.
Well, what did you think of those, Dave?
Well, the technique looks relatively simple there, Nick, and obviously you've got a good pattern going to the shot there, and must be a lot of feel involved in these shots.
Yeah, I actually try to get my right hand as the field club. I use my left as just to guide it through the stroke, but you get the feel with the right hand, almost as if you're feeling the distance, rolling a ball towards the hole. Luckily, I can chip them better than that.
Do you change clubs, or do you tend to stick with one club, Nick?
Well, we're about 20 yards or so from the pin here, and I think the most important thing that I try to do is get the ball onto the green in those first couple of yards and then get it rolling like a putt. I almost read it like a putt. You know, I stand behind, picture the shot, I get the break, and my target area is here, just a yard or so onto the green. And, you know, I move it a little bit back in the stance and work very much with just hands and arms and feel it forward. So we're just trying to get it on a yard or so. There we go.
Yes, the ball really hugs the green and rolls up, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think as we work closer, as we get closer to the pin, we can change club, and then it really does become feel. You've got to come up, picture the shot. You've got to see your lie, be able to get the club behind the ball nicely. Obviously, we've got a lot of grass. We need to go for shorter irons. We use 8 irons and wedges, and then we can hit down on it a little bit more. But on a longer shot like this, very much a feel shot in the right hand.
Very much like a long putt.
Okay, so we've now moved to the back of the green. We're only 15, 18 feet from the hole. I mean, we hit a good shot in, and we've just gone off the back of the green. And this is a shot that a lot of amateurs are afraid of, because really all we're trying to achieve is a simple little stroke, backwards and forwards, throw the ball onto the green, we're downhill to the hole, and we just want to let it roll. Now, one thing I've used over the last couple of years, I actually use my putter grip. And I think this helps me because all I'm trying to achieve is a little stroke backwards and forwards. I'm not trying to help it at all with my wrists and loft it onto the green.
Very much a pendulum type stroke then.
Yeah, we work very much with setting this angle with the arms and the shoulders and keeping that all in one unit, going backwards and forwards. Move the ball quite a long way back. I've got a 9 iron here. As I said, all I'm trying to do is just loft it a couple of yards onto the green. There we go.
It's a very dead shot, isn't it? It doesn't roll much.
Yeah, we're trying to just put enough hit. By changing your grip, that helps because you've reduced this little bit of wrist action. You know, if you come out too much wrist action, you're going to hit it too hard. So with the dead wrists, we can get a nice... See, I can hit that quite firm, and the ball's only gone a couple of feet past the hole.
Exactly. Now, you're using a 9 iron here, are you, Nick?
That's right. I think you can, again, feel the shot. We're going downhill. Obviously, uphill, you can go quite as low as even a 6 iron. Obviously, if you're just trying to get it to run that 1 yard and then up the hill. Just try and knock one in for you. Nearly.
This is the shot that obviously the pros are looking to hole, aren't they?
Yeah, I think they certainly don't want to feel they're going to ever drop a shot from this position. They're only 18 feet from the hole. And with a bit of luck, we'll get one in. There we go.
Very good.
This is part of the game that a lot of amateurs are very scared of. David, let's get you in here and explain the technique of bunker play.
Well, you certainly made those look easy, Nick, and we'll see if we can do that for the viewers. First of all, I think it's probably a good idea to describe the sand wedge there, because many golfers, you know, think they can get away with a poor sand wedge, but you find most of the pros are very particular about the club that they use.
I think the importance is getting the right amount of bounce. You know, this is how measured how the bottom of the leading edge is below, sorry, the bottom of the back edge is below the leading edge. And this, of course, when you strike the sand, enables you to hit down on the ball, and then the club will lift itself out of the sand for you. You don't want anything that's too sharp where the club just keeps going down.
Right. Yes, I think it's important to understand the fact that this is really the only shot in golf you don't actually have to hit the ball. The ball is riding out on the sand.
You use the sand as a buffer, and that's how we get our spin.
Right, and it's really not as scary as most people make it out to be.
Right now.
Well, let's set up to it here. Certainly, the first thing you're going to do is set yourself a little bit open. You can see the way Nick sets up there. He's got his feet, his knees, and his hips and his shoulders aimed probably about 30 degrees left of the flag for this length shot, which is probably about 40 feet. He's placing the ball just forward in his stance there.
There we go. Draw a line.
There we go. And I'll just draw a line in this direction so you can see where the ball is positioned in relation to his feet and how open he is standing. Now, the important thing in setting up to the ball is to grip the club correctly. When Nick grips the club there, you'll notice, first of all, the face is open, but he actually opens the face and then grips it. It's very important that you must not, under any circumstance, just open the club face. Otherwise, it'll return closed. So the club face has to be opened initially, and then the hands placed on the club. So the club face is set slightly open. In fact, the club face almost looks slightly to the right of the target, of the flag. Now, Nick's feet are just approximately a little narrower than his shoulders. Now, as he swings the club back, we've assumed he's buried his feet in for good balance. Yep. As he swings the club back, you can see the wrists do hinge, and he is not attempting to swing the club outside here. He's swinging the club on the line of his body. Now, we'll notice as he swings the club back, the wrists have hinged fully, and he's in a position where he can now simply allow his hands and arms to release through the ball there. So he's going to look a couple of inches behind the ball there, keeping his eyes focused on that spot rather than the ball. And we'll see the full flowing motion of his swing here.
Yeah, it's important that we keep the extension. So many amateurs hit down and expect just the explosion to send it out. We're not trying to hit a lot of sand. I'm trying to enter a couple of 2 inches behind the ball and come out probably 2 or 3 inches. So I certainly don't want to go in deeper than that.
You'll notice, too, when Nick plays this shot, how well he stays down. The flex in his knees stays very, very constant. So we do not want to stand up on the shot at all through the ball. Otherwise, this is where the blade shots come from. So Nick can get fairly aggressive with this shot as well, but as long as he makes contact with the sand and keeps the club accelerating through, he is certainly not going to hit the ball too far.
I also find that keeping your base still, if you use too much leg action, if you try to help the ball out with too much leg action, you know, you've moved your center forward, and that's going to cause you to thin it. So keep that right knee firm in that one position, and really just use your hands to pull the club through the ball. There we go. After the relative straightforward bunker shot, we now have a variety of lies to show you. And we start off with the uphill lie, where the problem we have faced here is really we have a wall of sand in front of us. So, number one rule is we're going to have to hit the ball a lot harder. We won't need quite so much an open face because the ball is already on the upslope, so we're not going to have too much problem in getting the ball up. And really, we don't want to hit too far behind it either, because we're going to have to take a lot of sand, and we're going to have to pull through the shot and be very aggressive on this one. So let's see how we can play this. Same setup and everything, a little bit squarer on my club face, and the club is going to be entering the sand on a sort of a level basis. I'm not going to try and help it up at all. I've got to hit into the sand and blast a lot of sand away and send the ball up. Just to repeat this shot once more, remember I've got this wall of sand in front of me. I don't need to release the club at all. I can hit it in quite firm, holding this left wrist solid. Okay, I'm now in the back of the bunker on a downslope, as you can see, a very different problem to the upslope that we faced before. This time, as you can see, I've got to try and get my body into the same angle as the lie. So I have to get myself well forward and my shoulders down a little bit, because what I'm trying to do is chase the club through after the ball, keeping it down. If I'm back on the same normal level, as you can see, the club will enter right in the back of the ball and you'll probably thin it out. Again, the ball is rather going to come out a lot lower and run. As we saw with the uphill shot, that comes out a lot higher and will always stop. So again, I'm opening myself up. The club face is on target, and I want to pick it up a little bit more this time, because invariably you're going to have the back bank in front of you. So pick him up and go through. Keep your head down all the time, and let's follow through after this one.
Stay up there, ball. The amateur's nightmare. The plug lie. Now, it really isn't as difficult as you think. And with a lot of amateurs I've watched playing, you certainly don't have to go in there as if you're trying to kill snakes. Really, all you need to do is have a short, sharp thump through the sand, and on this occasion, you don't need to follow through. What we're trying to do, depending on the length of the shot, on a shorter one, we can have the club face open, and all we're trying to do is have a nice thump going down through the sand. As you can see, I'm just trying to keep down and just remove that sand from in front of me. The stance is very similar. Just a little bit more weight on the left foot. We can set the club a little bit more on the backswing because we're trying to get down steep into the ball. Again, we go in probably 2 inches behind and then down and through. And you stay there. If you keep your eyes there, don't lift up, trying to help it up in any way. Just stay down and pop it out. From this plug lie again, if I require to make the ball run further, imagine it's going to go past the pin this time, all I simply have to do is from that original club face position, is just to close it a little bit, back to square in fact. And again, it's the same downward stroke and popping it through, and it should run a lot further. We've covered the real basics of chipping and bunker shots. As you can imagine, there are hundreds. The variation is enormous. Let me show you how I practice. Now, wherever they lie, let's go and play them. An easy one at last. There we go.
Well, that'll be a nice one to win the Volvo Masters, Nick.
Well, I hope I can do it as easy as that.
Let's talk a little bit about putting, shall we?
Yeah, really we want to work on the basics and give everybody a good idea of how to get a simple, repetitive stroke.
Exactly.
So we start from, I think, just from 3 feet to give you the right picture of what we're trying to achieve. And that's a nice pendulum action with the shoulders and the arms nicely relaxed, forming this angle where we can keep the club just going backwards and forwards on line. There we go, put one there. I want to just take him back and through. Simple as that, on target.
Where do you have your eyes in relation to the ball, Nick?
Well, I think a simple exercise to do is to take your address, get yourself comfortable over the...
Give you another ball here.
Well, I'll use this one here, and I pop it right up on the bridge of my nose, and if I release it, there we go. That's where he landed. And that's directly over your eye line, both vertically and in between your vision as well. So that's a great indication and a nice easy tip to get you positioned every time on the putts. Most people really are a little tentative, and as they come coming through, they start to follow and they start to peep at the hole. If you can pick a small target, a little speck behind the ball, and as you go through, you keep your eyes on that target all the time, and you can see how well the club head then goes through to your target. This is one little drill you can do quite simply. 6 tees placed wider than your putter head, and the idea is just to give you a guideline of coming back and through the ball correctly. Obviously if I bring it in too far inside, I'm going to hit this tee and I'll be thrown offline. So I want to go back and through, keeping the putter head nice and low and slow. And also a good tip is to, whatever distance you go back, you also go through. This will keep you accelerating through the ball. couple more. Got anything to add to that, David?
No, I think it's very important that people understand that on these little putts there, the putter certainly does work pretty much straight back and through, but as we'll see when we get into the longer putts, the putter does tend to work a little inside. Well, this is another little effective drill that we use, Nick. Let me just place this shaft under your armpits here.
Stephanie.
There we go. All right, now what this really indicates is how the shoulders work in the swing. You know, we find in many cases, golfers tend to take the putter back with the shoulders and move them in an incorrect fashion, especially going through the putt. If we can just illustrate this, Nick, if you can swing it back for me, and as they swing through, a lot of this happens. So very important to get the feeling that the left shoulder is going down and up. There we go, very much like a pendulum. You can see the motion here. So this is a very effective drill, and you can either use just a plain shaft or say a 2 or a 3 iron to help you to do this. Now Nick's just going to practice putting to a tee, which brings to mind that this is an important thing to work on. When you work on your technique, don't worry about the hole, just work on putting to a tee, then one doesn't get too frustrated with missing the putt. Put all your concentration into the technique. There we go, very easy. That promotes a very good shoulder motion. Well, without a doubt, there are many individual putting styles, but the thing that all great putters have in common is feel. And this is one drill that we've developed to help you to get the feel. Simply, we've put some tees out at 10-foot intervals, and simply by putting to each tee, it helps it develop the feel that you need in order to hit the putt a certain distance.
Yeah, we're really not worried about direction too much. It's really trying to obtain the feel, and you just putt at these at random. And it's by doing it just once, it teaches you a little bit of muscle memory and certainly a lot of feel. Another simple way of doing it is to putt them one-handed. We recommend you use your right hand as this really is your feel hand. Your left is really your guiding hand. And again, you can just let this flow nice and freely and send them down to whichever tee you wish. And then one more little idea, which is very good, is once we've got our direction, after you've taken your aim, take a good look at where the tee is, and then shut your eyes and remember that, and hit it through to the tee. Using your right hand again to feel the putter going through to the target.
Do you feel your putter grip very light on the club, Nick?
Yeah, I use a slightly overlapping grip, but I try to keep as much pressure out of it as possible.
Can I just pull that out of your hands?
There you go.
There we go. You see, most people tend to strangle the putter, thereby losing feel. Gripping it nice and lightly really gives you the sensation of the putter head, doesn't it?
That's right. You want to spend a little time just feeling your putter head. On your practice stroke, all you're doing is feeling the weight of the putt and feeling the putter head. And then we come back into the putt and let it go nice and freely through to the hole. That was a better one.
Now, there are situations in golf, unfortunately, where we're not left with just a normal, straightforward golf shot. And there are times when we're going to have to manufacture a shot. Now, with a slight variation of your technique, you'll be able to hit different types of shots. So Nick is going to explain a few of these shots that come up fairly often.
The one which you're obviously going to be faced with, well, hopefully not too obviously, is a tree in front of your path to the pin. Now, the route that I've chosen for this shot is under the tree because I've got a nice run up to the green, so it's possible to play this. So I'm only about 140 yards from the hole, but I've got a 5-iron here, which I can de-loft quite simply by, A, strengthening my grip very, very slightly, which is going to de-loft it, moving it fractionally back in the stance. Now I can see the club face is going underneath that branch. I can even move my weight a little bit further forward, and as I take the club back, I can set the club a little bit more. Again, everything is going to give me a slightly steeper blow and de-lofting the club, you see, through the ball. And I want to keep the club head behind the hands at all times. So I follow through here. I don't try and scoop the ball up where you can now see the club head has gone faster than the hands. And most importantly, swing it nice and slow. Don't snatch at it, and stay down and believe you can do it.
Just make sure you keep your hands ahead of the club head through the shot.
Okay, we have a different problem this time. Now I want to try and hit it over the tree. Now, as you can see from behind, it's a pretty steep tree we're trying to get over, but we can simply move the ball as far forward as possible and move our center of weight just back a fraction, only a little bit there. And by opening the face up just enough to give us a nice glancing blow under the ball, but I don't want to help to try and scoop it up. I still want to hit fast through the ball because I've opened the face up so much, I'm going to lose quite a bit of distance. So I've got an 8-iron here. I can aim a little bit left, open that face up, and keep my eyes on the back of the ball and hit through. And there we go. We got it over and safely onto the green. Now, the situation we've got here is I'm going to try and draw the ball around this tree. Luckily, I've got a bit of right to left wind to help me. So, David, if you'd give me a little lesson here and run me through exactly what I've got to do.
Well, certainly. You know, in order to shape your golf shots, you really have to do it through body alignment. Yeah. So the first thing one has to do is to certainly aim the club face where you want the ball to finish.
Right on the pin. I'm going to aim my club right on the pin.
Right. Now, if you could then line your body up to the point where you want the ball to start. So now what we've got virtually is a situation where your body is slightly closed in relation to your club face.
Yeah.
Now, certainly, to have a good picture in your mind of the shot you're going to play is very, very important. So you're probably going to have the ball a little further back in your stance than normal. And certainly by visualizing the shot in your mind, you'll probably sense that you're going to release the club a little bit more with your right hand. So let's see if we can picture a good right to left swing shape here.
So I've got my club head on target. I'm going to aim my body out and shoulders out towards the right-hand bunker and just release the club through. I may have hit that a little too hard. Oh, that's pretty good.
Very good shot, Nick. Well, we put you in a situation here, Nick, which requires a left to right shot going around the other side of the tree. So let's set yourself up here as if we're going to play a slight fade. So first of all, let's line the club face up at the point where we wish the ball to finish.
Right on the pin.
Right. Now, set your body up a little left of target there where we would like the ball to start.
Okay.
Place the ball a little further forward in the stance as well. Now, what we're also going to do here is to weaken your right hand. Get your right hand a little more on top here. This helps to keep the club face open through impact.
Yep, I think I can pull through hard left through impact as well and hold the club face off.
Exactly. Now, very important to visualize this left to right shot.
Okay. Got the club on target, aiming left, and a pull hard left. There we go.
Great shot there, Nick.
Thank you.
Tempo is one of the keys to consistent play. It helps to eliminate the pressure and the stress from the game. Through the whole of my career, swing tempo has been my strongest feature. To illustrate, I will hit 15 shots with 5 different clubs. See if you can spot where I change. As you can see, the swing gets a little longer, but the tempo remains the same.
That's all right. Well, that brings us to the end of the program. There's a few thank yous. Valderrama have been wonderful. This is the home of the Volvo Masters, which we're going to play at the end of each season. I'd also like to thank David for coming over from the States. And
I enjoyed it.
Great. And, well, we certainly enjoyed it, and we hope that if you can get out and play and reduce your score by a few shots, we've done a good job. Thank you very much.
Here we are, 18th hole for Nick Faldo. Really needs to get down in 2 to be pretty sure of it. Lovely. Oh, lovely. Was expecting it to turn down the slope, and it didn't. But that was a pretty good shot in those circumstances. How beautifully he got that ball airborne. He's made it stop quickly. That's the hard thing to do in these traps.
Faldo not lacking British expatriate support and holiday support down here on the Costa del Sol. And that par gives him a 68. A fine closing round for Faldo. He punches the air. He knows his season is over, and he hopes that season has ended with victory. 68 for 4 under par, 284, and that is remarkable golf round this tough Robert Trent Jones designed course. And there, young Natalie and wife Gillian giving family congratulations to Nick, who has played so consistently, so well.
Into trees, even the caddies had to scale new heights. One ball even moved all by itself to cost its owner 2 valuable shots.
After she addressed the ball moved. She obviously was not aware of it, so she didn't replace the ball. With the rule says then you got a 2-stroke penalty for it.
It's just bad luck because I didn't see that my ball was moved because I was putting. And when they said that, it was just shocking.
Veronica Zorzi would have tied the lead, but for that unfortunate incident.
This place, I like it, and I like also the golf course. It's great. This tournament is fabulous, and I feel comfortable here.
As it is French Open when Anya Munker takes a 2-shot advantage into the last round of the year, and a certain superstar's last ever round.
It's Annika's last event, and it's fine, it's good for her, but I play here 18 holes tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
The script was supposed to have Annika Sorenstam signing off with victory, again in Dubai. But the greens were not kind to her yesterday. She inched her way down the field in the wrong direction. Still, the Tiger of the Ladies Tour can yet crown her career with one more trophy.
It was a tough day. I really don't know what to say other than I really tried. It just nothing went my way today, so nothing I could have done differently.
If Annika doesn't fulfill her dream, maybe a certain Laura Davis will be the one to frustrate her.
I'm just looking forward to it. I've got a chance to win. I mean, I might be 3, 4, 5 behind, but at least if I go and shoot 66, 65 tomorrow, I have a chance to win, and that's all you can really ever ask for.
12 months ago, Ibn Tinning seemed destined for victory. Dramatically, her hopes were sunk at the last. Can she exercise that particular demon? Or maybe the potential successor to Annika's crown, fellow Swede Sophie Gustafsson, will take advantage of the abdication. Whatever happens over the next few hours, it's going to be a day of unforgettable emotion for players and fans alike. The day we say farewell to a legend.
I've always said it's never over until it's over, and I love this place, I love the golf course, and I feel like I'm playing good enough, so I got to go out hard tomorrow and hopefully get off to a good start and see what happens.
The final day's golf of 2008. Any one of 20 players could become Dubai Ladies Masters at the Emirates Golf Club today. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the final chapter of what might be a fairy tale even yet. It's the last day of the Dubai Ladies Masters here at the gorgeous Emirates Golf Club on a quite divine day as well. Perfect conditions for good scoring.
Okay, you got 147.
What? It's got to be at least 250.
Nope, 147.
To the hole?
Oh, no, sorry, it's 147 to the beer cart right over there.
Need a new rangefinder? Go to tgw.com. Bushnell Pinseeker Medalist Rangefinder. Eliminate the guesswork of club selection. Special offer $249.95 with mail-in rebate. tgw.com. Golf's #1 online superstore.
Let's go. Arnie's thirsty, needs a beer.
Puerto Rico Winter Getaway. Save $200 at participating hotels. Visit gotopuertorico.com to learn how to book your vacation. Travel now. No passport required for U.S. citizens. Puerto Rico. Explore beyond the shore.
I went to Ancestry.com, but I thought, I'm not going to make it very far. I knew my parents and my grandparents, and then it happened. I got a leaf. When I clicked on it, I could actually see my grandfather's draft card from World War I and his U.S. Census from 1910, and another member's tree that had my great-grandparents and their parents and everything. And it all started with my first leaf.
Discover your story today with a free trial at Ancestry.com.
Golf Channel Thursday. Master of Ceremonies Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. In attendance, a hand-picked field of 15 superstars going head-to-head to benefit the Tiger Woods Foundation. Be there for world-class play, intense competition, and one of the biggest paydays in golf. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Look at the water in the background, sparkling. It's a sunny day in Dubai. That's something new. Birdie putt for Sophie Giquel, who is at 26, just into her 5th professional season.
And this will definitely bring a smile to Sophie's face. She can move to 8 under. Something we've seen quite a lot this week. Players just looking for a little bit too much break. A lot of these putts you've got to hit inside the hole, not outside the lip. They just don't break.
Well, we're obviously with Annika here, but I'm just going to bring a smile to Di Barnard's face. Her tournament tip was Amy Yang, and Amy's just had consecutive birdies to get to 6 under for the tournament. She's finished 4th here twice. I wonder what odds of that finishing 4th again.
She can finish off with an eagle on the last and set the clubhouse target at 8 under. You never know.
Target golf from Annika. She's coming up the 13th. We've said before about Laura Davis. She's one of the few who can go for the green in 2. And she missed it on the right yesterday.
Looks like that one's found the bunker. Playing so quickly, the cameraman's struggling to keep up with her.
I think she's almost in the same place she was yesterday, not far off anyway. It's when she's shaking her head, you know her game is not quite right. Anna Rawson taking her time over this putt. But it's worth a lot of money to her. She's had a fabulous round today, out in 34. And 3 birdies on the way back, so aiming for a round of 68 or better.
She was very quick up on that putt, giving herself a little bit of a tap on the leg. Disappointment. Going along so nicely. That would have been a great way to finish. But still, that's some very good golf from Anna Rawson this week. Final round of 68, but 6 under. So Anna now the clubhouse leader.
Now then, Jess Johnson has got a big grin on her face, and that is why she's got a big grin on her face. It's the first hole-in-one of the week, and no matter how long you've been playing the game, it's got to be the most wonderful moment to savour. She'll have played thousands of rounds of golf, but there haven't been thousands of holes in one.
Congratulations to Trish. Always nice to write a 1 on your scorecard.
It's the 3rd of her career.
Veronica's obviously just taking a deep breath. Again, leaving herself just a little bit more than she would like to do. It's only a couple of feet, but still. We saw Annika Sorenstam miss a very short one early on today. So you've got to take your time on them. Give these putts your full attention.
Okay, now the birds wheeling overhead, making a lot of noise. There's some fantastic creatures out on the golf course. Cranes, storks, bluebirds. She's very much in control of her game, the Italian. Still not dropped a shot today.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not she's a leaderboard watcher. And Yamanka said that she isn't. She just gets on with it. You've got to rely on your caddy to inform you as to what's going on when you don't like to look at the leaderboard. Annika was definitely a leaderboard watcher. She's normally at the top of it. Not much movement. Nice and firm, Annika. Finally. Oh, that's the longest putt I think we've seen Annika hole this week.
And a broady smile for a while. You write her off at your peril, but she's still 6 off the lead. And Annika Sorenstam with just 3 holes to play.
Eamon Tinning with her second shot at the short 12th hole.
Ibn would need another putt like that when she was holding them earlier. Katharina Schellenberg's second to the 16th here, going down towards the clubhouse. She's found the rough, so we'll have to come up and over the tall trees, very tall trees as well. Focused on it, sort of a finish.
Katarina had a very strong amateur career, finished runner-up in the US Women's Amateur Championship back in 2006.
So Laura's come out to here. We saw her approach shot, which she shook her head at vigorously. But she can still convert. Oh, gosh. She's going to be very, very cross. How would you describe that putt, Di?
Just very tentative. Again, I think she's putting a little bit of pressure on herself. When she missed that short one, I think she's just pushing things a little bit now.
She knows her opportunity is going. She's 4 behind this player, Anja Munker, from Herford in Germany. 15th on the money list. She's already won over €109,000 this year, and she's about to add to that. And with that sort of golf, no wonder.
Success doesn't happen overnight. It starts with a vision. It takes planning, confidence, and performance.
Little chip shot off the green. He's got it. He's got it. Zach Johnson.
But above all, it takes the power of commitment. Transamerica, the power of the pyramid.
So last month, I was in a hotel elevator with, you're never going to believe this, Mary J. Blige. I just wanted to scream. What's the 411 changed my life? I've seen you in concert 5 times. I sing your songs in the shower. I even know your birthday, January 11. The problem was, my mouth didn't work.
Now, every time you use a participating Citi card, you're in it for a chance to win an amazing in-studio experience with Mary J. Blige. Want the story of a lifetime? Your Citi card can help you write it.
Sometimes progress is about knowing when to stop. The same can be said for drinking. Please drink Johnny Walker responsibly.
This season on an all-new Asterisk Hunter.
Fine print. How they hide their long-term contracts and crazy restrictions.
Patrick and the team catch the trail of a large Telephonus deceptus, a dangerous asterisk known to hide extra fees in phone company advertising. It's a showdown in the swamp. Catch all the action exclusively on Bright House Network's Channel 300, where every day is easier without the asterisk. This week on an all-new Asterisk Hunter, Patrick and the team come face-to-face with a large Telephonus carnivorous.
These creatures can wreak havoc on unsuspecting customers. Hidden fees, long-term contracts, crazy restrictions.
From the fine print depths of phone company advertising come one of the most dangerous creatures on Earth. It's deadly drama on the high seas. Catch all the action exclusively on Bright House Network's Channel 300, where every day is easier without the asterisk.
On the season finale of Big Break Michigan, where 8 teams once stood, 2 teams are left standing. Hugo and Camilla, Hames and Bernadette. Which team will take it all? It'll be a back-and-forth battle.
Going home hasn't really been at stake for them yet.
May the best team win. Don't miss the thrilling season finale of Big Break 10 Michigan. Presented by BMW. Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Anja Munker hold a putt of a similar length on the 11th for birdie. That's another one on the 12th. So 3 birdies in a row starting the back 9.
And a 2-shot lead for Anja Munker of Germany. Stretches away from Veronica Zorzi of Italy. Is that defining moment in the tournament, in the destiny of the Dubai Ladies Masters of 2008. Anja Munker taking a slight stranglehold. But Zorzi's got her chances here. She's on the par 5 13th, and this only her second shot. Probably will have to lay up short.
It just looks like a mid-iron. She is indeed laying up. You see the difference in the demeanour of Anja and Laura Davis. Big difference. Anja looks very relaxed, and it seems to be going her way. But Laura just seems to be trying to push things a little bit, and it's just not going well for her.
Well, every player is different, and Veronica Zorzi again, something different. She's clearly very, very concentrated on her game, not smiling a great deal, but thinking about every single shot. Now we saw Ibn her first putt missing. These are crucial. You really have to hold those if you're going to win a tournament.
And that's when the cracks start to show, is when the pressure's on. And if you have a weakness, then it really does start to show.
So Amy Yang tied 4th in 2007, tied 4th in 2006. And she first came to our attention here in Dubai as a wonderful, precocious talent. Her father was on the bag in those days, not anymore. Quite. Stone dead from Amy, and 4 very good days' work again from the young Korean Mark Nene, Amy Yang.
There's definitely a player to watch in the coming years. One of the very good South Korean players playing ladies golf these days. Laura Davis with the driving iron on the 14th. '14th, 400 yards long. We saw some things going on yesterday with caddies going up trees, etc.
Things are going on at the top of the leaderboard here. Germany's Anja Munker has suddenly set herself up for victory in the Dubai Ladies Masters. She leads by 2 from Veronica Zorzi. One of the most atmospheric events of the entire calendar year on the Ladies Golf Tour. And we've had some super shooting today from Leah Hart of Australia, 68. Gladys Nocera's best round of the week, a 69. Matched by Virginie Lagut-Clement, also of France, and Sweden's Karen Koch. We're just running down some of the scores for you here at the Emirates Golf Club, which has successfully staged this event 3 years running. There was a 70 from the young Spaniard Tania Rolozagui. And 72 from first-time winner on tour earlier in the year, Emma Zachrison. Felicity Johnson, one of the young English players, alongside Nina Rees. They featured on leaderboards all week.
Sophie Jacquel featuring on the leaderboard in 5th on her own.
Into trees, even the caddies had to scale new heights. One ball even moved all by itself to cost its owner 2 valuable shots.
After she addressed the ball moved. She obviously was not aware of it, so she didn't replace the ball. With the rule says then you got a 2-stroke penalty for it.
It's just bad luck because I didn't see that my ball
Your game, get the perfect link.
The perfect link.
Perfect link. Perfect link. Perfect link.
Perfect link.
Perfect link.
Perfect link.
Perfect link.
Golfers everywhere are talking, and what they're talking about is the perfect link.
The perfect link is so easy to use, you don't even need directions. You just put it on your putter and start putting.
The most common putting mistake is letting your wrist break during the stroke.
With the perfect links, your wrists stay in the proper position. Therefore, your putts stay on line.
The perfect link is the perfect training device because it trains your muscles to repeat the perfect strokes over and over again. Use it once and see an improvement.
The perfect link helped me train my muscles, so I knew exactly what to do on every stroke.
The perfect link is a great tool to improve your pitching and chipping around the green. And the perfect link has received the coveted PGA Partners Seal of Approval.
It's unreal what practicing with the perfect link will do for your putting stroke.
You'll sink more putts, lower your scores, and enjoy the game more. Call now.
On Golf Central, we say goodbye to Annika, how her last event ends as others pay tribute to the all-time great. Plus, don't miss her post-round interview as she steps away from the game. Golf Central tonight, 8:30 Eastern, only on Golf Channel.
Golf Channel Monday. They're the shots you can't believe. The shots that make you say, how'd they do that? Golf's amazing videos. Trick Shot Edition. Premieres Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
2 holes to go for Annika Sorenstam. We could trot out a million statistics. We can trot out 89 victories. She's marching towards the end of it, although you never know with some players. They can come back in the twilight of a career, suddenly get the urge to start playing competitively again.
After a few months away from the game, or a year or so, you never know, she might, such a competitor, she might miss it. But she has got a lot of business interests now, a lot going on. And Sophie Chiquel there, hitting a pretty good second shot.
Veronica Zorzi got par the last hole when we left her.
An outside chance. Yes, an outside chance here. A birdie for Katrina. We've seen a few of the players over the last few holes being quite aggressive on the greens.
Well, it's a good word to use at the moment, Dan, because Annie Munker doesn't have to be aggressive at the moment. She's the one who's got the advantage, 2 shots. So unless somebody sneaks up from behind on her, she can just try and play her way in now. Doesn't have to go for it.
Has to concentrate on making pars, and that is not the ideal position to be in on the 14th.
We've seen her do that twice, haven't we, in the last half an hour? Fly the ball over the flag and just too far.
I just wonder if she is getting a little bit pumped up. That's something a caddy needs to take into consideration when they discuss the clubs that she needs to hit. She is going to hit it a little bit further when she starts to get excited.
Melissa Reid to get to 6 under with 1 to go. Not quite the line. Always going to finish a fraction away from the cup. But another really encouraging performance from her. I'm sure Alison Nicholas will have taken note of Melissa Reid's form as well this week.
And I think Alison thinks very highly of Melissa. Has watched her play quite a bit over this last year. Alison also knows Lawrence very well, Melissa's teacher. I'm sure they've discussed Melissa at length as well. A good shot from Laura Davis. Again going with her driving iron, finding the fairway.
It's a hole she seems to enjoy, this one. Enjoys the challenge of getting up there.
I think when she reaches the 17th, she's going to take a driver out and have a go for that green. She's got nothing to lose now. Laura won't be interested in finishing 3rd. It won't be much difference to her to finish 3rd or 5th or 6th, something like that. She just wants to win. So if it doesn't work out for her on the 17th and she finds trouble, she won't mind so much. She just wants to make birdies, give herself possibly an eagle chance at the end on 17 and 18.
Now this is the hole where Veronica had double bogey last night. She's not thinking about that at all, but our statistics remind us. Fortunately, nobody will have reminded her.
She's just got to block that out of her mind. What happened yesterday? She seems to have done that very well to this point, but that's a little bit too far left from Veronica, and that's going to be difficult from there.
Well, she's almost in the same place that Laura Davis found herself in a short time ago. Here comes Annika.
It's something we saw yesterday, just not selecting the right club. She did struggle with that. Club selection was a real problem for Annika. Annie Monka deciding to take the flag out on the 14th, which is interesting. Not quite certain how this is going to come out of here, but if it comes out very fast, keeping the flag in might be a good choice. Well, she's played that really well. Good touch there from Anya. She looks totally in control.
Be a great boost for German golf if she were to win as well.
She has lived in the shadow a little bit of Martina Abel. Martina won a couple of years ago in Madrid and also twice this year. And Laura from the perfect position on the 16th. Another fine iron shot.
There's not been much wrong with Laura's game. It's just that two silly missed putts really probably going to cost her.
Good looking putt from Sophie Giquel, just not dropping. She's had some good touch on the greens today.
I think we can give that.
She's 2 under on her round, 7 under for the tournament.
Good effort. She's not a player who reveals a great deal. Anya Monka of Germany is revealing what a good player she is. With 5 holes to play, she leads by 2 shots from Italy's Veronica Zorzi. Is it a 2-horse race?
All right, I need someone on the red-eye or a planting jersey. Who's it going to be, people?
I'll go, sir.
Great. I need somebody in Houston by 5.
I'm your man, sir.
6 a.m. to Omaha. Who's taking one for the team?
That'd be me, sir.
Steve-O. That's what I'm talking about. Steve, can you make it to Buffalo by 4? Anyone seen Steve?
Enjoy your trip.
We will.
Thank
you.
We know why you fly. We're American Airlines.
Can you believe that we can text, email, surf the internet, even update your Facebook status right from the palm of your hand? At Sprint, we want everyone to experience all of the incredible things a 3G phone can do on a big 3G network. The wireless revolution continues. Come join us.
Introducing the Samsung Rant for $49.99. It's the fully loaded phone on America's largest, most dependable 3G network.
National Car Rental? That's my choice. Because with National, I roll past the counter and choose any car in the aisle. Choosing your own car? Now that's a good call.
Go National. Go like a pro.
Did you know that you can build a basketball court out of 3,000 pairs of recycled sneakers? I'm Daniel Wilson, and on my new history series, The Works, we're showing you how everyday stuff really works. Do you like beer? Me too. There is a huge story behind creating that one beer. We're covering a lot of stuff that people should be interested in. So join me for The Works, Thursdays at 9, only on history. Seriously, there'll be a lot of facts, if you don't like me.
Grey's Anatomy on Lifetime. The scandals, the gossip. I'm pregnant. The moments you love.
Sometimes people do desperate things.
Catch your favorite Grey's Anatomy episodes again on Lifetime.
It's not us. It's them.
We stick together. Grey's Anatomy. Check mylifetime.com for times.
See how bright life can be. Your favorite programs are brought to you by Bright House Networks.
of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Well, we're not far away from the moments of emotion that are going to be witnessed around 18. Can she find a birdie here to take on to the last tee? I think not. It was always asking a lot, really. I mean, no matter how great a player is, it's asking an awful lot. Just to say, just go out and win. You know, it's the last time you can win again. It doesn't happen like that.
We just expect so much from Annika. She's produced so much over the last few years. We just expect her to keep on being able to do it. But she's had a busy few weeks. Travelled around the world.
Well, we've seen Anja Monke tap in, and now we see Veronica Zorzi in not an ideal position. Her second shot here to the par 3 15th, though. Needs to get this close. She can't afford to drop another one. The helicopter zooms overhead. Power boats nearby as well, and it's a little timid.
The ball really sitting down, just being a little bit too delicate with that one. Laura for a birdie, and finally, after the frustration of the last 6 holes.
You think she's just left it a little bit too late. At least the smile is back on the face. She's 4 off the lead. You only never know in golf.
Well, we'll see whether or not she decides on drive off the 17th tee. Nice, good, solid putt from Annika. There is still that possibility for Laura to finish eagle-eagle.
Well, there is. Sophie Gustafsson. Who really is, I suppose, the leading Swede behind the aforementioned superstar Sorenstam. A lot of good Swedish players, mind you. Louis Stahl is another one who's been playing here this week. Lotte Wallin we saw earlier with a victory in Turkey.
Emma Zakrasson as well, a winner earlier this year in Spain. Karen Koch as well, having a good day today, 69. That's a disappointing hole for Sophie Gustafsson. And what emotions must Annika be feeling now? Walking to the 18th tee, just 1 hole left before she retires. I know she doesn't like to use that word, but stepping away from golf, from competitive golf.
So this is it. Hole number 72 of the week. Goodness knows how many holes she's played throughout her career. Annika Sorenstam on tour since 1993. Her first win in the OVB Damen Open in 1995. Her first US Open win in 1995. And we'll be back to see her tee off. Composing herself, as is Veronica Zorzi, over a critical putt. This to save par. No, and so the gap opens for Anja Monke to go 3 clear of the Italian.
Oh, Anja Monke has not really put a foot wrong. She's just doing what she has to do. And that, unfortunately, is the first bogey of the day for the Italian.
What do you think is going through the mind?
Well, it must be a little bit of sadness mixed in with maybe a little bit of relief. It's been a long year for Annika. There's going to be an emotional walk up that final hole with her family here, and I'm sure there'll be a number of the players as well who will have hung around to applaud her as she walks up to the 18th green.
Yeah, Mum and Dad are here, Sister Charlotta is here. Well, she had the usual rhythm there. So she's into a fine place, she'll lay up from there.
Anja Monke on the par 3, 15th. 160 yards, pin back 33. We've seen a few of the players going down the left side. Let's see if Anja's No, she's made no mistake, right over the top of the flag. She continues to hit very good golf shots.
If Anya does win, she'll be more in the focus than she would under normal circumstances in a tournament because of everything that has surrounded this event. There's going to be far more publicity, there's been far more television coverage, being beamed around more countries in the world than ever before. But I'm sure she can handle it. She's a tall, popular girl, a good competitor.
We see Becky Burton just waiting on the 18th tee, looking like she's taking a completely different line from Annika Sorenstam.
Yeah, this is what she's waiting for, down on the 17th fairway. She's waiting for Sophie Giquel.
The 17th hole, dogleg right. Drive to the corner of the dogleg where Sophie Giquel is. The only danger is to be blocked out by those palm trees down the right side, but no such problems for Sophie. Just a wedge in hand. Just losing it a little bit to the right, but just off the green. Not exactly what she wanted, but no trouble for Sophie.
Ibn Tinning on the 15th then, this upturned saucer of a green. 160 yards to negotiate. You have a good view of the green though. You can see where the ball lands as a rule. Ooh, and that's not where you do want it to land.
People say I'm pretty obsessed with speed. Come to think of it, I like to do everything fast. When I started training for Beijing, I wanted to learn Chinese, so I got Rosetta Stone. They say it's the fastest way to learn a language, guaranteed. Fast. I like that.
Rosetta Stone is not boring memorization. It's a system that lets you learn a language naturally, the way your brain is wired to learn. And Rosetta Stone uses speech recognition to coach you on the correct pronunciation, which will get you speaking quicker than ever. Call now for more information and get a free demo CD, because when it comes to learning a new language, speed is everything.
And go.
Rosetta Stone, the fastest way to learn a language, guaranteed. Call now.
I told you guys, under a minute.
You're in the market. But what do you want your numbers to add up to? Perhaps a simple, powerful investment designed to keep your financial future on track, like an Oppenheimer Life Cycle Fund. Just determine when you'll need your investment, 10, 20, or even 30 years from now, and the portfolio managers at Oppenheimer Funds will help you travel towards your goal. Whether that's funding a college education or the retirement you've always hoped for. Ask your advisor how to make Oppenheimer Life Cycle Funds part of your financial plan, and see what the numbers can add up to for you.
Carefully consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Call your advisor for a prospectus with this and other fund information. Read it carefully before investing.
Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
Golf Channel this January. Watch the next chapter unfold as Golf Channel presents an epic adventure like no other. The PGA Tour 2009. The battle begins January 8th, only on Golf Channel.
This looks a little tricky for Ibn Tinning. Looks like she's going to just bump this one forward, get it running. She's played that well. Good touch from Ibn Tinning.
Played it very well. I'm sure there are more Solheim Cup performances to come from Ibn as well. From Copenhagen, a 13 years since she turned professional. It's amazing when you read the biographies of these players, how many of them have got brothers, sisters, fathers, uncles, granddads who all played the game and introduced them to it. I saw about Maria Virchinova yesterday that it was her father who took her for a cup of coffee at the local golf club, and that sparked her interest in the sport.
There are so many different ways of an interest being introduced to a sport. Golf's so new in Russia. It's actually the Czech Republic that she started her golf. Only 4 golf courses in Russia to this point. Just 3 lady professionals. I'm sure it's a sport that's really going to build over the coming years.
And if she gets this one, it's almost good night time to the rest of the field. She'll be 4 clear. I think she'd be a very popular winner, partly because of her demeanour. People like to see golfers smile around the course, but she's not going to be smiling at that. That was, well, I don't want to use the word wretched, but it was a pretty horrible putt.
Oh, that's well short. I think a little bit scared of the speed of that putt. Quick from the back of the green, a little bit tentative on it.
Well, if you think back to the first hole today, she had a poor first putt and then a brilliant save.
Definitely kept her momentum going. Monica Zorzi, 4 birdies on her front 9 for an outward 9 of 31. Best today so far. She's 3 behind Anja Monka. The 16th par 4, 351 yards. Pin right in the centre of the green today. Trish Johnson finishing off on the 18th. And finishing with a birdie, so 2 birdies to finish off with on 17 and 18. 69, 7 under par for Trish, and that puts her in a tie for 4th place at the moment, with Sophie Gical and Ibn Tinning. And we can see Becky Burton teeing off the 18th and playing across the tee.
She had to wait a long time. It's about 5 minutes since Annika teed off.
Taking a very different line. Some of the players have chosen to do that this week, play down the 17th, but you will find your ball in the waste bunker. It does shorten the hole a little bit. You can't always rely on a good lie. That's the risk you take.
Is there another birdie to be had for Anja Monka here? No. She's had 4 today, but she'll settle for just moving along nicely at this stage. 4 under for her round.
Annika Sorenstam, second shot on the 18th, just laying up. We saw something very uncharacteristic from Annika here a couple of days ago, hitting her 3rd shot into the water. Katrin Nielsmark is going to have a word, I think, with Annika. Katrin working with Swedish TV. So that's a 4 for Anja on the 15th.
Yeah, first drop shot of the day. Bad time for that to happen. 3 to play, though. It means the lead is back to 2 now. And here is Veronica Zorzi, the closest pursuer. Two years since her last success, Veronica, in France.
Well, she's still got a good chance. Just those 2 shots, as you say, John. 3 holes to play. She's put herself in a good position here to make birdie on the 16th. And the last 3 good birdie opportunities.
Oh, we can eavesdrop. I think somebody might be in Swedish. centre of attention and willing to cooperate with the media to the very last. No, not to be for Veronica. She's got a feeling one of those has got to drop if she's going to take the title, but she is only two shots away. This is the third edition of the Dubai Ladies Masters, and of course Annika's won the previous two. But we're going to get a new name on the trophy. Not even Annika Sorenstam can come from 7 behind.
So one more hole down for Veronica Zorzi, 2 remaining. She's 1 shot ahead of Laura Davis, 9 under. But 2 behind the leader.
As you said, Di, Laura conservative by her standards here, just relying now on her technique from the fairway with the iron, getting this up there. Really needs to hold that putt that she's left herself, though. It's a 20-footer for a birdie.
Looking pretty disappointed with herself. Anya Monka going with a driver on the 16th. Looked like it started a bit left. It will be interesting to see whether or not she's blocked out by those palm trees that line the fairway.
Introducing Zurich Hell Point. It's a new way of looking at business insurance. And whether you need a rapid response to a crisis or direct access to more locally based risk engineers than anyone else, it's here in more than 170 countries, so you'll have the confidence to take your business where you want it to go. It's here to help your world. Zurich Hell Point, because change happens.
Here I am on E-Trade, about to buy my first stock online.
Get help online, by phone, in person. There are 1,000 new accounts a day at E-Trade.
We make meeting times, lunch times, and conference times. But what we'd rather be making are tea times. Tea times are the official start of what we love to do. The time for shots we'd rather forget, and the ones we'll talk about forever. In Michigan, long days, relaxing weather, and more than 800 pristine courses make for the perfect tea time. Because being able to play all day is pure Michigan. Your trip begins at michigan.org.
How many courses did you call before you found one that wasn't too far, wasn't too expensive, had a driving range, and could squeeze you in between 10 and 11? Maybe you should have just gone to golfnow.com and got it all in one shot. Get tee times at thousands of courses nationwide, online 24 hours a day. Golf Channel Thursday. Master of Ceremonies Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. In attendance, a hand-picked field of 15 superstars going head-to-head to benefit the Tiger Woods Foundation. Be there for world-class play, intense competition, and one of the biggest paydays in golf. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Back down the fairway on the 18th.
Well, the crowd is massed around the last green to welcome Annika. But there's a bit of golf to be played out there first, featuring Ibn Tinning for a start here, coming up to the 16th. This very distinctive hole with all those high-rise buildings in the background. They are quite a distance away, by the way. You seem to go across about 8 motorways to get to the course nowadays. We've not seen many people being able to get the ball close to the pin today there.
A lot of players have been pin high, but not quite on target. Laura Davis for par on the 17th. That's a good two-putt from Laura. And Laura has an opportunity to get to 11 under. We've seen her hit the 18th green in 2 each day.
Annika will be happy to hit it in 3.
Okay.
And then I've no doubt we'll walk her in.
Annika Sorenstam holds over the third of the records on the LPGA Tour. Has been sensational over the last 15 years. Telling it to go.
Hey.
No problems at all.
That was popular. Oh, I bet even she's relieved after all these years as well. So this is Annika Sorenstam saying goodbye to the world of competitive golf. And it was an immaculate iron-in.
Annie Monka down the left side of the 16th, but she looks to be okay. You see the flag just fluttering a little bit. Hitting this one nice and high. Not a problem at all.
She may just have closed the door on the rest of the field. That was a sensational shot from Annie Monka, the one who seems destined to take the crown of Annika Sorenstam, who's posing for the pictures. Well, it does remind me of the days of Jack Nicklaus and Arnold Palmer on the Swilcan Bridge at St Andrews.
There will be a tear or two from both Annika, I'm sure, and her caddy, Terry McNamara. They've been together 9 years, won over 60 tournaments together.
She's got the sniffles anyway, but a second round 66 really got us believing that she might win the tournament as a farewell on the Swan Song, but it was not to be for Annika here. And, well, this is the last thing Peggy needed, isn't it, really?
Well, she did decide to go down the 17th and obviously slightly mishit her second shot to the green, finding the water. Is now taking a drop. So Annika will have to just wait a few moments longer to say goodbye. We just look at a few of Annika's accomplishments over the last few years. 8 Player of the Year awards, 6 Bar Trophy awards for lowest scoring average. As we see Becky Burton play to the 18th. And she came so close to winning the Grand Slam of Golf in 2003, won 2 majors, won 10 majors in all. Only 1 Women's British Open.
So the crowd gives its acclaim for one of the great legends. They rise as one. And they salute one of the greatest players the game has seen, men or women. She really is the Tiger Woods of the women's game.
Well, that's one thing she says that she will beat Tiger Woods at, and that's retirement.
89 wins, an astonishing achievement. That's more important, though, than a great ambassador.
She certainly has been a consummate professional, always.
It just seems strange to say goodbye at 38, you know, when some people are taking up the sport at that age. Anyway, let's concentrate on Anya's birdie putt here, which she makes. And she re-establishes that 3-shot advantage now. It was a wonderful approach, and she has the demeanour of a winner now.
She certainly does. She has that nice little cushion, just 2 holes to play. And you feel you want to have a couple of shots playing the 18th.
You know, disappointing for Evan Tinning that she can't make up for last year as well. Tied second in 2007 and 6 shots back at the moment. Veronica 3 back. Coming up to the 17th green.
Well, it was a nice aggressive shot from Veronica. Well, she's definitely going to improve on her finish last year, the young Italian player.
Oh, she really is in focus, isn't she? Wherever you look, there is Annika Sorenstam. And Becky, we saw her come up a little bit short. She's already had one putt. Been a difficult day for the young Welsh girl as well, playing alongside somebody who's so much in the spotlight. But they look very much at ease with themselves. Annika said at the start of the week she's very comfortable with her decision. She just knows it's time to go, to concentrate on other things, the business side of her life.
Yeah, it's been a long grind. A lot of work she has to put in each day to keep at the level that she's at. And she doesn't know whether or not she can continue to do that. I think it meant a lot to her to come back from her injury in 2007 and to win here in Dubai at the end of the year, her only win of that season. Just showed her that she could come back from that injury.
So a bogey for Becky to finish with. But she, of course, made her Solheim Cup debut last time around, and that final round 71 leaves her at 5 under for the 4 rounds.
Just outside the top 10 for Becky.
I don't think there is a soul in the house who wouldn't want this putt to drop.
Well, it would be a fitting end to a marvellous career. Annika as focused as ever. Taking a deep breath.
Well, a birdie would give her a round of 71. Great way to finish for a great champion. Oh, isn't she pleased?
Well, she kisses the ball and waves goodbye.
Well, a few people would like to get their hands on that ball. I'm sure the last one ever played in competitive golf. And poignant moments between player and caddy. I think she wants to take that with her.
Maybe she'll come back and get the flag at the end, and everyone's completed their round. A little bit of a sniffle. Sure, there are tears in her eyes.
Well, we often say Swedes don't show a great deal of emotion. And a nice touch there. A 71 to finish, a 6 under par total. Not good enough for her to retain the Dubai Ladies Masters title. But she's played with great grace throughout the years, and she's given us some great moments.
Her family at the back of the green to greet her, and her fiancé, her sister Charlotte Sorenstam, and a number of players.
Laura Fairclough, Martine Ebel,
Emma Cabrera-Bello, Martina Ebel, Bettina Howard, Ludwig Kreutz, and Liesl shedding a tear.
She's got to sound the card now. That's one thing you have to do. And Annie Munker then is 2 holes away from taking the title away from Annika.
The future looks brighter with us. U.S. Bank is the country's 6th largest commercial bank. The first choice for more than 14 million customers, including 458 of the Fortune 500. We've delivered a dividend every year since 1863. All across the country, clients rely on us. Today, U.S. Bank is eager to help your business take off. Yes, the future looks brighter with us, U.S. Bank.
It's that magical time of year. Get special offers on the 2009 C-Class with a powerful 3-liter V6 at the Mercedes-Benz Winter Event now through January 2nd. There's never been a better time to get that Mercedes-Benz on your wish list.
Now I look back and I go, what was I thinking?
The skateboard went zoom.
I went bam! I tried to stand up and I couldn't. I can't work. I'm like, who's gonna pay for college now? It's a good thing we had the disability insurance.
Mutual of Omaha.
It was impressive.
Begin today.
Sometimes progress is about knowing when to stop. The same can be said for drinking. Please drink Johnny Walker responsibly.
Severe weather like heavy rain, wind, and storms can wreak havoc on our homes. If your home has significant water damage, it's important to take immediate action to prevent potential health hazards. Help dry out items in your home by removing them and propping them in a clean and dry room. You can also prop furniture on blocks to reduce staining and bleeding.
See how bright life can be. This program is brought to you by Bright House Networks.
My great-grandfather homesteaded not too far from here.
The people I'm meeting here, they don't make them like that anymore.
What we do here is as close to the frontier of logging as you're gonna get.
They're third, fourth generation loggers.
There's some things that just don't change around here.
We follow along with what people have done for centuries past.
They're a living history.
It's a big frontier out there, and we're ready for the challenge.
An American original series, Axemen, Sundays at 10 on the History Channel.
Big break Michigan. 2 teams are left standing. Hugo and Camilla. Hames and Bernadette. Don't miss the thrilling season finale of Big Break 10 Michigan, Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Veronica really needs to hold this one to get within 2. You don't feel as though Anya is going to do anything wrong over the next couple of holes. She'll play conservatively. And that wasn't aggressive enough from Veronica Zorzi. She really needed to have a go at that one.
Well, we all know what's on Laura Davis's mind here. That is to finish with an eagle, if she could. It's been birdie par so far for her. Birdies are almost a gimme for her here. Well, they're drooling. It all depends on how it lies. Oh, it's there, it's okay.
And she's found a good spot. It looks to be lying very cleanly.
Well, if she could eagle it, she could finish second, of course.
Sophie Gigal, 3rd shot. Lying at 7 under, 2 under on her round today. It's been a good, strong performance from the young French player.
Yeah, I think the most encouraging thing about the week has been the number of excellent performances from young players. If you look down that first page of the leaderboard, I mean, Annie Monk is still very young, of course. Sophie Gikel, certainly. Ashley Simon, Melissa Reid, all very, very young. All in the early stages of careers that promise a great deal. And it sends you away to Christmas in good spirit as well, doesn't it? If you have a good week in Dubai.
Absolutely. Before you go back to the cold weather, the cold and the wind and the snow. And that's a 4 for Veronica on the 17th. So she moves to the final hole, 3 shots behind Anya Monka.
She looks very businesslike, but just like Laura Davis, almost resigned to the fact that it's not going to be on the winner's rostrum that she will be standing.
She got off to such a strong start on the front 9, out in 31, but nothing really happening for her on the back 9. That 1 bogey on the par 3 15th, and all the rest pars. Anya from the ideal position on the 17th. Just doing what she has to do, finding the fairway. Just centre of the green, really, for this one.
Yeah, keep the same rhythm. which has stood her in such good stead all the way through the round. One bogey only. Looks to be right on line. Depends on the length now, which is okay. I mean, it's almost a certain par, you would think, from there.
That's a good place to put herself, below the pin. This green not particularly quick, but it is sloping from back to front, so she's putting uphill. Ibn tinning a little bit further down the fairway.
I'm sure Ibn Tinning will again, but it's not going to be a victory this week. But Annika Sorenstam has been in and she has signed her card. It's been a very emotional last few minutes, and Annika Sorenstam has managed to compose herself now, and she is at this moment talking with Catherine Imrie.
Annika, I know this isn't how you wanted things to end, but can you put into words how you're feeling right now, emotionally?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's very mixed, I must say. I mean, I was standing there and, you know, actually walking down the 18th fairway, and I can just, you know, feel the breeze, and I just, you know, it just feels right. You know, the time has come, and it was just absorb it, enjoy it, and you know, I really feel good about it. It's obviously not the result this week, but you know, this wasn't just about this week. This was about my career and the things I've done, and I could really have not asked for anything better.
You know, it could all have been so different if the flat stick was behaving a little better, but you know what, it doesn't matter now, does it?
No, it doesn't matter. You know, I've been lucky to make a lot of putts through my career. I've hit a lot of good shots. You know, overall, obviously, very, very pleased, and I have so many great memories, and you know, I just have every reason to smile.
And what about that send-off from all the players at the 18th? That was pretty special.
It was incredible. I try to thank some of them, and you know, if I get a chance, I'd like to thank some other players for showing up on the 18th. It meant a lot to me. You know, you know, when you get the respect from the peers, it just warms your heart.
I was going to say, you're surprised by the outpouring of appreciation from all your peers? It's really special and amazing.
Well, we are competitors. We compete against each other every week, and you know, it's a tough sport, and when you're an individual sport like this, you don't always get that, but I felt it today, and it was, like I said, very special.
Okay, now here's a tough question for you. If Alison Nicholas, the Solheim Cup captain, asked you to play next year in the matches, would you consider it?
No, I would not. I have not spoken to Alison about it, but I really don't think that that's the right thing to do. I mean, to get a chance to play in a Solheim Cup is an honour, and you need to be ready to represent your country, and I will not be ready. You know, I'm going to give somebody else a chance, enjoy it. I have some incredible memories from previous Solheim Cups, and it's one of the best things you can do, so I give the spot to somebody else.
That's very gracious of you, and Annika, thanks so much for all the memories. You really have been a wonderful ambassador for golf.
Well, thank you. I've enjoyed it very much, and going to miss you guys.
So that's it. I think that's right as well. I think once you've said goodbye, that is it. And Diane, what are your memories? What's your favourite memory of Annika?
Well, I was present at her first victory in 1994 in Australia. I mean, she's just been such a great ambassador, such enormous respect from everybody. And all the players are sad to see her go. But as she said about Solheim, for instance, if she can't give 100%, she doesn't want to be there.
That's a pretty solid putt from Anya. Should be a routine tap-in for her. And she will step on to the 18th tee with a 3-shot lead.
And forward to the green, Sophie Giquel. Green now in shadow. Easier to read the line on this putt. And no problems for Sophie. Well, she's got quite a few supporters around the green as well, herself. And that could be an important putt at the end of the day.
69. Takes it to 8 under. Very important putt. If she finishes 4th, she will win a lot of money.
Well, she is in 4th on her own at the moment. Trish Johnson finishing with 300, 7 under. Just Ibn Tinning to finish off now, who is at 7 under, who could catch her. A good drive from Veronica Zorzi.
Hi, I'm Tom Lehman. There are all kinds of golf products on the market today that claim to be able to improve your golf game. Well, I'm happy to tell you that for less than the price of a round of golf, you can hit all your clubs better. The G4 swing trainer is proven to dramatically improve the quality of your golf game while adding years to it as well. I have a very strong opinion about the G4 and what it does is that it helps to identify quickly those muscles you're using as you're going through a swing. And whether you're in your office or whether you're in a hotel room or whether you're in the locker room or whether you're in your house, you just hook it up to the door and you can do these exercises. You don't need to go to the gym. The beauty is the simplicity, quite frankly. The simplicity is what makes trainers all over the world use it to train their athletes. And so you're strengthening the muscles you need to use in order to repeat that golf swing time after time after time. The G4 swing trainer is a valuable tool. Buy one today. Hit longer, play longer. It makes the perfect Christmas gift.
Can you believe that we can text, email, surf the internet, even update your Facebook status right from the palm of your hand? At Sprint, we want everyone to experience all of the incredible things a 3G phone can do on a big 3G network. The wireless revolution continues. Come join us.
Introducing the Samsung Rant for $49.99. It's the fully loaded phone on America's largest, most dependable 3G network.
Success doesn't happen overnight. It starts with a vision. It takes planning, confidence, and performance.
Little chip shot off the green. He's got it. He's got it. Zach Johnson.
But above all, it takes the power of commitment. Transamerica, the power of the pyramid.
Tonight on Golf Channel, some of the game's favorite players tee it up for the Wendy's 3 Tour Challenge Clinic. And later, relive one of Tiger's most dramatic wins of his career. It's the 2008 U.S. Open, tonight on Golf Channel. Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Just a foot and a half to tidy up for Anya Monker on the 17th. And this will give her a 3-shot lead playing the final hole.
And that's exactly why they practice for as long as they do on the putting greens before and after rounds. Those little 2-footers are the ones you have to nail every single time if you want to win tournaments. Here she comes, the ever popular Laura.
She definitely is a crowd favourite. People love to watch her out here. She makes golf very exciting. Has been at the top of the game for a long time. Hasn't been as prolific as Annika Sorenstam, but had a very different approach than Annika has over the years. Everybody's different. Julia Gressiet will have had a good experience playing with Laura today. First year on tour.
22 comes from Bayonne, where they make the tapestries. '89th on the order of merit, so what a good time for her to find some good form.
She's lying 23rd at the moment, which would mean she'll pick up something like 6,000 or 7,000 euros. And that might just be enough for her to keep a card.
Here's Melissa Reid. A lot of the players come out to watch the others finish, to lend their support, especially to their fellow country players. Julie Gressier. I'm sure the crowd now know who all these players are just about, but anyway, it's still nice that they get some acclaim. Laura's third here. Avant, yeah. In other words, go on. Well, she needs that for birdie finish, which would put her into double figures under par for the week.
And tie with Veronica Zorzi, but Veronica still has that final hole to play. So an important putt for Laura.
Second here last year, and there could be a repeat performance.
Well, it has been a great event again, this third edition of the Dubai Ladies Masters. We've seen some fabulous golf.
Second place, by the way, is worth over €50,000. Not to be sniffed at.
All these putts very important right at the end. And this one an important putt for Julie Gressiet.
Whose brother Sebastian is a golf teacher in Bordeaux. Oh, nice to finish with a positive stroke in front of the gallery. It was alley this time as opposed to avant. Still just slithered past. Not quite dead. Playing out the last rites of the tournament here at the Emirates Golf Club, which is an excellent host. It really is. Everybody feels comfortable here. I don't know what it is about the ambience at the Emirates, but everybody feels comfortable. The practice ground, all the facilities in the clubhouse, the bonhomie, generally the arrangements for transportation to and from the golf course, the way it's set up. And Laura for birdie.
Well, the last 2 days we've seen Laura miss for birdie on the final hole. How costly that is at the end of the week. So a 9 under par total, 3 under today, 69, but it could have been so much better.
Yeah, rueful reflection, I think, there. And the day started brilliantly for her, didn't it? A hat-trick of birdies. It really promised well for Laura Davis.
And Laura looked like she might run away with it when she started off so well. A good par on the final hole for Julie. And a great experience for her.
Veronica Zorzi will come up short of the water here and then rely on her chipping prowess. Well, it's a long way short of the water.
We're laying it down the left side, which is probably a good thing. It's easier to play from there than down the right. You're not coming over so much water. You can see a little bit more of the green.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Veronica smile for about 3 hours there. And it can only be because the strain has gone now. She knows she's probably not going to win, so she's just a little bit more relaxed, accepts the situation, and she'll be one of the first to shake the hand of Anya Monka here. If and when Anya takes the title. She's, well, we've all seen it happen before in golf, but we can't give it to her just yet.
This is a tough finishing hole. Anya obviously has played it well over the first 3 days, 2 birdies and a par. But she still has a lot of pressure, even though she has that 3-shot lead. She doesn't want to do anything silly. Looks like she's taking quite a conservative line from the tee. And there's no doubt she's playing this as a 3-shot par 5. And completed the first part very well.
Well, I think you would, wouldn't you? You wouldn't be taking on that water unless you had to do.
Well, she has looked in total control today. Ibbentoning from the 18th.
And that's the last tee shot you will see here at the Emirates this week. Almost forgotten Sophie Gustafsson was out there. It's strange how she's just not really featured prominently all week.
Having a very up and down week. Struggling a bit today, +3 for a round. And not playing from the ideal position down the 18th either. And she's got past all of the palm trees. So she won't have anything in front of her, but it depends how it's lying in that rough for Sophie. Another player is very exciting to watch. Hits it a long way.
It's been another remarkable year. 29 events on the Ladies European Tour. Played all around the globe, really, not just in Europe, when you consider that they were off in Australia back in January.
The tour now travels to 4 different continents, 23 different countries. Some new destinations in 2008.
And here is somebody who was a first-time winner and who looks like being a second-time winner now. Probably often more important than the first win. You know, you've just proved you can really do it, and you're in there now every single time as a champion. There have been a lot of one-time winners, but not as many two-time winners.
It's most definitely more difficult. Veronica is a 2-time winner, and she was hoping for her 3rd win here at Dubai Ladies Masters, but not this year.
She hit 9 out of 9 greens on the front, but only 6 out of 9 on the back, and yet that's the 6th, and that's a classic shot.
Well, if she were to hold that, I would take her to 11 under.
National Car Rental? That's my choice. Because with National, I roll past the counter and choose any car in the aisle. Choosing your own car? Now that's a good call.
Go National. Go like a pro.
Hi, I'm Tom Lehman. There are all kinds of golf products on the market today that claim to be able to improve your golf game. Well, I'm happy to tell you that for less than the price of a round of golf, you can hit all your clubs better. The G4 Swing Trainer is proven to dramatically improve the quality of your golf game while adding years to it as well. I have a very strong opinion about the G4 and what it does is that it helps to identify quickly those muscles you're using as you're going through a swing. And whether you're in your office or whether you're in a hotel room or whether you're in the locker room or whether you're in your house, you just hook it up to the door and you can do these exercises. You don't need to go to the gym. The beauty is the simplicity, quite frankly. The simplicity is what makes trainers all over the world use it to train their athletes. And so you're strengthening the muscles you need to use in order to repeat that golf swing time after time after time. The G4 Swing Trainer is a valuable tool. Buy one today. Hit longer, play longer. It makes the perfect Christmas gift.
It's that magical time of year. Get special offers on the 2009 C-Class with a powerful 3-liter V6 at the Mercedes-Benz Winter Event now through January 2nd. There's never been a better time to get that Mercedes-Benz on your wish list.
Golf Channel Monday. They're the shots you can't believe. The shots that make you say, how'd they do that? Golf's amazing videos. Trick Shot Edition. Premieres Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. They're competing as teams, but will their relationships survive? Big Break 10 Michigan. All new Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Must be around about 30 players under par, though, in the entire field, which is good scoring over 4 days around a tough golf course.
And Veronica guaranteed a 2nd place. Laura Davis finishing at 9 under. In 3rd on her own. Sophie Schickel, 8 under. 2 players tied for 5th position, Trish Johnson and Ibn Tinning, who's now playing the 18th. And Veronica's surveyed the putt, picked a line. Never got it running at the hole. So no birdies on the back nine for Veronica Zorzi, and that one bogey to be back in 1 over par. Played so beautifully on the front nine, out in 31. So her final round 69.
Still a very good effort from the 28-year-old from Verona, however, and she picks up that second prize of €50,750. Ibn Tinning.
Ibn will be trying to make birdie here as well. We'll take it to 8 under and move it out of a tie for 5th position and into a tie for 4th. That's what all the players are considering at the end of the week, trying to win as many Euros as possible.
So hopefully this will be the last shot from a fairway we'll see during the course of the week here in Dubai. Easier said than done. Are you confident? Yeah, she looks supremely confident to me.
She has looked very confident all day. Some of the German and Austrian players waiting to congratulate her. But first she has to negotiate this 3rd shot to the 18th. It sounded like good contact.
She's smiling. Go with the rhythm, go with the win. Anya Munker's on her way to victory in Dubai, and that's why she wears the smile of a champion. Well, it wasn't to be Annika's week. It is to be Anya instead. Well, it's a nice story. The winner of the French Open Championship this summer. And now here, what a place to win as well, in the desert in Dubai, in front of a big crowd, in front of royalty, and on the day that a legend said farewell to the game. Doesn't get much better than that.
It certainly doesn't. It's been a fine display today for Manya. Holding that putt on the first for her par, I think, was crucial. Could have made all the difference to how she felt about the rest of her round. And then making birdie on the 2nd hole really got her round off to a great start.
Well, she had only the one bogey at 15 as well. Now then, Ibn. She visited the water last year. What she would have given for that shot then?
Not making the same mistake, but just too many shots behind this year.
Well, half an hour ago, they all stood and cheered and applauded rapturously as Annika said goodbye. And now those same people will stand and applaud the new champion. The heir apparent, maybe. A 2nd win of 2008. So Anya Munker. That's the name, and that's going to be the winner. Her name will be engraved on the trophy.
She's going to be covered in water in a few minutes.
Yeah, Eva Steinberger I saw there. She's his usual suspect.
That's a nice touch, the two of them walking onto the final green together.
Pictures to be had. But she just looked supremely confident over that 2nd shot. Others might have had their knees knocking.
But she has looked all day. Maybe a little bit uptight on the 1st hole, but she's looked extremely relaxed.
Well, the interview she had with Catherine before the start of play, she said she'd had a good night's sleep, what was going on, there was no fuss about it, she'd just come here to win the title. And when she's going to do. Significant moment for the 31-year-old from Herford in Germany, who's been a pro since the year 2003. She had won €109,000 prior to today, and that is going to rocket to 184,000. The bank manager's going to be pleased. There's no credit crunch in Germany.
Well, that will move her up the New Star money list. We're predicting to 5th position. So that's quite a move for Anya. Ibn Tinning finishing off. this putt as well with a few euros. Is to take even into a tie for fourth position at 8 under.
Keep going. That was a lag, as they call it.
Yeah, it's not the most aggressive putt, but it's a par on the final hole for Ivan. It's an even par round for the Dane, finishing at 7 under. So the stage is set for Anja Monka for her second win in 2008. Not much break on this putt. And just falling away at the end. She just wants to enjoy it. Take a little bit more time.
She can afford to smile. So always a very happy week is this one. The players look forward to coming here. They look forward to turning on the style in front of the spectators. In fact, they look forward to just about everything in Dubai. We've said goodbye to one champion today. Goodbye to a star. But maybe we've just said hello to another star. Anja Monka, terrific stuff, well played. The new Dubai Ladies Master. A drenched master. She'll need a new outfit. She can afford one. She's just won €75,000, but much more important, she takes the title. Annika Sorenstam couldn't do it. Anja Monka certainly could, and that closing 68, good enough for a 13 under total. Great scenes.
Martina Abel, two-time winner in 2008. Delighted for Anja Monka. Fellow German, Bettina Howard as well.
Oh, I'm happy enough. Thank you.
And Lee Griffiths, her caddy. He's been a great help to her. Also there for her win in France. Well, it's nice and warm out there. Clothes will be drying. No time at all.
Yeah, thank yous all around from Anja Monka. Nice to salute a new champion in the game, and as I say, a second win of the year. After France, now Dubai. So she is a winner in the United Arab Emirates. And the first one since Annika Sorenstam to be able to say that.
Look at this. I'm a free man. I go anywhere I want now and trade. E-Trade Mobile Pro. Right on my BlackBerry. Wait, hang on. Get an email. Oh, what a bad girl. Man. Anyway, you know, I get streaming quotes on it. God, relentless. Hang on a sec. Hey, girl, can I hit you back?
New E-Trade Mobile Pro. Trade stocks, get streaming quotes anytime, anywhere. There are 1,000 new accounts a day at E-Trade.
Find your perfect gift. Like the all-new Acura TL at the Drive Home for the Holidays event. Celebrate the season with low finance and lease offers. Visit your Acura dealer or shopacura.com.
Responsibly.
What does every business need to succeed? Bright House Network's Business Solutions. Delivering the business services that keep you connected and ready to grow. With incredibly fast internet so you stay moving. Security that keeps your data safe. And reliable business phone delivering the features you need to run efficiently. All from the one local company you trust. Bright House Networks Business Solutions. It's what every Central Florida area company needs.
Are you ready for the digital transition? If you already have Bright House Networks, you don't have to do a thing. If you have extra TVs but not enough cable outlets, just give Bright House a call. They'll come out and install a new outlet wherever you need it. The kitchen, the playroom, even on the patio. With Bright House, it's easy to get set for the digital transition. So all you have to do is sit back and enjoy.
Get more information about the digital transition at mybrighthouse.com.
Off channel, some of the game's favorite players tee it up for the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge Clinic. And later, relive one of Tiger's most dramatic wins of his career. It's the 2008 U.S. Open, tonight on Golf Channel.
Daniel Munker of Germany has taken the Dubai Ladies Masters title by 3 shots with that closing 68. She wins it from Italy's Veronica Zorzi. Out in third on her own, England's Laura Davis. She was also round in 69 today, the same score posted by France's Sophie Giquel. Trish Johnson had a hole-in-one today at the 15th. It helped her to a 69. And Amy Yang, well, she couldn't finish 4th for the 3rd consecutive year, but she was in a tie for 7th with the pre-tournament favourite. Good efforts from Anna Rawson and Melissa Reid. Also from the young South African Ashley Simon. 69, a very popular mark today. Gladys Nocera, winner of the New Star Money List, and Virginia Legout-Clement and Karen Koch, all on the same figure. Better than that was Leah Hart of Australia, 68 off quite early today, but managed to get herself up into a tie for 15th place at the end of the day.
Disappointing 75 for Nikki Garrett. And also a 76 in the end for Julie Gressiette. 70 from Annalise Cordell, winner this year in Portugal. And also a 75 from Felicity Johnson.
We're going to hear now from Laura Davis.
Laura, fantastic start today, but I guess it wasn't meant to be.
Putting again. I mean, I hold a nice putt on the set, chipped in at the first, which was lovely. Nice little 12-footer on the second, and then the only putt I hold after that was on 16 for about a 12-footer for birdie. I'm so disappointed.
Am I right in saying if that putt had gone in on 9, things would have been totally different?
Well, yeah, I mean, that one missed, and then I missed about a 3-foot birdie putt on 10, and, you know, chance after chance after chance, and it wears you down. And by the end of it, I mean, I even left a 6-foot birdie putt out there on 13 short, which I can't believe I did that. But, you know, you get where you're just gripping the putter so hard, you're trying to make it rather than just letting it happen. And unfortunately, I got caught in that little trap again. Should have learnt by now, shouldn't I?
Well, it certainly looked like a lot of putts were going to go in the hole, and they just didn't go in. It was quite amazing, and I know it can get you down, but I'm sure you'll take it on the chin and come back fighting strong next year.
Well, it's a tournament I'd love to have won, and I think I've played well enough this week. I mean, the others are obviously playing extremely well too, but I know how many I've left out there, and it just, you know, sends you away pretty miserable about the whole thing. But it's such a good event. I'm looking forward to coming back already.
Well, I hope we'll see you here next year and enjoy the party tonight.
Oh, I shall be back next year, definitely.
Thanks, Laura.
I think there's a very telling word there, disconsolate. It does get you down, and obviously I knew she wanted to win here. It is one that's missing, of course, from a CV.
And there's no doubt she did play well enough and just did struggle on the greens all week, really. Could have been 4 or 5, 6 shots better quite easily. Played some great golf from tee to green.
Mark, we have teams on both coasts that are interested, but Milos only wants to play for Dallas. Milos really wants to play for Brussels. Milos only wants to play for Shanghai. Buenos Aires. Frankfurt. Paris. Milos really wants to play for Rome. How's your Japanese?
We know why you fly. We're American Airlines.
The world of business has seen its fair share of stormy weather. But even in uncertain times, the future looks brighter with us. U.S. Bank has delivered a dividend every year since 1863, helping the financial dreams of millions take off. With our prudent approach to banking, our strong balance sheet and capital position, imagine to what heights we can take your business. Yes, the future looks brighter with us, U.S. Bank.
What you looking for?
I'm looking for my tee time.
What's your tee time look like?
It's a nice course, not too far away.
Here's one. It's a 2. No, 2:15.
No, that's not it. I need something in the morning.
Huh. There we go. It's a 10:37.
Awesome. How much?
$150.
Not it.
Need help finding your tee time? Get tee times at thousands of courses nationwide, online 24 hours a day.
On Golf Central, we say goodbye to Annika, how her last event ends as others pay tribute to the all-time great. Plus, don't miss her post-round interview as she steps away from the game. Golf Central tonight, 8:30 Eastern, only on Golf Channel.
It's been a good week for the Germans in general, with her playing well, Martina Elbel, and particularly Katharina Schellenberg as well, who ended at 5 under.
12th place for position. Very good indeed from the young German player. One to watch out for in the future.
Par, of course, here is 72, so almost 30 players got rounded under par over 4 rounds, which is very good work. But the course is beautifully set up as always. Well, I can go down now to Catherine Imrie once again, who's working and beavering away down by the clubhouse.
It's good to have friends like that, isn't it? Yeah.
Anya, congratulations on a very impressive win out there today. How important was that up and down at the first?
Oh yeah, it was very important because, I mean, even she played with me and she made birdie. And I thought, well, I better hold my putt then, otherwise I don't want to square up just right after the first hole. So, yeah, that was pretty good speed on that, but it got the center of the cup.
Certainly in the back line, it looked like you were in total control. Was it fun out there?
Yeah, it was, especially 10, 11 and 12, where I played 3 birdies in a row. That was really big fun. And then 2 up and downs on 13 and 14. It was good.
So is the Solheim Cup now a realistic goal for you?
Oh, well, there's 1 more year to go, and I don't know, I mean, there are so many good players out there. I mean, it would be an honor for me, definitely, to be part of that team, but, I mean, first I have to perform next year, and then we'll see.
So how are you going to celebrate tonight? Are you going to join the rest of the players at the big party here at the club?
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna have, I mean, my crowd followed me all 4 rounds, and I think we're gonna have a big bottle of champagne.
Are you going to be sharing it with the rest of us?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well done and have a great time tonight.
Thank you very much, thanks.
Well, you can tell she's excited, and why wouldn't you be? But it's been a memorable week here. We've come for the last 3 years. We honoured that lady, Annika Sorenstam, in 2006. We honoured her again in 2007. But it was not to be for Annika this week. Maybe the pressure just got to her in the end. But Anja Munker is the lady who has taken over the mantle of the great one. Anja Munker is the winner of the Dubai Ladies Masters for 2008.
Where we go when we're gray and old, 'cause I have been told that salvation lets their wings unfold. So when I'm lying in my bed, thoughts running through my head, feel that love is dead, I'm loving angels instead. And through it, oh, she offers me protection, a lot of love and affection, whether I'm right or wrong, and down the waterfall, wherever it may take me, I know that life won't break. She won't forsake me.
Golf Central says hello as we say goodbye to one of the greatest in the history of the game.
Great way to finish for a great champion.
One last encore for Annika Sorenstam.
I guess it's starting to settle in that this is it, and I'm done. But looking back in the career, I have every reason to smile.
From her history-making 59 to 10 major wins, we celebrate the Swedish sensation's legendary career. Phil Mickelson sets the record straight, his response to disparaging remarks made by Tiger Woods' caddy. 3 wins and a victory at Valhalla for Kenny Perry, and he cap off his season in style at the Merrill Lynch Shootout. Or would his good old boy Ryder Cup teammates, Boo and JB, be good enough for the win? Golf Central, we're cooking and dissecting the best. It's the end of an era as we know it. Hi there, welcome to Golf Central. I'm Inga Hammond. After 15 years in which she rewrote the record books, Annika Sorenstam has now gotten in her golf cart and ridden off into the sunset. Her final round coming at the Dubai Ladies Masters. Let's take a look at the action. Annika, the 2-time defending champion, the birdie try here on the 9th, the par 4 to finish the front 9. Right on the money, and she rolls it in, moves to 4 under par, 1 over par on the front. To the back we go now. Her tee shot on the par 3 11th from 149 yards in this one, vintage Annika. Take a look, right at the flag, nearly the hole in one. She would tap that in for birdie. Annika now at 5 under, 8 strokes off the pace. 214, a long birdie putt. Heading toward the hole. Is it going to get in the cup? Does it have enough? Yup. 6 under par. She hadn't made a bogey since the 5th hole of the day. We continue on 16. A beautiful approach. The birdie putt does not go. So now we have the comebacker for par. She'll be your missed again. She would make a bogey there, now at 5 under to her final hole. The par 5 18th, her 3rd shot. Remember, she hit it into the water in the first round. Not going to do it again. Right at the flag, a chance for birdie. So, of course, the emotional walk to the 18th green. The fans just love her. Annika wearing the Swedish colors on this day of blue and yellow. So her birdie attempt, could she finish it off in style? She's Annika Sorenstam. Of course she could. A final round 71. Annika actually takes the flag from her caddy, puts it in the hole, and that's the end of the Annika era. Annika's final finish was a tie for 7th, 7 strokes back of the winner, Anja Munka. The German shot her 3rd 68 of the week, and Aussie Anna Rawson rallied to tie for 7th. Sorenstam will spend the rest of the night with her family before flying back to the U.S. on Monday, and I had the chance to catch up with her just after that final putt dropped. All right, and we're pleased right now to be joined via satellite from Dubai with Annika Sorenstam. Annika, I'm curious what your immediate feeling is right now. Is it happiness, sadness, almost relief?
I would say probably all of the above. I mean, it's, this is a time I've been waiting for, and, it's finally here, and just, I guess it's starting to settle in that this is it, and I'm done. But, looking back in the career, I have every reason to smile.
72 reasons and more to smile. Let me ask you about, you did something on the 18th hole that we saw you do at the ADT Championship, where you took the flag from the caddy and put it in the hole. What's the symbolism of that?
Well, it's just really saying goodbye to everybody, and this is it. I just thought that was very appropriate, and I'm just so happy looking back at my career, what I've done, and I just want to put the final flag in.
What do you think that it's about the game and the people that you're going to miss the most when you step away?
I'm going to miss a lot of things, there's no doubt. I mean, I have been competing for 20 years, and, the places that this game has taken me, the people that I've met, the experiences that I have, and, nothing can take that away from me. And, I'm just very, very lucky to have done something like this, to live a dream. It's just not everybody get a chance to do that, so I'm very thankful for that. And, I'm moving forward. I'm stepping away from the game competitively, but I'll be around. I'm hoping to get back to the game in different ways, and I think it will be exciting and rewarding.
You and Tiger Woods have had such a wonderful relationship over the years with the texts to each other on the major total, that type of thing. What has he said to you about the retirement, and has he kind of said goodbye and wished you well moving on?
He has, yes. I mean, I've been lucky to have a chance to practice with him a few times, and you know, I think we got a great friendship. And obviously, I'll be tuning in, watching him, you know, coming back to the game sometime next year. But it's been a great honor for me. I learned a lot from him, and he's been very supportive about me, you know, stepping away, and you know, it's been nice.
And final question for you: the birdie on the last hole, was that just a wonderfully fitting way for you to walk away from the game at this point?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I have some wonderful memories. It's always nice to make the final putt.
Well, congratulations, and on behalf of all the Golf Channel, thank you so much for all you've done. And of course, we'll keep quite an eye on you. You can't get away from us that easy, Annika.
Well, thank you very much. I've enjoyed it.
It has been quite a career. 10 majors, tied for fourth all-time, 72 victories. That has her third behind Kathy Whitworth and Mickey Wright. And no one has earned more money or had a lower single round on the LPGA Tour than Sorenstam. We will have much more on Annika a little bit later on the show. Well, yesterday on Golf Central, we told you about some disparaging remarks that Tiger Woods caddy Steve Williams made, which were reported in a New Zealand newspaper. Williams called Mickelson a name and recounted an incident which allegedly took place at a U.S. Open. Today, Phil's camp fired back, calling the comments inaccurate and inappropriate. Phil himself released one simple statement, quote, "After seeing Steve Williams' comments, all I could think of was how lucky I am to have a class act like Bones on my bag and representing me." Well, still to come, we will have much more on Ms. 59 as we take a look exactly how she reached those Hall of Fame numbers. Also, 2 years ago, Annika teed it up with the men at the Merrill Lynch shootout. Tonight, the guys on what Annika Sorenstam means to the game. Plus, wardrobe malfunctions. Spider-Man's suit needs some new threads. Calling all tailors next.
Golf Central, brought to you by Sky Caddy, the #1 rangefinder in golf. TaylorMade, tell your story. Get your number on a TaylorMade.
You came along all bright and new, with big ideas that grew and grew and grew.
The Chrysler Town & Country, with 25 highway miles per gallon, fuel economy that's unsurpassed by any minivan.
With big ideas that grew and grew and grew.
Water. We take our showers with it. We make our coffee with it. But we rarely tap its true potential and just let it be itself. Flowing freely into clean lakes, clear streams, and along more freshwater coastline than any other state in the country. Come realize water's true potential. Dive in to the waters of pure Michigan. Your trip begins at michigan.org.
Introducing Zurich HealthPoint. It's a new way of looking at business insurance. And whether you need a rapid response to a crisis or direct access to more locally based risk engineers than anyone else, it's here in more than 170 countries, so you'll have the confidence to take your business where you want it to go. It's here to help your world. Zurich HealthPoint, because change happens.
Golf Channel Thursday. Master of Ceremonies Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. In attendance, a hand-picked field of 15 superstars going head-to-head to benefit the Tiger Woods Foundation. Be there for world-class play, intense competition, and one of the biggest paydays in golf. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Final round of the Merrill Lynch shootout, and Camilo Villegas coming apart. Actually, just his pants did. He ripped them, had to phone in a spare pair, and then he played his pants off the rest of the way. As for Scotty McCarron and Brad Faxon, what is cooking with the chef hats? Unfortunately, not a recipe for victory, perhaps for fun. In more conventional clothing, Brandel Chambly, I'm Vince Cellini. This is the 20th Merrill Lynch shootout now in the books. And Sunday, Brandel, a scramble format, and the teams, as expected, tore it up at Tiburon.
They did, but that doesn't accurately describe the way Kenny Perry and Scott Hoke played this today. Actually, no scrambling by their part. They basically put this tournament away. Kenny Perry spit and fire the whole week, basically, and Scott Hoke said he knew how to pick a partner, and he certainly did.
Let's see how it unfolded on Sunday here at Tiburon Golf Club. 11th hole, Kenny Perry.
What a great year it's been with the putter for Kenny Perry. 2008, I'm sure he does not want to see come to a close. Scott Hoke just giggling all day long. He didn't really even have to go to the whip. Right there, he says, yep, we're not worthy. And the rest of the field wasn't worthy either. Kenny Perry was the star. And of course, these guys were chasing. J.B. Holmes, Boo Weekley. Couldn't really afford to miss any putts at this stage of the game. Certainly inside 10 feet, and they both miss it on the low side, and that leaves them well behind.
Right, they're 6 shots back. You rarely see that in the scramble format. They had 2 shots at it. Now on 14, J.B. Holmes.
Just going to give this one a big wow. A lot of club head speed, a lot of great audio right there talking to this ball. He didn't really need to. It was headed for home. Clears the bunker, takes a nice little bounce. And that settles in there, and just like that, they carved 2 shots off the deficit.
That's right. Eagle, they are 3 behind the leaders. Now on 15. Birdie putt to get in closer, another shot.
Yeah, needing to make every one of these all the way to the house and hope that Kenny Perry and Scott Hoke mess up, neither of which happened. That one denied, the dreaded horseshoe. Doesn't taste good. Meanwhile, Kenny Perry down grain, downhill, really fast putt, and he tickles this one in there.
That's a 4-shot lead for Hoke and Perry. Then on 18, it's Scott Hoke. He's just walking around, he's taking a look.
Yeah, let me just clean this up. Can I get you a cold towel, cold drink?
Perhaps a back rub. Anyway, the team wins. No let up for Hoke and Perry. And Hoke has been chasing this event since 1996, and now we see him a winner.
Yes.
Kenny and Scott each earned $365,000. The Ryder Cup teammates, Holmes and Boo, a closing 60. They are the runners-up. Norman and Villegas with the low round of the week of 57. Price and Sluman led on day 1, then fell back. Kelly and Stricker shoot 60, finish strong, as do Zach Johnson and Scott Verplank at 22 under. Well, Hoke and Perry had teamed up 3 times previously at the Merrill Lynch shootout. Their best finish prior to today, a tie for 3rd just last year. But back-to-back 60s mean they get it done. Todd Lewis has been following the play and chatted with the champs. Todd.
Well, Vince, Scott Hoke at 53 years and 20 days is now the oldest winner of the Merrill Lynch shootout. Over the years, he's used 8 different partners, including Kenny Perry. And finally, on his 12th shot, he could add the Merrill Lynch shootout to his impressive resume.
And I've never done so little to deserve it as this time right now. I mean, that's how good my partner played. He just played outstanding, and we kept switching. He kept switching order to try to get me involved in it, and it still didn't work. But I mean, it was great. I mean, I love seeing him playing as well as he is. That's awesome, and he's got another tournament to win next week. I mean, why stop now? He's playing that good.
Kenny, as well as you're playing, you played well last week in South Africa. Of course, you win here today. Are you kind of disappointed that the 2008 season's coming to an end?
Yeah, you know, it's been a special year. It's been my greatest year by far. I've achieved a lot of things, and yeah, I definitely don't want 09 to get here. I'm looking, you know, to enjoy Christmas, go home with the family, and I'm going out to the Tigers tournament next week. Looking forward to a great week there, and hopefully this will springboard me right into 09 and to Kapalua, and hopefully get off to a quick start and jumpstart my season. And you know, I still got a lot of goals I want to do. You know, I want to play good in the majors next year, and you know, I just want to figure out a way to keep winning golf tournaments.
I got to thank him too, because he could have played with any of the guys here, and he keeps saying he wants to play with me. So I really appreciate that. You know, as a good friend, because he knows I was hurting, and to still take me, knowing his chances of winning were diminished quite a bit, and to still do it. So I really appreciate that from him.
And Scott Hoke continues to be bothered by a wrist injury that has nagged him for years. I asked Kenny Perry, what was the big difference for you in 2008? He said he changed putters. And by the way, Vince, that new putter that he won with today, he debuted a year ago this week right here at the Sharks event.
All right, Todd, thank you very much. Kenny Perry trying to take some good mojo into 2009, as is the the host, Greg Norman. We saw some flashes here. Maybe we can expect some of that in 09.
Tall task ahead for him. Only 6 players have ever won on the PGA Tour in their 50s, and the oldest winner ever in a major championship, Julius Burles, at 48. By the time Greg Norman gets to the Masters, he'll be 54, but he does not look like, nor does he play like, what we perceive a 54-year-old to do. I have no doubt that he'll play well there. That place owes him as well.
Remains impressive, as do Hoke and Perry. 31 under, they are the winners at the Merrill Lynch Shootout. For Brandel, I'm Vince. Let's send it back to Inga in Orlando.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, when we come back from our first major victory in '95 to a ceremonial end, a look at the legendary career of Annika Sorenstam. Plus, our fellow pros on how she changed the game. All hail Annika when Golf Central returns.
At Dick's Sporting Goods, we've got great gifts at great low prices. Look for this Sunday's ad for the top brands in golf, like Titleist,
TaylorMade, Nike, Callaway, and more.
New low prices on home gyms, treadmills, and ellipticals. The best selection of outerwear and accessories from the North Face, Columbia, and Spyder.
Great low prices on athletic shoes,
hikers, and boots.
Great gifts from our new Sports Technology Center. New low prices on fishing, hunting, and camping gifts.
Remember, great low prices
and great gift ideas.
Start at Dick's Sporting Goods.
Garlic sautéed portobello mushrooms caress the taste buds.
Punctuated by the boundless possibility of hickory smoked bacon.
Fresh beef is the canvas upon which this hot and juicy masterpiece is painted.
There's a little gourmet in all of us. Introducing Wendy's new hot and juicy gourmet mushroom Swiss burger.
It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
It's a pretty big country. Have we found everything?
We have oil on our shores.
We should work hard to explore for new sources of oil.
The oil companies have to look into alternative sources of fuel.
No, I still believe that you have to have a balance.
I mean, U.S. needs to produce more.
It's gonna be good to see him.
He's gonna freak.
It's the time of year to think about what's important to you. For us, it's giving you great value and building cars that won't let you down. So keep doing what's important to you. We'll keep building cars you can count on. And rest assured, low financing and leases are still available at your Honda dealer.
So every day I hear about moving stress. You've got to transfer your water, electric, gas, and of course move your furniture. But now there's one part that's a lot simpler. Call your cable company to get connected in your new home. Then watch HGTV's Carter Can for tips on making your home more energy efficient and eco-friendly.
See how bright life can be. This program is brought to you by Bright House Networks.
Tonight on Golf Channel, some of the game's favorite players tee it up for the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge Clinic. And later, relive one of Tiger's most dramatic wins of his career. It's the 2008 U.S. Open, tonight on Golf Channel.
Shortly after Annika Sorenstam announced she was stepping away from the game last May, she went on David Letterman and read the top 10 reasons she's retiring. My favorite, number 1, the only putts I have to worry about now is my fiancé. A great sense of humor, a legendary career. Let's take a look back. Annika first came to our attention in America when she attended the University of Arizona, where she won 7 collegiate titles, including the 1991 NCAA championship. She joined the LPGA Tour in 1994 and immediately picked up Rookie of the Year honors and a Solheim Cup appearance, but no wins. Victory was on the horizon. Annika made her first career win a major milestone. As a 24-year-old at Pine Needles, Annika claimed her first of 3 U.S. Open titles.
You know, I'd won it in '95, and you know, I've had a chance to win the World Championship and so forth. And then I won here. It just seemed so easy, and I felt like I have mastered the U.S. Open golf course. And I guess when I said that, you know, it hits me. And 10 years later, it's, you know, I get it back.
Over the rest of the 1990s, Sorenstam took things to a new level as she transformed her body and her game. She dominated along with Kari Webb and won 18 times in the decade, but the best was yet to come. In 2000, she won 5 tournaments and amassed enough points to qualify for the World Golf Hall of Fame. She began 2001 like a Hall of Famer, with her single-round masterpiece, becoming the first woman to post the magical number 59, Standard Register Ping, Moon Valley Country Club, Phoenix, Arizona. The next week, she ended a personal 5-year major drought at the Kraft Nabisco, and the water was just fine. No slowing down for Annika in 2002 when she won 11 times, including a successful title defense at the Kraft Nabisco, her 4th major. There were more mountains to climb in 2003. Annika put herself and women's golf on the front page of every newspaper sports section in the country, with her appearance on the PGA Tour at Colonial Country Club, becoming the first woman to play on the PGA Tour in 58 years. Despite her missed cut, she stood tall in a spotlight women's golf has rarely seen. On her own tour, she became the 6th player in LPGA history to complete the career Grand Slam by winning both the McDonald's LPGA Championship and the Women's British Open title. At the end of the year, she was finally inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame. She continued to roll in 2004, winning 8 more times and grabbing another major at the McDonald's LPGA. She kept it going in 2005. Her victories in the first 2 majors began the Annika Slam buzz. But while that didn't happen, she did manage to win 10 of 20 events entered and became the 2nd player, along with Mickey Wright, to have double-digit win seasons. At this point, the talk was not if she would catch Kathy Whitworth's career mark of 88 wins, but when. In 2006, by Annika's standards, a down year, just 3 victories. In 2007, stuck on 69 career wins, she seemed down and out after a neck injury first brought to light at the Ginn Open. She played just 13 events due to neck and back injuries and went winless for the first time since her rookie campaign in '94. 2008 saw a renewed and refocused Sorenstam. She tore out of the gates, winning the season's first event in Hawaii, and backed it up with a playoff win over Paula Creamer at the Stanford International Pro-Am. But still, Lorena Ochoa's 5 wins overshadowed Annika's year and raised questions about whether she could knock off the new number 1. Annika answered those questions the same week she told the world she was hanging up her spikes to pursue other ventures. Like she had done so many times in her career, Annika won by a large margin. 7 shots at the Michelob Ultra Open at Kingsmill, her final LPGA victory, posting a new tournament record at 19 under par. While Annika did not enter the winner's circle again in her last season, she gave the fans reason to roar.
Look at this. It's in. It's in. The putt.
Annika admittedly did not go out the way she'd hoped to at the ADT Championship in November, holing out and waving goodbye to what could be the final crowd she ever wows on the LPGA Tour. It has been an eventful ride. From shy teenager to golf legend, we will miss seeing Ms. 59 play the game, a game she helped redefine. One final break, but when we come back, in their own words, the men on one of the greatest ladies in the history of the game.
Well, I think she's one of the best women golfers that's ever lived.
She's had a tremendous career, no question.
She's done exactly what Tiger done in the men's game.
She's taken particularly women's golf to a new level.
Golf Central, brought to you by The Golf Warehouse, where you'll find golf's everyday lowest prices, tgw.com. Michelin OCS Tour by Lampkin, traction and performance at your fingertips.
That was then, this is now. As young guns became seasoned champions, the drivers got bigger, the courses longer, the training more disciplined, the balls more responsive, and the clothing, well, some things never change. But the spirit of partnership remains unwavering. The 20th anniversary Merrill Lynch Shootout. Partnership in action, then and now.
Can you believe that we can text, email, surf the internet, even update your Facebook status right from the palm of your hand? At Sprint, we want everyone to experience all of the incredible things a 3G phone can do on a big 3G network. The wireless revolution continues. Come join us.
Introducing the Samsung Rant for $49.99. It's the fully loaded phone on America's largest, most dependable 3G network.
The fusion technology Ernie uses on tour is available in the new Callaway FTIQ, the longest, straightest driver we've ever developed.
Want to live like a rock star? Now, every time you use a participating City card, you're in it for a chance to go on a 3-city tour with Nickelback. Want the story of a lifetime? Your City card can help you write it.
Tonight on Golf Channel, some of the game's favorite players tee it up for the Wendy's 3 Tour Challenge Clinic. And later, relive one of Tiger's most dramatic wins of his career. It's the 2008 U.S. Open, tonight on Golf Channel. Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
Tim Clark wins the Australian Open with an up and down for par on the first hole of sudden death. And for the second consecutive week, Matthew Goggin finishes in second place. New Zealand's David Smale had a 3-shot lead with 4 holes to play, but double bogeys at 15 and 16 derailed his chances. By the way, U.S. amateur champion Danny Lee finishes tied for 24th and announced that he'll turn pro after the Masters. It's our Sky Caddy pinpoint shot of the day. Comes to us from the Alfred Dunhill Championship, Richard Sterney. He was 2 shots back of our leader, Len Batiste, in running out of holes on the par 4 14th. His approach from 130 yards right over the flag spins back to 4 feet. He would make the putt for back-to-back birdies and go on to win his 4th European Tour title. Sterney becomes the first homeborn winner at Leopard Creek since Ernie Els in 2005. Overnight leader Thomas Aiken follows up his 3rd round 61 with a 75, and Len Batiste cards a back 941 to fall from 2nd into a tie for 14th. Our U.S. Bank Bright Future segment focuses on Anya Munka, the overnight leader at the Dubai Ladies Masters. The 31-year-old had a 2-stroke lead playing the 16th hole during the final round. Beautiful second shot here would give her an easy tap-in birdie to move to 13 under par. All she needed on the final hole, a little par putt to claim her 2nd victory of the year on the Ladies European Tour. Well, from a bright future to an unbelievable past, it is official. Annika Sorenstam has stepped away from the game. Tonight, her male counterparts reflect on her career, on going out in style, and if we could see her again down the road.
I think what she's done for the LPGA Tour is probably more than anybody else, and maybe a combination of a few others.
She's one of the best women golfers that's ever lived.
You remember, her shooting 59. I think that, she have 10 wins in 1 year.
She's been huge for golf.
Right up there with Tiger, she probably earned my respect personally as much as any other golfer that I've ever seen play at the pro level.
She's a tough competitor, but the missing part will be basically, she's such a great player, but always has that little smile on her face.
She's done exactly what Tiger done in the men's game.
Annika is an example. A very hard worker, #1 player in the world for a long time. Anytime you see a superstar, an icon, a phenom walk away, it's sad.
She's one of the great sportsmen that we've seen the last, 20 years.
To see her winning so many majors and be, inspirational, not only for the girls, but the guys too.
I've never played with anyone who hit a ball as straight and as solid as she did.
As a player, as a golfer, as a fan, I pat her on the back and wish her well because she deserves a little rest.
She's just been a phenomenal person, an individual, and the way she's conducted herself, there's very few people who carry themselves well after they win, and there's very few people who carry themselves when they get beaten. She was very balanced in her approach and attitude and gave a lot back.
Well, that's all the time we have for now, but we leave you tonight with some of the lasting images of Annika and her Hall of Fame career. We will miss her. We'll see you later.
The Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge brings together members of the PGA, LPGA, and Champions Tours, all competing against one another. We are going to take it a step further and put the pros' short games to the test with some famous big break challenges. Plus, we'll do something that has never been done before on the show. Let's start the fun right now on the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge Clinic. Big break style.
Hi, and welcome to Las Vegas, the Rio Seco Golf Club, the Harmon School of Golf. Butch Harmon, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Steve. Happy to have you out here.
All right, thanks for having us. The Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge Clinic, big break style, and we have Fred Funk, Rocco Mediate, Christy Kerr, and Jay Haas. Dad sitting out there at the edge of the seat with the remote. You're not getting out of that chair, are you?
No, I'm getting out of
We're going to get you out of that chair. We're going to put you in a bunker a little bit later with Fred Funk. But right now, I just quickly want to ask you guys, the cause here this week, the Dave Thomas Foundation, is fantastic, isn't it, Fred?
Oh, it really is. It raises a lot of money and a lot of awareness for adoption, and they do a great job. I think we've raised, what I understand, $27 million in 16 years we've had this event, or 17 years, so it's a great cause, a lot of need, and just anything we can do to just find good homes for kids.
Speaking of kids, Jay, you have 5 children. This is your 5th straight time here at the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge. Why this one late in the year when you have so many options to play when the Champions Tour season is over?
I think just what Fred was talking about, just the cause. When you start hearing the numbers that the kids that need a home, the numbers that the tournament has raised over the years, the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption has done unbelievable work. And it's just, it hits home, I think. And when we see these kids come out and watch us play, and the need is there, and hopefully we can do our little part.
Christy, you're back again with smiles on your face.
Yeah, definitely. It's this is a pretty amazing event. You know, my brother has an adopted daughter, so that this event has a special meaning for me to be able to, you know, help kids find their homes. Denny Lynch, a good friend of mine from Wendy's, you know, just tells us about stories about the kids and what they're doing and how they're finding families, and it's really touching.
Christy was on the winning team last year. Didn't she beat you
in the playoffs? In the playoffs. Who'd she beat,
friend?
Who'd she beat?
Nice going, Christy.
Thank you.
She beat. Chivalry not dead here on Golf Channel. We're going to start with ladies first. Christy, get out there and show us a little short game tip here with some pitching. With what do you have, a sandwich and a pitching wedge?
I have a sandwich and a pitching wedge, and you know what I like to do is basically assess the situation first. When you have a chipper pitch around the greens, the first thing you see most amateurs do is just get up there and kind of just whack at the ball. What I like to do is actually kind of assess the situation, assess the lie. In this case, I have a very good lie, and you've made it very easy for me here on the big break. So I have a good lie, and I'm going to the hole in the middle there with a circle around it. And so in this case, I actually have 2 options, sand wedge and pitching wedge. And I like to get the ball on the ground rolling as soon as possible. Again, more like a putt. And in this case, I'll take the pitching wedge. You know, so I get back, okay, I have a good lie. This looks a little uphill, breaking left to right. I've basically figured out where I want to land the ball. And then once the thinking is done, then I'll go into my routine. You know, I'll take my feel swings, practice swings, and then I'll just try and reproduce that feel.
A lot of people always say to us week by week when we travel around on the tours, you have an interesting shot. It's relatively easy all the way up there, but if you go beyond the hole, you have a putt coming down the hill.
Right.
And people always ask us how the pros keep it underneath the hole and also make sure they get it up there close enough where it's not a lengthy putt.
Right.
Are you cognizant of where you want to put that ball and where you want to leave for your putt?
Absolutely. There are a lot of times, you know, with the back pin in this case where there's a ridge behind the hole, you want to try and leave it a little bit short of the hole to get an easier putt to make your par or make your birdie if it's a par 5. So we definitely try and keep in mind where we want to leave the ball, much like a pool player does in pool in a game of 9 ball.
I see, take a couple shots. Butch, let me ask you, when you see guys hitting drivers and hitting all kinds of different shots, how much do they need to practice the shot?
Well, I think they need to spend about 75% of their practice time from all shots underneath 100 yards. Christy is very good at this shot. I like the way she explained it. She picks a spot to land the ball on. She can feel the motion. It's going to hit the ball the right distance.
That's just not right. Look at that.
And then it
Go
just
in.
goes right in. On the first take.
That's
On
it.
the first take. Thank you very much.
Now, one thing we did notice. Yeah, her feet are very close.
Thanks for making me look good, bud.
Your feet are very close. Your weight, where's your weight?
It's a
Your feet are
comfortable
so close.
thing. Your weight's pretty much going to be forward. You don't want your
Right.
weight back because you want your weight forward so you can pinch down on the ball.
Right.
And you just want comfortable for your distance.
I won some tournaments even when I wasn't hitting it well because my short game saved me.
A lot of people say that in professional golf. Yes, Fred.
She won because she out-thunked the Funk last year.
Is that the way it
There's
works
a
in the
lot of
playoff?
analysis here.
Is that hard to do, though?
No,
I'm
not very
in the same
difficult.
boat as
Yeah,
you are.
not very difficult.
First time, she jars it. We're going to put Jay and Fred in the bunker a little bit later in the half hour. We're going to put Rocco up behind the wall here in a couple of minutes. That's coming up next when we come back to Rio Seco in a few minutes. Thanks.
Wendy's Clinic, brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Garlic sautéed portobello mushrooms caress the taste buds.
Punctuated by the boundless possibility of hickory smoked bacon.
Fresh beef is the canvas upon which this hot and juicy masterpiece is painted.
There's a little gourmet in all of us. Introducing Wendy's new hot and juicy gourmet mushroom Swiss burger.
It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's. Wait, what's the matter with you? This was your first video game system. Remember? Your greatest holiday memory ever. Don't you remember staying up all night? Getting 148,000? Dumb centipede. This is the best gift
Ever.
Make this December the one to remember with some of the best values of the year, now through January 5th.
Partner, let me upgrade you. Partner, let me upgrade you. Flip a new page, introduce you to some new things and let me upgrade you to the best channels in HD. Only on DirecTV. Upgrade you. I'm talking about the hottest channels, not that HD lineup you get with cable. DirecTV, now that's a good look. Let me upgrade you.
Get the most TV for the money, and now lock in your price until 2010. Call 1-800-DIRECTV.
How many courses did you call before you found one that wasn't too far, wasn't too expensive, had a driving range, and could squeeze you in between 10 and 11? Maybe you should have just gone to golfnow.com and got it all in one shot. Get tee times at thousands of courses nationwide, online 24 hours a day.
Big Break 10 Michigan, all new Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
We are back at Rio Seco. Christy was up first. Now it's time for The Rock. Time to see what The Rock is cooking at the flop ball. Now, are you joking with me about the flop ball not being too high, right?
It's not high enough.
You've been practicing for about 5 or 6 hours.
I have not been
so yes,
practicing
you
at
have.
all.
You could be.
I have no loft.
I don't know.
Lack of talent.
Lack of.
Yeah.
Oh. How's your wedge game, Rock?
Not bad.
Is that a 60, Rocco?
No, it's 56.
56, you don't carry a
Old
60.
school.
No,
Old
it's
school.
old school.
He's old school. But he's old.
What do you want to? What am I doing? What do
You
you want
got
to
to
say?
hit it over the flop ball, and you got to
Right in
teach
the
everybody
circle.
who's watching television right now how to hit this shot.
There you go.
That's pretty good.
That's where.
Right there.
That was like
2
a foot.
feet.
Good. Options.
Now, what are you going to do with this 56 to make it go higher?
I'm going to. You're going to love this, because you know what I'm saying. I kind of cup it this way, let the face open up, let it rip this way and pass my hands so it goes this way. There's no lead in the left.
How far up in your stance you putting the ball?
It's way up there.
Way up.
Yeah.
Leaning the shaft back a little bit.
I'm going to lean it way back. It's going to look this way. Give me a good lie.
Now, is this a shot you can teach amateurs, Rock, on a Wednesday in a pro-am?
It's hard to teach. It's hard to teach
This one's a
this
tough
because
one for amateurs?
it's a trick shot. So it's going to go this way and it's going to under-release this way. And I'm going to stay.
Phil hits this all the time.
Huh?
Phil hits this all the time.
Yeah, but he's got 90 degrees of loft.
Oh,
Who
he's
can't do it with 90
left-handed.
degrees? Let's do 56. So it's going to go here and up over the top. So,
look at that.
too far?
A little far.
Too far.
A little far.
But there has to be speed.
So you can have distance control and height.
Well,
on
it's a trick shot. It's out of, you know, it's hard to get it close every time. But you're moving it. I mean, if I'd hit a normal shot with a square face, it goes 100 yards. But it's only going to go, what, 5?
Right.
6? So I'm just going to try to open it, cup it this way, flip it underneath. I'll do better. Hold on. So there's really,
That's
the wall,
pretty
like
good.
I said, it's not high enough.
Now, I know it's a trick shot.
You guys have an extension? No?
Now, I know it's a trick shot, but
Yeah.
do you enjoy the creativity of it?
Oh, I love it. I mean, but it's a very unpredictable shot.
When would you, forget the wall, obviously, when would you ever use a shot like this?
Well,
in-
over a
in
bunker,
competition?
over a tree, over a lake, just tight pins. I mean, we have to do it. So, and I've never been able to put a 60 in my bag. I don't know why, but because I can't get rid of something else. So that's better.
There it is.
That was better.
Oh!
Butch Rocco was joking around, but is this something you can teach a person who's watching this?
You can teach them, but the problem is that the average player never practices this. They go out and they'll see him do it in a tournament or on television, and then they run out and try it. If they practice it, they can do it. He explained it beautifully. Open the club face, lean the shaft back, get this left wrist as cupped as you can get it, which means the club face is wide open, and then just feel like the right hand passes the left.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the top of the backswing, the face is going to look this way.
Yeah.
It's never going to look square, because if it looks square, it does that. You see? So there's no loft. And most people also stay back, and they hit it thin or whatever. But I'm still moving on top of it, so it just goes that way.
Oh, okay, wait, Rock. Let's make this a little more interesting.
That was a good one.
Let's get you a little bit closer there. As close as you can be.
Rock, you might need a 60 for that one.
No, I can do it.
Steve, what are you doing here?
What's that?
You're making them.
I mean, get a guy,
This is a tough one.
No talking.
Guy seemingly knows what he's doing. Let's see him get a little
Tiger
closer.
Woods 91 holes to beat him. I know
That's
he
true.
can do it.
It's true.
I'm gonna put my hand on a little different here, though. I'm gonna get my fingers on top of the shaft this way.
Why so?
I'm gonna take the square face and look at it like this. If I get my fingernails on top and then let it sit down, now it's wide. It's wide open. So now I have to have tons of speed. You guys might want to watch out over there. So now it's gonna be way open, so I really have to get it going. So what is this wall? How tall is it? 10 feet?
What are you, 6 feet? It's probably 10, 11 feet.
6.
I said, what do you use?
I'm 6 foot, yeah.
It's probably more than 10. Yeah, it's probably 12 feet.
12?
About 12 feet.
All right, so what am I? I'm 6 feet from it.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to do this. Go here. Then wide open. So now I got to really get some speed on it, or else it's going to hit me right in the thing. Yeah. So I've got to get speed on it.
Oh,
that's well done.
That was nasty right there. That was nasty.
That was good right there.
You sure you want to keep going?
Yeah, I could. Let's go a little closer. All
Okay.
right. Let's try this. Now I'm about 5 feet from it. I don't think I got this one, Butchie.
You got it.
When you're bored on the range and practicing, Rock, do you ever do anything like this? Just not with a wall, obviously, but
I'm bored practicing,
to mix it
period,
up?
so it doesn't. All right. So I'm going to go way over here. I do this because it looks kind of cool, right, like this. Like, doesn't do anything for you, though. All right, so. I'm done.
In the circle. Rocco mediate, ladies and gentlemen.
That was awesome.
Very good.
Sick right there.
Very good. Awesome.
When we come back, Fred Funk and Jay Haas are going to get into that bunker right over there and hit a long bunker shot and a short bunker shot. It's coming up in a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Tour caddies walk every yard of the course to provide distances their pros can trust. Only Sky Caddy does the same for you. We believe you deserve the most complete, most reliable information in the game. That's why Sky Caddy walks the same ground you play to make sure you have every distance you need to avoid hazards and hit more greens, just like every caddy on tour does for their pro. Sky Caddy, the #1 rangefinder in golf.
Puerto Rico Winter Getaway. Save $200 at participating hotels. Visit gotopuertorico.com to learn how to book your vacation. Travel now. No passport required for U.S. citizens. Puerto Rico. Explore beyond the shore.
At U.S. Bank, we support athletics, the arts, and anyone with a dream. Support that's not just about money. It's about investing our time and our care to make the most of the places we call home. That's the power of U.S. Bank. 5-star service guaranteed.
Do you know what your risk of cancer is? Most of us don't, but you can learn more with Healthy Nation. Get information from doctors and health experts you can trust on demand, so you can make the best choices for living a healthy life. For more information on cancer and other health topics, watch Healthy Nation. We make house calls.
To watch Healthy Nation, tune to Channel 972, only on Bright House Networks.
Meet Kate, Earthlink high-speed through Bright House Networks user. She just uploaded an endless array of photos and emailed them to Dave, who was downloading a smashing tune for a video he was making for Elle. Well done, Governor. She was buying a right smart suit for an interview with Sam, who was writing a brilliant item about his dinner with Meg. Quite the duo, those two. Thus, the countless connections possible with internet at the speed of life. Speed up today for only $29.95 a month for the first 6 months. Call 1-800-EARTHLINK or go to mybrighthouse.com/earthlink to sign up now.
On the season finale of Big Break Michigan, where 8 teams once stood, 2 teams are left standing. Hugo and Camilla, Hames and Bernadette. Which team will take it all? It'll be a back-and-forth battle.
Going home hasn't really been at stake for them yet.
May the best team win. Don't miss the thrilling season finale of Big Break 10 Michigan. Presented by BMW. Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
We are back at Rio Seco. Fred Funk is going to get into the bunker right now and play alongside. Play nicely in the sand, boys. Jay Haas is going to hit. Well, I guess you drew the short straw.
Yeah, I got to do the long one.
The long straw.
Jay has seniority here.
Fred is going to hit the long bunker shot, which is the way more difficult of the two. Jay, you're going to demonstrate a short bunker shot and tell us the keys to hitting that.
Okay, well, number one, practice. Don't be afraid of this shot. And we listened to Rocco a little bit as he was going over the wall. A lot of the same thoughts that he has, I have in the bunker. Weakening my left hand to make sure that the club gets open at the top. This is not a very long shot, obviously, so I don't need quite as big a swing as Rocco was hitting there. I don't need to get it up quite as high, so a little bit of a shorter swing. I don't want much of a follow through. I want to stop my hands at the bottom a little bit and let the club pass, and that lifts the club up in the air. Let me try one here and see what I can do.
Shocking.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, go
don't
in.
Even
go in. Jay, why
Any more questions? Go see your local PGA club professional.
Very good. Why are we so afraid of bunkers? Why are people who are watching so afraid of being in the bunker?
I just think they just don't know. They don't practice it. It is a difficult shot if you don't have the proper technique. But I think with the proper club, proper loft, this was a 60 degree here because of the shortness of the shot. Fred's probably going to use a 54 degree to go the long shot. So you want to experiment a little bit there. But most people are just not comfortable in the bunker, and so therefore they don't practice it because it's they might be sculling it over the green and hitting somebody that's hitting on the range across the other way. But I think if you get the proper technique, you know, what I was doing there, a little bit open, a little bit of weight on my left side. I didn't move my shoulders a lot there. I just kind of wanted to pick the club up a little bit and go right down on the sand there. And just if you have that proper technique, it's surprisingly easy to get the ball out on the green. Now, you're maybe not going to hit it in the hole or within 3 or 4 feet, but you're going to save a shot just getting it on the green within 15 or 20 feet and maybe make the putt.
Fred, your shot's about 20 yards longer. Why is that one so much more difficult than the one Jay just did?
You got to hit it just right. There's just no margin. The tendency is to hit a little fat, decelerate, or you hit a little thin, it goes long. And this is really the last spot you really want to put yourself in on a golf course. And when you have a par 5 and you're going for it in 2 and you end up in a long bunker shot like this, you'd rather be back there in the fairway and hitting about a 30 or 40 yard shot from grass. But I'll get in here and do pretty much the same thing as Jay did on that one, except for I'll try to be a little more shallow. I'll have the ball a little more in the middle of my stance, and I'm going to use less loft. So I got the 54 degree. That'll help me get the ball launched a little further. I don't have to put as much effort into it. Face a little bit open, and I'm just going to try to slide underneath the ball.
It worked out well.
And that worked great.
Oh, wait,
see,
it's coming back.
It's coming back. Should have seen my practice one.
Fred, we hear this all the time, that this is the most difficult shot. Jay also, is this the most difficult shot in golf?
Well, I think you're asking for a lot of trouble here because Fred has to take a pretty long swing in this case. So if he hits the ball flush, he's going 30 yards over the green. And if he hits it a little heavy, in this case, a very difficult shot with the shelf up there. So if he doesn't get enough steam on it, it's coming back down 30 feet from the hole. So kind of the proverbial rock in a hard place here. But, you know, Fred's first one a little bit long, but not that bad.
And then that one's a little doing what the first one did.
But again, without this scenario here, had that been flat there, that would have rolled up 8 feet from the hole, and a very acceptable shot.
Butch, how difficult is this to teach
well, I think Jay made a very good point. Is that people are afraid of this shot, and so the average player, if they're not good at something, they never practice it. They only go practice what they're good at. These guys practice these shots. And for the average player, if they will get in here and practice it, look at how good that is. That was perfect. That was a good shot.
That would have been good.
Straight here, Fred. Let's show them how you can hit this little short one here.
All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
See if you can get inside of that.
Now
Somebody hit one up
trying
there
to
close.
prove how hard the other one is?
All right, wait a minute. Let me get.
No, he just wants to see if he can get inside of that 2 inches.
Well, I said how comfortable I was on this one.
And here's a little bit about what we'll do. We'll play a little game. You know, hey, Freddie, come on, let's play, you know, quarter shot, dollar shot, whatever, just have a little game and practice this shot. Rocco, you do the same?
Oh, yeah.
Christy, you guys do that?
A quarter?
Well, it's actually a lot of fun.
Well, you know,
a quarter, but
like
it'd be
maybe
25.
$50, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What Jay was saying, it is actually a lot of fun when you get a group of guys or a couple guys and go out there and hit these kind of different shots, especially the really tough ones, the long ones, when nothing's really on the line other than a little bit of pride. Out on the golf course, it's a lot different. You're going to try to do everything you can.
Fred, last thing.
Uh-oh. Oh!
Okay, there you go.
It took you 9
Good
tries.
shot,
Look at
Paul.
that.
I was going to say last shot, and then you bang it in. So there you go. Thanks a lot. Jay Haas and Fred Funk showing us how to get it done out of a bunker. When we come back here to Rio Seco, something we've never seen before in a big break style format here on Golf Channel. Stay with us.
Wendy's Clinic, brought to you by Wendy's. It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Garlic sauteed portobello mushrooms caress the taste buds.
Punctuated by the boundless possibility of hickory smoked bacon.
Fresh beef is the canvas upon which this hot and juicy masterpiece is painted.
There's a little gourmet in all of us. Introducing Wendy's new hot and juicy gourmet mushroom Swiss burger.
It's way better than fast food. It's Wendy's.
Seat movers, that's what you'd call us. We'd buy seats up in the nosebleeds and then move down. We'd look for no-shows. Who sometimes did show. Soda spillers. That is gonna leave a stain. And then we'd swoop right in for the perfect seats. Hello. And goodbye.
Want great seats? Your City Card could get them. And now, every time you use a participating City Card, you're in it for a chance to go on a 3-city tour with Nickelback. Want the story of a lifetime? Your City Card can help you write it.
My name is Annika Sorenstam. I have achieved a lot more than I ever thought I could achieve on the golf course, and I feel like the time is right for a new chapter in my life. My Merrill Lynch financial advisors, John and Bob, have been very supportive in what I want to achieve off the golf course.
All of her passion comes from working toward and attaining a goal.
Annika is an extremely savvy client. She follows investments like you and I follow sports.
I'm going to continue to grow the Annika Academy, expand the Annika collection, build some golf courses around the world.
In order for her to do that, we make sure her financial house is in order.
She has her personal investing, her business portfolio, and her philanthropic goals all at one firm with one team.
Golf is an amazing game. I love it in so many different ways. But there's so much more to life.
It was scary, there's no question about it.
It's produced some of the country's most influential business leaders.
It was 2 of the best years of my life.
Join Carl Quintanilla for an unprecedented look behind the Ivy Walls. A CNBC original, The Money Chase, Inside Harvard Business School. Premieres Wednesday.
Golf Channel Monday. They're the shots you can't believe. The shots that make you say, how'd they do that? Golf's amazing videos. Trick Shot Edition. Premieres Monday, 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. Be there as a hand-picked field of 15 superstars go head-to-head. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
We are back in Las Vegas, the Rio Seco Golf Club, the Harmon School of Golf, and in between us is Danny Lynch, the president of the Dave Thomas Foundation. And this is such a great cause. We heard the players talking about it earlier. What does it feel like to hear the players who are participating in your event verbalize how great it is to be involved in this cause?
Well, it obviously feels wonderful that, they come here, they take their time out of their busy schedules. This is the end of the season when things are like slowing down for them. They come here to help us, and they understand the cause, the fact that we've created the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge for the sole benefit of helping America's foster children, to make certain that every child, because every child deserves a home, every child deserves a family. And there's over 120,000 children in America that don't have parents right now. And our job is to help them have loving homes and permanent families.
During the Pro-Am, we were talking about this on the golf course, and I want you to explain this to our viewers. Why golf with Wendy's 17 years ago, and why is it such a special relationship between your foundation and the sport?
Well, in our company, at Wendy's, we're golfers in the first place. We're pretty much hackers, but we're golfers, and we enjoy the game. Dave Thomas enjoyed the game, and he was an adopted child, so he started the Dave Thomas Foundation. And as we were thinking of how do you raise money, man, golf is just the perfect platform, because you bring the charities together. The PGA Tour does this every single week. The LPGA, they bring the tournaments together, and you can raise a lot of money and help a lot of people. So as we thought about, first of all, helping the cause of adoption, we said, well, then let's go to golf, and we'll create our own event called the Wendy's 3-Tour Challenge, and we'll do it for the Dave Thomas Foundation.
Now, I saw him hit a lot of very good shots during the Pro-Ams, but you're kind of chickening out here. You don't want to be on television hitting golf shots?
We're sharing the wealth.
Oh, come on. We want to see you break the glass.
And I want to bring in...
It's perhaps the most famous thing on the Golf Channel is hitting the glass.
It is.
And you don't want to try it.
Now I want to take care of my board of directors. Here comes Mike Givens, one of our franchisees, also on the Dave Thomas board, and he's going to help us out.
All right, this one's a little bit different. We've never seen this before on Golf Channel. Usually the glass is upright. This is going to be a shot like Christy hit it a little bit earlier in the half hour, and hopefully he hits it like Christy hit her first one.
You nervous?
Right on the number.
Oh, yeah. He's nervous. Come on, Mike. You're going to break it the first time, guaranteed.
Oh.
Okay. That's all right.
To be fair, Christy, this is a little bit different than the shot you hit. He's got to keep this airborne the whole time.
Yeah, he
does.
That's
right. A little harder.
It's definitely.
No, I guess you can
have
bounce
to
it in.
control the trajectory.
There you go. Oh, that would have been good.
One more time. Third time.
Keep
a charm.
going.
Third time a charm. You can do it.
Gotta let him settle down a little bit.
Very good.
Keep going. One more. Go ahead, Mike. One more.
One more.
Better than I'll do.
Just look at that G and keep your eye fixed on the G, and you'll hit it.
Okay.
Gotta hit the ball. Gotta look at the ball, though.
No, the ball's not moving.
The ball.
Yeah, he's gonna look at the ball before he hits it.
All right, Mike. Come on, buddy.
Ball will be there when he gets there.
Oh, there it is! Oh! Good try. Okay, good try. Very good. All right, Dan, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have Fred, Rocco, Christy, and Jay. Come on up. Spread yourselves out a little bit.
Get out of here.
Spread yourselves out a little bit. Let me know when you guys are ready, and then on the count of 3.
Oh, we're going at the same time?
All at the same time. And then
I have a 4.
once the 4 of you miss, then we'll try it again whenever you want.
4 at the bar. I'll go over here. You're good. Get in the middle. Ladies in the middle.
Once the 4 of us miss?
Once the 4 of you miss, then you can just keep going until the first one hits. Just let me know when you're all set. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Jay?
Oh! Jay Haas, ladies and gentlemen.
That was impressive. Jay Haas, ladies and gentlemen. Butch Harmon, you've been a great host. Thanks for having us.
Pleasure.
Danny Lynch, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you.
President of the Dave
All right,
Thomas
well, thank
Foundation.
you.
Rocco Mediate, Fred Funk,
Thank you.
Christy Kerr, and the king,
You took a big dinner.
Jay Haas, getting it on his first try. Dinner is on Jay. Now, is that like a hole-in-one, Jay?
Great.
That's like a hole-in-one. Yeah, everybody's got to buy around. Jay, you guys, everybody around. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been a lot of fun over the last half hour. We'll see you next year, right here from Rio Seco. Take care.
On this edition of The Turn, Tiger Woods. Okay, so he only worked half the year, only played 7 events worldwide, but you know what? The guy is good. And The Turn was there all year with tips from every PGA Tour victory. You want to learn how to play like a Tiger? Well, take note, because we have some of the country's top instructors showing you just what it took for Tiger to chalk up 4 wins in 08.
This is the exact spot where the tournament turned.
What can we learn from a man that does it all the time?
Stina takes a peek into Tiger's bag to show you the clubs he takes to the course.
Not only is the golfer supernatural, so are his sticks.
One of Golf Channel's own offers their insight.
There's a couple of lessons to be learned from there.
Plus, we even hear from the man himself.
I shot at 15, set up 16.
Good to know, because you've reached the best of Tiger on The Turn. Tiger Woods was not at full strength when the 2008 U.S. Open began, but that didn't slow his quest for a third Open title. In the final round, in the final group, with his final putt, Tiger put off Rocco Mediate's chance at a major, at least for one more round. In a knockdown, drag-out battle in the playoff, it took 19 holes to finally crown Tiger champion. Woods may have won on Monday, but it couldn't have happened if it wasn't for his final putt on Sunday. Here's Dave Pelz with our first Best of Tiger Turning Point.
I'm standing on the 18th green. This is the exact spot where the tournament turned in favor of Tiger on Sunday. If he had not made this putt, Rocco Mediate's the U.S. Open champion. Tiger goes home without the trophy. What I want to show you is something you can learn from the way Tiger putts. Now, you can't learn it overnight, and I can't show it in the next minute, but let me tell you, if you watch him on television a lot, you'll see that he has a line on his ball, and I've actually got one of the balls that we use in our schools. It's got 2 lines, and it's got some things on the poles, but the point is, if you line these lines up at the target, if Tiger lines his line up where he's going to start the ball, and then he puts his putter behind it, and he makes what we call a square strike. If the putter strikes the ball with a square face, then the ball and the putter leave in the same direction, and these lines roll smoothly along the green. It must be square going through impact to get this ball started on the line that line is indicating. Now, I'm going to show you here how, when I put this ball down and putt this putt that he made to get into a playoff, I'll show you how the lines roll. You have to take the time to get the lines lined up in the first place. Now you stand up and you putt it. It's easy to get the putter lined up to the ball since you know where it's aiming. Get that line rolling, top over top, just in the right edge. If I had been Tiger, I would be in the playoff with Rocco.
When you best your peers at 100%, you can take pride in your accomplishment. When you best your peers on one leg, they can step back in admiration. Our former PGA Tour professional Brandel Chambly was there at Torrey Pines for an up-close and personal take on Tiger's 14th major victory with Our Turn.
Tiger Woods came in here with a bad knee and a 2-way miss, and he wasn't able to practice to find a go-to shot. Folks at home, I can tell you that there's a couple of lessons to be learned from there. When you're playing a round of golf and you're warming up, understand the hand you're dealt and try and manage it. But also, when you do have time to practice, find a go-to shot. Find one shot that, above all else, that you can hit. For Ben Hogan, for Gardner Dickinson, some of the guys who've proffered opinions about this, they move it back in their stance and they trap the ball, try to hit a draw. I can tell you that's one of Tiger Woods' favorite shots. He calls it the stinger. Also, what we learned from this is that Tiger Woods, in an effort to find a golf swing, wasn't able to get to his forward foot. a problem that many amateurs also struggle with. If you transfer your weight properly from the back foot to the forward foot, you can make up for a host of flaws. So try this at home when you're playing golf or when you're practicing. Take a couple of practice swings and lift up your left foot if you're a right-handed golfer into your backswing, and then lift up your right foot in your follow-through. That will give you the sense of what it feels like to properly transfer your weight. Also, when you're out there, try hitting golf balls standing on one leg. I can tell you that you'll learn to release the club. If you learn to transfer your weight and release your club, you're going to be a heck of a lot better, and you're going to enjoy the game more.
Did your parents ever tell you to watch and learn when you asked them how to do something? Well, let's take a trip down memory lane, shall we? We turn back the clock to check out Tiger Woods go through his pre-round preparation from last year's Wachovia Championship with Kelly Mitchum in this free turn.
I'm right here at the practice tee at the Wachovia Championship, right at the exact spot where Tiger Woods warmed up for the final round. And here are several things that you can learn from Tiger Woods' routine and practice session.
Okay, here we go. Tiger Woods arrives at 12:01 for a 1:25 tee time. And after a casual stroll to the putting green, it's time for some one-handed short putts promptly at 12:03. At 12:08, Tiger starts working on his speed with some long putts. About 5 minutes later, it's off to the range.
He ends up putting a great importance on his short game in his practice routine. He starts from the putting green and works his way over here to the practice range where he starts out with some little short clubs. You know, little lob wedge, hitting some pitch shots, and he works his way up through the bag. He hits some 6-irons and kind of works his way up to the longer clubs, and then he actually goes back to the short clubs again. And he finalizes his routine by hitting basically what he's going to hit off the first tee, trying to recreate in his mind, you know, the shot that he needs to hit, and he goes with it. And after he's happy with that, he heads back to the putting green and he's ready to go. So next time that you go play, try some of these things that Tiger does to warm up, and you're going to see better results.
The roars have just begun on the Best of Tiger. Coming up, we head to Arnie's place at Bay Hill, where Tiger put in just another ho-hum victory, with tips from the green, the fairway, and on the bag.
Just in that gap there.
Plus, there are more tips from the Tiger Triumphs of '08, and Stina lets us in on Tiger's choice of clubs.
Tiger is a Nike Sasquatch man.
Ooh, he's so strong. Keep it tuned to The Turn.
The Turn, brought to you by the Glenlivet, the single malt that started it all. Win Grips. Win Grips technology, building the ideal grip for every golfer.
Waste Management is using the resources at our disposal to create enough green energy to power over 1 million homes. From everyday collection to environmental protection, think green. Think Waste Management.
Water. We take our showers with it. We make our coffee with it. But we rarely tap its true potential and just let it be itself. Flowing freely into clean lakes, clear streams, and along more freshwater coastline than any other state in the country. Come realize water's true potential. Dive in to the waters of pure Michigan. Your trip begins at michigan.org.
Success doesn't happen overnight. It starts with a vision. It takes planning, confidence, and performance.
Little chip shot off the green. He's got it. He's got it. Zach Johnson.
But above all, it takes the power of commitment. Transamerica, the power of the pyramid.
On the season finale of Big Break Michigan, 2 teams are left standing. Hugo and Camilla, Hames and Bernadette. Don't miss the thrilling season finale of Big Break 10 Michigan, Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. Golf Channel this January. Watch history unfold as Golf Channel presents an epic adventure like no other. The PGA Tour 2009. The battle begins January 8th, only on Golf Channel.
By the time March hit, Tiger Woods played in 2 events on the PGA Tour and 1 on the European Tour. He won all 3. Back home in Orlando, Tiger was poised to capture his 5th Arnold Palmer Invitational. Standing in the 18th fairway, Woods and caddy Steve Williams discussed their plan for Tiger's second shot. We caught it all in Turn It Up.
Kind of cross-court, so whether it's right or left, it's always going to be against you. If you play 180 yard, what you would think like be a 180 yard shot, normally be pretty good right here. Just in that gap there. Sounds good. Got the slope there. Just let that gap flow out a little bit. When it blows harder, it actually blows more into you. And when it dies, it sort of comes across the leg.
You know, come down the last few holes, those are some hard holes that have to play under par. And just happened to hit, my best shot I hit all week was that 5-iron coming in the last hole. I made the best swing I made all week.
Okay, Tiger, now that you pulled off the shot you needed, you still have to make the putt. And what a putt! It became another in a long line of super clutch putts to add to the Tiger Woods collection. Brian Mogg was there for it all in our next Tiger Turning Point.
Here we are on 18, recreating Tiger's awesome putt. 24-foot putt, the greatest putter of our generation, makes more clutch putts than anybody I've ever known. What can we learn from a man that does it all the time? Well, a couple of things. I was standing right behind him as he came off 18 green, and all I heard him say was, I tried to get the speed right. When you've got a downhill, side-hill putt, you got to first pick out your pace. What kind of pace do you want the ball to go into the hole? In this situation, he's tied with Bart Bryant. You really don't need to make an aggressive putt because if you two-putt, you still got a playoff. So in Tiger's case, the ball wasn't going to be going that hard. So the first thing he did was pick a little bit softer pace than normal, not his normal aggressive putt. Well, that then dictates the line. In this situation, he had about an 18-inch break. You can see we've put a tee out about halfway down here where he had to aim at the high point. So the next thing you want to do is pick out the high point of the break, and then you've got to marry that point where the pace and the line come together. Now the last point you got to look at too is pressure. I'm sure Tiger's heart was pounding. We've all been in nervous situations before. That's where you got to take a few deep breaths. You got to soften your hands, relax, so you can feel the weight of the putter. Take some of the tension out, and then go ahead and make a practice stroke or two, really trying to feel the pace and the line. Once you get over it, you aim it up at the high point of the break. Stay relaxed. You make a good stroke. I guess that's how you got to do it, just like Tiger. Relax your hands, relax everything under pressure, trust the line you've picked, and choose the right speed. That's how you can make a pressure putt.
Sometimes here at The Turn, we think we know the shot that caused the tournament to turn in favor of the champion. It's not brain surgery, but sometimes the champ can give us an assist. Here's Tiger in his own words, and then Brian Mogg takes his turn again with our second turning point from Bay Hill.
The shot on 16, if I didn't hit the shot on 15, I probably wouldn't have hit the shot on 16. So it's the same shot. Just hold it back in the wind, but just don't hold it as much. And when I hit it, basically I hit a release fade, which felt great. And a little 6-iron, and just held it against the wind, and the wind kind of drifted at the very end. But the shot at 15 set up 16.
We're here on 16 fairway at Bay Hill. It's Sunday, but the real turning point in the golf tournament for Tiger happened on Saturday. 16 was playing really tough, long par 4 into a heavy wind. All the leaders were making bogeys and doubles. Well, Tiger really pulled off the shot of the tournament. He had about a 160-yard shot into a wind to a front pin position. We're using my bag there just as where the Saturday pin was. He hit it 3 feet and made birdie. And that really was the turning point that got him connected to the top of the leaderboard. You know, since last year about the PGA in August, Tiger's swing has really begun to look awesome. The changes he's worked on, the club has become more in front of him throughout the whole swing. He's obviously winning all the time, but the golf swing just looks so much better. He's able to hit so many more different quality golf shots, and it's so well-rounded. What can we learn from what Tiger did on 16? You got a 160-yard shot over water to a tuck pin, winds in your face. You got to pull the shot off. There's no bailout. Left is water, short is water, right is mound. You hit it to the back of the green, it's 3-putt range. You got to pull the shot off. How do you do it? Well, here's what he did. When you get your setup, you've got to get your weight a little more on your front leg. You got to get your center on top of your legs. The ball position then by nature comes back. And what Tiger does there is he's going to keep the club a little more lower and a little more rounded. And when he swings through, it's going to be a much more abbreviated, low hands, use your legs to stay down through the shot and really drive it through the wind. So you get your setup, let the club work just a little bit around you, and then make sure the swing is a little bit short on the backswing and the finish. If you pull it off, ball will be safely on the green like that. You get a birdie putt, you can be like Tiger.
That's 3 more tips all about the man and growing legend Tiger Woods. Coming up, what do Billy Andrade and Tiger Woods have in common? Something you should as well.
Tiger Woods' routine is the same all the time.
Plus, more tips from Tiger's remaining 2008 triumphs. And Stina tells you something you may not know about Tiger.
This is the only club in Tiger's bag that's not a Nike club.
Keep it tuned to The Turn.
A great moment, but Frank wasn't in the picture. He was in the men's room, going again. Another moment, but Bob really needed to go. And when the guys snapped this one, Charlie was stuck in the men's room having trouble going. These male urinary symptoms could be due to BPH, also called an enlarged prostate. But for many guys, prescription Flomax reduces their urinary symptoms due to BPH in 1 week. Only your doctor can tell if you have BPH, not a more serious condition like prostate cancer. Avoid driving or hazardous tasks for 12 hours after your first dose or increase in dose, as a sudden drop in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting. If considering cataract surgery, tell your eye surgeon you've taken Flomax. Common side effects are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen. Get the picture? Take a moment to ask your doctor if Flomax is right for you. And call 877-4FLOMAX for a free 1-week trial. For many men, Flomax can make a difference in 1 week.
Wait, what's the matter with you? This was your first video game system, remember? Your greatest holiday memory ever. Don't you remember staying up all night? Getting 148,000? Dumb centipede. This is the best gift
ever. Make this December the one to remember with some of the best values of the year, now through January 5th.
This season on an all-new Asterisk Hunter.
Fine print. How they hide their long-term contracts and crazy restrictions.
Patrick and the team catch the trail of a large Telephonus deceptus, a dangerous asterisk known to hide extra fees in phone company advertising. It's a showdown in the swamp. Catch all the action exclusively on Bright House Network's Channel 300, where every day is easier without the asterisk. This week on an all-new Asterisk Hunter, Patrick and the team come face-to-face with a large Telephonus carnivorous.
These creatures can wreak havoc on unsuspecting customers. Hidden fees, long-term contracts, crazy restrictions.
From the fine print depths of phone company advertising come one of the most dangerous creatures on Earth. It's deadly drama on the high seas. Catch all the action exclusively on Bright House Network's Channel 300, where every day is easier without the asterisk.
Big Break Michigan. 2 teams are left standing. Hugo and Camilla. Hames and Bernadette. Don't miss the thrilling season finale of Big Break 10 Michigan, Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel. Golf Channel Thursday. Master of Ceremonies Tiger Woods hosts the last tournament of the year. In attendance, a hand-picked field of 15 superstars going head-to-head to benefit the Tiger Woods Foundation. Be there for world-class play, intense competition, and one of the biggest paydays in golf. Tiger Woods hosts the Chevron World Challenge. Begins Thursday, 3 and 9 p.m. Eastern on Golf Channel.
When you're this good, even the guys you play against sometimes have to step back and admire how you play the game. Here's Billy Andrade with his take on Tiger's pre-shot routine in this Pro Turn.
Best players, Nicklaus, great routine. Tiger Woods' routine is the same all the time. So it doesn't matter if it's a very important shot or if it's not an important shot. If you have a good pre-shot routine and you do the same thing every time, then it just comes, it's just a natural thing that you do.
After battling through some of the tough early matches at the WGC Accenture Match Play, Tiger then trounced Stewart Cink in the 36-hole final to capture his third Match Play championship. As usual, it all came down to the putter. Here's Scott Sackett with a tip to putt like the Tiger.
The turning point this week at the Accenture Match Play was clearly Tiger's putting, and that really started on Wednesday afternoon in the last 4 or 5 holes against J.B. Holmes. I think one thing that's very important to understand with Tiger and the success that he has in putting always boils down to his setup. Now, as you can see, we've got about a 15-foot putt here. We've got about a 6 or 7 inch break, and I've got a golf ball down there just as a drill, and that ball needs to be used for our starting line. Now, as you look at Tiger, when he sets up to the ball, his eyes are almost directly over the ball, and if he ever favors, his eyes are a little inside. But the most important thing from here is he gets his body running perfectly parallel left to his starting line, and that would simply be the legs, the arms, and the shoulders. One of the more common problems we see the average amateur is they line up a little bit too much to the right or too much to the left, and then they have to make a physical compensation in the stroke, which either causes a little slice putt or a hook putt. So once again, I'm going to set the putter down square to the golf ball, which is our starting line, and then I'm just going to set my body perfectly parallel left to the starting, and then from here it's just based on speed. So once again, if you want to make more putts, it's really important at the starting point to get that body running perfectly parallel left, and then the only question is, at what speed?
A couple weeks before Tiger captured his third match play in the Arizona desert, he grabbed a victory away from Ernie